Class of '09, as a series, is a satirical look at the culture within schools during the late aughts. It is a somewhat realistic depiction of events that could have, and in some cases did happen, but turned up to an exaggerated degree of 11 for comedic purposes. It has a cast of, well, mostly really degenerate and terrible people, but such a cast is perfect for generating moments of both frustration and humor. This video covers the third, and currently final game in the series, which takes a leap in the usual status quo by not only including routes that take place during the character's time in high school, but half of the routes even take place after graduation, something we've never truly explored in the series before. And while this can grant us more potential for ideas and stories within this world, it also likely contributes to the game's general, isolated nature. On top of that, instead of our usual protagonist Nicole, we get to see this game from the perspective of her best friend Jekka. This change also allows for new perspectives within the series, as well as brand new endings and stories. But this is a double-sided sword. While it grants us a way to enhance one of the most infamous endings in the previous game of the series, it also leads to some rather controversial routes and endings. The entire game is generally controversial, and is the least liked in the series, which we'll be exploring the reasons for in this video. In my opinion, it has one of the best endings in the entire series, but while that one ending is a sparkling diamond, the surrounding bits can be considered dark, rough coal. A lot of this controversy surrounds the game's creator, who, as this is the final game, as of now, I will be giving him his own section later on in the video, as well as the section given to the anime pilot and the more recent short, Kicked Out. So join me as we explore Flipside, the game that, to many, took a drastic nosedive in quality, and explore why that is, as well as discuss the extra media that has come out, and finally, discuss the creator himself. I know these videos aren't perfect, but I am trying my best, and I hope to get better and better at it with each video I make. Please leave any constructive criticism you can think of in the comments, and I'll try to look at every single one. I hope you enjoy the video, and if you do, please consider liking and subscribing, or even becoming a member, which I'll discuss at the end. With that, let's jump in. To start with, I missed 2 gay points in the previous game. Yes, we're bringing it up right away. In the escort route, when Nicole is at the hardware store and being mean to Megan, she jokes that she's flirting with her, so we'll add that here as a gay point for Nicole. Then in the prison route, where Lynn is talking to Nicole during the scene with the gun hoodie, Nicole asks if she's her dom, which is also a gay point for Nicole again. Now we head into the game proper. Just like the previous two, this game starts with an intro voiced by the main character, though obviously it's Jekka this time instead of Nicole. We begin with Jekka telling us that no matter what choices you make, you always just end up making up for past mistakes. Alongside this, she says she's seen a lot of insane things thanks to being friends with Nicole, and we see a montage of endings and characters, mostly from the first game. I would guess this is because the continuity this game runs with, especially in the school side endings, ties much more to the first game than to the second, especially in this first route. Also, despite being a character we only really see in the first game, Mr. White is mentioned or shown in all 3. She reiterates that no matter what Nicole did, it always ended in tragedy for everyone around her, which isn't entirely true, but it's not that far off either. She tells the player that she can't promise Jekka will be better off, and oh boy, is she unfortunately right. And this is shown by the fact that the image underlying this is Jekka's interaction with the mall cop and Rhea, where she literally ended up traumatized. Side note, the music in this is pretty good. The name of this game is Flipside, as in the flip side of the story. The name simply comes from the fact that we play as Jekka instead of Nicole, but it becomes most prevalent in this first route, where we see the other side of the coin, the other half of an infamous route from the first game. We start this one off with the CG this time of Jekka in bed, and upon waking up, she immediately wants both cigarettes and Adderall because some things never change. We get the first choice of this game, which is slightly different from the other two. If you choose the home start, then the story takes place after their graduation, but if you choose the school start, the story takes place during their junior year, which further connects the continuity to the first game rather than re-up. We'll start on the school side, in April of 2008. Of course, Nicole is here immediately, the two of them smoking in a classroom because they're apparently to the point of completely disregarding rules like this. I mean, they broke rules before, but never usually this blatantly. Jekka makes a Skechers joke, another overplayed thing in my opinion, and they wonder how the fire alarm hasn't gone off. Not that they mind. They talk about Marlboro Ultralights being the cigarettes you have when pregnant, and Nicole says that suicide is for when you're pregnant, which is probably a reference to the suicidal pregnancy shirt she's wearing. Jekka asks what the Antichrist of cigarettes are, and Nicole says cloves, which is funny because those were banned in the US in 2009, shortly after this, thanks to an act that banned flavored cigarettes. Jekka wants to smoke one, but considering she doesn't want to do illegal drugs like crack, I'm not sure she'd want to do illegal cigarettes. Mr. Katz shows up asking what they're doing, and Jekka convinces him to let them finish the cigarette, showing he's not only a pedophile, as we'll see later, but also casually allows illegal stuff. Yay! Jekka tells Nicole that if you talk to men like dogs, they'll do anything, and Nicole asks if that'll work on women, which I'll give her a gay point for asking about. Lynn shows up asking about the smoking, and Jekka tries the same thing on her, but it doesn't work, as you'd expect. Once again, the smoke clears instantly, and she orders them back to class, which makes me wonder, were they, like, skipping? Or was it between classes? If they were skipping, that makes Mr. Katz even worse for allowing it. But, I mean, every teacher in the school sucks, so... Nicole says Jekka wasn't hot enough to make it work, which is the first time she's said that rather than just saying she is hot, at least to my immediate recollection. We cut to the hallway where, of course, Crispin is here to talk to the two as if he has any chance with them. He always seems to show up near the very start of the game, doesn't he?
No, like the one where this guy just goes crazy, he's like outside.
I don't know why, but I love the way he says the no. The two girls reiterate that they don't like him after he tries to start up conversation. They say they don't drink Rockstar Energy or play guitar or other virgin shit like he does. Two things. One, given their hatred of men and everything, I don't think either girl has ever had sex, or at the very least, Jekka probably hasn't, since my running theory is still that Nicole might have been sexually assaulted at some point, fortunately. And two, Nicole literally has two instruments in her bedroom that look like guitars, and this even gets brought up later, so... Once he leaves, Kyler shows up, giving us a revolving door of characters to remind us all who exists. He asks to hang out with Jekka, and she gets offended with his lack of praise of her, with Nicole agreeing that she'd become a sex symbol overnight if she killed someone, which I'm gonna count as a gay point as well. We're starting off strong. Kyler gets violent, so Berlade shows up, and seems to actually drag him away based on the way the sprites move. Look, once you study this game enough, you get really good at interpreting the intended movements of everything. Berlade says he's going to visit the therapist, and says it's a she. Nicole questions if the counselor was fired, but Jekka says no, that they got him some help instead, although we never see him in the school in this game. Nicole wonders if she's a pedophile too, but say it with me, they think women can't be pedophiles. From here we go to the theater club classroom, and Jekka has a new outfit that I think looks really good on her. I mean, most of them do, but, you know. Lynn is holding a sort of lecture about bullying in place of their usual health class. She says that over the last 10 years, bullying has gone up, but actually if you do some research, the National Center for Education Statistics has been seeing a gradual decrease in bullying over the last 20 years, which is wonderful. Jekka brings up that maybe it's only been reported more after Columbine, which very much might be the case. Something I'd also like to mention is that it's interesting because in the first two games, the main event they're referred to is Virginia Tech, but in this scene, they refer to Columbine multiple times instead. It's a small detail, but something I find interesting. Lynn gets onto them for bullying Jeffrey, and Hunter asks if she's comparing Jeffrey to the Columbine shooters, which, I mean, he is like them, so...
Yeah, I fucked the shit out of the Columbine shooters.
Wow. Excuse me?
They killed people, that's cool. All Jeffrey does is bring toys to lunch.
So does that mean that she'd want to fuck Jeffrey after he committed his shooting? Because I like to imagine that in the middle of him doing it, Emily just, like, shows up and asks if he wants to have sex before he just guns her down then and there, like we potentially saw in the hallway. That absolutely feels like the kind of joke this series would do. Unfortunately, I can't take credit for that idea. That was my boyfriend and editor arc, who you'll get to hear from in the tier list section of this video. Now, Lynn continues.
That's exactly what I mean. Would anyone like to take a guess of how many bullying incidents occur in America per day?
Like 5?
He always has the best lines. Though unfortunately this is one of those last times to have this kind of snappy one-liner. After this, the students start a new thing where every 7 seconds somebody bullies somebody else, mostly by just making fun of them. They continue doing it until Lynn becomes too frustrated and gives up, which only further proves she's a horrible principal, letting the students get to her that easily and not punishing anyone for something so blatant. Emily makes fun of Jeffrey for watching Harry Potter, even though she was the one who said Megan looks like Hermione in the second game. After this, we cut back to the front of the school where Nicole is telling Jekka about a stalker she had, and how she didn't call the police because she was bored. Which is somewhat similar to the justification she gave to dating Colby, and, look how that turned out. We get the first mention of Jekka's parents, and she says her parents want her to get into a good college. We've heard pieces of this and learned little bits about her parents over the past 2 games, and Flipside is where they finally collected to us actually meeting her dad. Unfortunately. Kyler shoves Trody, saying it's been 7 seconds, showing that it's spreading, and then Trody calls him not straight, which was something they established in the previous games, because gay has become something they're not allowed to say in a negative way. Kelly and Karen walk by and do the 7 seconds thing too. Then Crispin zooms by on a skateboard. Even more of a stereotype. Jekka says Nicole hasn't been as eager to mess with people lately, maybe foreshadowing her depression, and decides to put a stick in his path as he goes flying, crying out that he hurt his legs.
Oh,
Nice SpongeBob impression.
no, for real, I think I actually broke my leg.
Nice SpongeBob impression.
I can't help but wonder if maybe this entire thing is where the anti-bullying assembly came from. Something they mentioned in the second game a few times that they never actually showed. The timing would match up. Lynn shows up, and when she learns what happened, she says she's going to resort to drastic measures, which goes to show that even something innocuous like this leads to Jekka and Nicole making things worse for everyone else. She leaves, without calling in an ambulance. We see this come to fruition when at lunch they discover there's assigned seating, and for some reason, Nicole and Jekka were paired together. They wonder who else will sit with them, wondering if it might be the janitor, only for it to be someone worse. Jeffrey. He comes in asking if he can draw Sento Takahashi fan art, which isn't a real writer. They tell him to leave, but he explains he's assigned to sit there. They try to talk amongst themselves, but they get distracted by his image.
What are you drawing?
I told you, I was drawing Hikari-chan from Sento Takahashi's Girls Free For All.
That was a lot of really heterosexual words.
Does Sento Hakamoshi actually draw it that shitty?
No, hey!
What's the actual thing look like?
Luckily, I have volume 6 of the manga with her on the front cover.
Whoa.
Damn, she got some big ass fucking titties, Jeffrey.
I know, but I don't just like her for that. She's really strong and determined to fight for her friends.
This is like the virgin nerd version of I Can Fix Her.
How does she even fight with those?
She does a lot of cool moves. You just have to read it.
Cool moves.
Sucks and fucks, duh.
No, it's a really intricate story without any of that naughty stuff.
Why do all these animes have hot girls and a porn level plot without the sex?
So people afraid of growing up have something to beat off to?
No, her backstory's good. When Hikari-chan was a young girl, she escaped from an orphanage ran by the evil Kage clan. Then she trained in martial arts and sorcery until she was allowed to join the rebellion at the age of 13.
13? Why does a 13-year-old look like she's ready to suck and fuck her way through an HBO pilot?
It's a work of fantasy. There's no HBO in her universe.
Yeah, that's what she was getting at.
God, I wish I had tits like that at 13, then I wouldn't have failed algebra.
Jeffrey, you don't think it's a little statutory for a 13-year-old to look like that?
Look like what? She can't help how her body is. If someone touched you inappropriately, would you want him to say your body makes it your fault?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Except for one little part.
What?
She's not real.
Yeah, some fucked up lonely Asian guy drew that in his parents' basement because he wanted her to look like that.
Wasn't the point of arranged seating that I wouldn't get bullied anymore? I'm gonna tell.
No, wait, we support it.
Support what?
You living this imaginary 13-year-old girl?
Both of you?
If I say no, I'll get expelled. If I say yes, I'll go to jail.
Gotta love anime, huh? Hikari looks like Gura if she was a short stack. And to answer your question, Jekka, it's because they try to get as close to porn as they can while not actually being porn, so they can sell it as a real manga while still getting that specific crowd. It's really pretty simple. Jeffrey, while I understand his sentiment, is completely in the wrong. Yes, some girls can and do look like that at the age of 13. Hell, when I was in 5th grade, before I'd gone through puberty or even understood what it was, I had a girl in my class who went through it early, and suddenly she was really tall and really busty, and I legitimately thought she was lying about her age. However, Hikari is purposefully drawn to look like that by a person. We could go into a discussion about the culture of Japan and how they do this sort of thing frequently in anime, but that's not exactly a discussion I want to have right now. Point is, Jeffrey is treating her too much like a real person by saying it's out of her control. Also, Jekka saying she'll go to jail, she says yes, is just blatantly false too. Funnily enough, because of Nicole's previous statement saying she's not real. Either way, with that awkward interaction done with, we cut to Nicole's house, and it's honestly strange thinking about how we don't see it that much in this game. Jekka bashes Nightmare Before Christmas, which, even as someone who only watched it for the first time last year, feels kinda hurtful. She also calls it a cartoon, and Nicole brings up Family Guy.
What about Family Guy?
That's not a cartoon, it's for adults.
Are you sure?
Bitch, do you not know what a cartoon is? Jekka, being one of those people who says cartoons, emphasizing the quotation marks, is only for kids, hurts me deeply. Also, Family Guy isn't for kids technically, but a lot of kids watch it anyway. Nicole's brother shows up, and he still doesn't have a name, and never will.
No, I just like peace and quiet when macking on these online bitches.
There's another funny no. Nicole asks if they're going to end up on Dateline again with her brother's whole thing being a pedophile, and he laments about everyone being ageist. Gosh, there are a lot of quotation marks in my script so far. Anyway, he leaves and heads for the basement.
That's swell.
Voice acting is still on point. Nicole mentions that Marilyn Manson is going to be in town, which makes me wonder how big their town is implied to be. I guess on the East Coast, it's likely to be bigger by merit of location, right? Nicole mentions he's going to be here next Friday. Keep this in mind, it's important for later. They start going on another discussion about drugs to take during the concert, and how a rich and famous person molesting you is okay, because it's something to brag about when a cop breaks into the house, somehow seemingly without a warrant. I mean, the cops in this world suck most of the time anyway, so... Nicole already knows what he wants, and casually directs him to the basement. Their discussion continues as we hear muffled shouting of the cop taking care of the brother. Soon the two emerge into the living room, where the brother is properly arrested for the third time, since it happens in every single game. Jekka and Nicole try to keep talking, with Jekka mentioning her dad again, but they have to ask the cop to quiet down, and he actually apologizes. Jekka says her dad would never pay for better seats at the concert, and Nicole says she feels less bad about her dad killing himself. Jekka says she didn't feel bad at all, but Nicole says, "You don't know that," which feels like something to note. I've always believed that witnessing her father's suicide messed her up more than she was even aware of, so it's nice that we get a little bit of a hint at that she did actually care despite what other people, even her best friend, might think. Nicole reiterates that it's next Friday. Some time passes and we find ourselves in Mr. Cat's class, where it's 4 of our favorite girls. You might immediately notice that Jekka's wearing a Dare shirt for some reason, despite, constantly going against the message of Dare. Also, looking at this, I really have to question what the dress code is. I mean, I know high schools are more lax than middle schools, but I remember in middle school I wore a tank top one day, and it took less than 5 minutes at the start of the day for a teacher to come up and tell me I couldn't wear it. And here Ari is with something that only has straps and shows midriff. Emily basically wears only stuff like this, too. Mr. Katz is talking about Malcolm X and asks if anyone has any questions. Ari asks if he lives alone with his pets, which seems to confirm he doesn't have a wife, which at least makes what he's going to do, 0.1% better, since he's not cheating when he courts a teenager. Karen asks if it's okay for him to be using the N-word so much reading the quotes, and he assures her it's for accuracy. It comes up again later, so yay, not only is Mr. Katz a crackhead pedophile, but he's also racist. I swear this game just wants to make every character worse in some way. He wasn't great to begin with, but they made him even worse. Jekka makes a comment that gets Mr. Katz to make her stay after class. He tells her she's falling behind and isn't earning the grades an AP student should. I know it's because of her parents, but it's still weird to think of her as being in an AP class, though it explains why we saw Karen, Megan, and Ari, and they're some of the few really smart students we know in this school. To try and get out of it, she flirts with him, making that stupid tongue-out face from the previous game. It's still disgusting and horrific. It also works better than she expected, and he asks her out on a date. She also mentions yet another drug, and it makes me feel like I've learned more about drugs from this series than I ever needed to know. She asks him to buy her American Spirits since she's won 1/128th Cherokee, which, by the way, is a great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparent about 160 to 200 years ago. Honestly, that could be the case, but knowing Jekka, it's unlikely to be anything but a lie. She asks why Fresh Prince didn't have an episode on dating your teacher, and that makes me think back to when Nicole told Ari about how every sitcom has a pedophile episode. You know, analyzing the series like this is just making me realize how many lines and moments I now randomly have memorized. It's kind of funny, but a little sad at the same time. We cut to Nicole and Crispin talking, and he mentions her liking guitars, which is a good acknowledgement of what came before, and justifies Nicole having two in her room. Jekka arrives, and when Crispin tries to talk to her too, she shouts at him.
Shut the fuck up! Die! Die in a plane crash!
When he walks away, it almost feels like he's about to cry, though I doubt that's really the case. Jekka explains why she's late and what happened with Mr. Katz. When she says the date is tonight, Nicole freaks out since the concert is tonight, and they get into argument about this Friday versus next Friday, and I have to side with Jekka. When you say next Friday, you mean Friday of next week. And if you're talking about a Friday happening this week, you say this Friday. It's far less confusing that way. Nicole is upset she isn't going to, since, in her words, it's the one time she actually planned something. Nicole asks what happens if she fails history, and this feels double-edged. Jekka says she won't graduate if she fails, but at the same time, it's mostly because of her dad that she's worried about it, as we'll eventually see. Jekka asks if this is an ultimatum, and although Nicole says no, this does feel like one, which means both girls will eventually give one in this route, if you interpret it as one. We get a choice here and choose to pick our future over our friends. Nicole affirms it's not an ultimatum, but she's still pissed off, and says if it was Ryan Sheckler, she'd go. Ryan Sheckler is a skateboarder who seems to be one of the few men Jekka actively is in love with and desperately wants to marry. And probably fuck. He's been mentioned a few times, and I think he gets one or two more mentions in this game. Jekka says she could scalp the tickets, but Nicole says she isn't smart enough for that. Even though in the previous game she was smart enough to figure out how to sell crack and get community service hours off of it. She could figure out how to do this if she really wanted to. Jekka says she needs to make new friends, and Nicole replies she doesn't know how, which, considering how she's moved so many times, I can buy it. Jekka then drops a surprisingly heavy line.
I don't know if you should need me this much.
It's such a fascinating line for how truthful it is. Jekka doesn't have many friends either, but she at least seems to be on good terms with people like Kelly, and that's more than you can say for Nicole. Nicole's only lifeline is Jekka, and although she seems content with that, it would be better for her to make more friends. Jekka is great, but, as they say, variety is the spice of life, and having more than one friend is really healthy. But we know Nicole, and we know that's not going to happen because she seems to avoid healthy relationships like the plague. We see Jekka and Katz at Olive Garden, which I'll agree is fancy for the average person, though it's not technically fancy dining. Jekka's upset about it, and Katz says it has a fancy atmosphere, so Jekka asks if he thinks she's 9, which is really unfortunately ironic. Mr. Katz is really bad at whatever he's trying to do, but offers to call this new arrangement extra credit. Ugh. She basically spits in his face multiple times that he's dating a high schooler and being a pedophile, but his self-esteem must be low because he takes it all in stride and just keeps pushing forward. When he asks what kind of person she thinks he is, she says he's Nambla. Now, time for a short, disgusting history lesson. NAMBLA is the North American Man-Boy Love Association, and is a group that basically advocates for pedophilia and wishes to abolish age of consent laws. I know that seems ridiculous, and it is, but it's unfortunately a real thing. It was created in 1978, and since it originally swayed towards gay relationships, albeit pedophilic ones, it was originally considered part of the LGBTQ+ culture, and was part of the International Lesbian and Gay Association. But eventually people came to their senses and kicked them out in 1994 after pressure from the UN. However, because of this whole mess and cooperation for a time, the ILGA wasn't able to get fully recognized by the UN until 2006. As of today, they are generally considered to be one of the most despised groups of men in America. Truly vile people. Now, did I have to go into all that to explain a single joke? Not really, but, I wanted to anyway. After a bit, we cut to Jekka's house, the first time we get to see the inside. We also finally get to meet Jekka's dad. Something to note is that he's one of the few people who calls Jekka by her full name, which, considering someone else who does that is the counselor, makes it feel disrespectful. It's a pretty bad sign when the first thing she says as her father calls for her is that she doesn't want him to hit her. Yikes. He tells her Mr. Katz said she's making good progress in class. Jekka says she's happy there are anti-bullying rules so she won't get made fun of for being good at school, and her dad is annoyed by this, saying that bullying helps build character and everything. You know, the usual boomer stuff, which this man is a profound example of. Jekka explains that you can't just call someone gay anymore, and her father seems to have a moment of panic and asks if they actually are gay. I'm not even surprised, he's probably homophobe too, and I only pray he never learns that Jekka is everything but confirmed to be bisexual. Jekka says she needs to go out, and her dad loses it, asking if she's going out to meet a boy. I'd find it funny if, in another world, she'd shouted back, "No, it's a girl!" But that probably wouldn't be much better, given what we just talked about. Also, here we get our first indication of how bad he is.
It's just if you came home pregnant, I'd beat the fucking baby out of you!
No, Dad, I'm just going out, okay?
No boyfriend!
Definitely not.
Just a preface, this is, in my opinion, the absolute worst character in the series, so be prepared for me to go off every time he shows up and gives us more and more reasons to hate him. He decides to watch Ugly Betty to calm down after she leaves. We cut to class again where Mr. Katz is talking about the Chinese Exclusion Act, and he seems out of breath. Almost like he got way too passionate about it. Ari asks if he needed to say all the slurs with the F word, and he once again says it's for historical accuracy, which, again, further proves that he's absolutely racist. Cool. Jekka questions him, and he lets it slip that they went to Olive Garden. Ari questions this, and he quickly clarifies he went with his family. He tells them good luck on their crossword puzzles, which sounds like fun homework, though Karen is worried there will be more slurs in it. Katz wants to talk to Jekka about their arrangement and how they almost blew their cover, but Jekka tells him he's the one who almost messed up. Jekka jokes about the police, and Katz panics, but right after that she assures him he calls her beautiful and asks that she won't leave him. Right? That statement gives me the vibes of abandonment issues, but it doesn't really come up anywhere else, so I'm not fully sold on that. He wants to take her out again, and although she doesn't want to, she agrees for extra credit.
See, that's my little girl.
Ugh, blah. Stop, please. I love this route and its ending, but Mr. Katz is so bad. I don't like it. He clearly has a little girl fetish. Not even like underage stuff, which is already bad enough, but like a little girl. Something even worse. When she asks if she can go to lunch, he says he doesn't want to be controlling or abusive, which he quickly ends up doing later anyway. At lunch, Nicole brings up D&D, which Jekka thinks means Dick and Denny's, which is honestly fantastic. She says Jeffrey was going off about it, and honestly, I'm surprised Jeffrey's into D&D. It seems outside his usual nerd stereotype. But, I mean, we're going for character inconsistency in this game anyway, so, oh well. Jekka says it's like Monopoly for people who write letters with magazine clippings, which is just like, how do you even compare D&D to Monopoly? There's quite literally nothing similar there, but whatever. Jekka asks when this happened, and is surprised to learn Jeffrey and Nicole talked outside of class. Nicole brings up her mom, but brushes it off, which is the first sign of this being the suicide route, as her mom is the one that set off the chain of events that led to this happening. Also, Nicole's mom doesn't show up anywhere in the entire game. I know this is Jekka's game, and we don't go to Nicole's house very much, but still, that's really weird to think about, isn't it? Jekka says she can't talk about the cat stuff with anyone else, or she'll end up on the news, and Nicole ominously says the news won't care about her until it's too late. Which feels super dark considering where this route is going. It's also somewhat reminiscent of the school shooter ending from the first game, and how they talked about Jeffrey in the news more than the victims. Jekka suggests she should see the therapist, but Nicole thinks it's a waste of time. We cut to Jekka and Katz out on the street. They're in Georgetown since Katz wanted them further away so people wouldn't recognize them. He asks them to go to the movies since it's dark in there. She questions this, and he gets aggressive and in her face about going with him. She tries to back off, but he comes in closer again and tells her to do what he says. Oh, but don't worry, he doesn't want to be controlling. She agrees and says she wants a cigarette first. We get a fairly pretty CG, and she says fuck me as she takes a hit, which I don't think it's wise to say something like that around him. Katz asks if she likes them since he bought them. She says yes, and he takes her hand, calling himself Daddy. Again. Ugh. And saying she looks older now with a cigarette, and Jekka makes a snide remark that now they just look like two adults with a huge age gap, and Katz tells her to just be quiet. We cut back to school, where Jekka visits the female therapist, who turns out to be Miss Ames. She's a lot less... well, she's not racist in this game. Honestly, she had a lot of her personality taken from her in this game, which means she's a better person, but a worse character overall. That seems to be a kind of running thing in this game, taking old characters and making them worse in different ways. Jekka says she's there to talk about a guy she's seeing, but when Miss Ames asks for more info, she's hesitant to give anything. She actually does a great job dancing around the real issue for the entire session, even if that's a little counterproductive. She asks if she can tell her parents, and Jekka says it would be weird, which Miss Ames understands. She asks for their name, and Jekka says she can't tell her, but does say it's someone older than her. Miss Ames asks where the problem is, and Jekka says it's a few things. She isn't attracted to him, and he has control of her life, so she has to make him happy. She believes that if he's happy now, she'll be happier in the long run. Miss Ames wants to know what he has control over, but she doesn't want to say, and just asks for her help. Miss Ames tells her this sounds like an abusive relationship, which reminds me of the counselor telling Ari about abusive relationships in Re-Up. But she can't do anything except offer coping mechanisms if she doesn't know the specifics. Jekka says she wants them, and Miss Ames says it's good to have a reliable network of supportive friends. Jekka asks what she should do if her friends are even more abusive, and Miss Ames asks why they're friends to begin with. And Jekka says it's a long story. But it isn't really. Nicole and Jekka just became friends out of coincidence, or rather because, as one of them said in the first game, they're the two prettiest girls at lunch, so they were going to become friends regardless. Still though, it's a good point. I mean, Jekka could try relying more on Kelly, since she seems to be a better friend than Nicole would ever be. Both Jekka and Nicole have this same problem though. Neither has many friends. Nicole seems to only really have Jekka, while Jekka at the very least could make new friends again, or again, rely on Kelly, who she seems to be on good terms with, and given what we see in the other route, has good chemistry with. Nicole later on says she's bad at making friends and doesn't know how to do it, which, at the very least, Jekka could still likely do if she really wanted to. Miss Ames pushes that friends are a good temporary coping mechanism, and asks if she has any other questions. Jekka asks what's more important, happiness now or possible future happiness later, and Miss Ames tells her that's really up to her to decide. Personally, I think future happiness is more important if the time that you need to get there is shorter than the future happiness. Jekka then asks one more thing. If someone gets off to her acting like a little girl, would he get off to a real child? And Miss Ames asks if that's a trick question because the answer is obvious, which just makes the entire situation feel more icky. I like how this scene is taken very seriously, though. There's still jokes and stuff here from Jekka, but overall the scene feels much more grounded and real. It sucks that this kind of scenario has probably happened to someone in the past, or even today. Back at Jekka's house, she says what she's doing feels like an Amanda Bynes movie, which is yet another Nickelodeon reference from her, and it won't be the final one either. We'll get one more later that sort of completes this era of the network. Jekka is about to break off the arrangement when her dad shows up congratulating her for the good news. She's on the honor roll, which is honestly insane. How much extra credit is Mr. Katz giving her? Her father says the acceptance letters will be flooding out the mailbox like Harry Potter. The second mention of it in this game, and it won't be the last, for some reason. Jekka cautiously asks about a hypothetical situation where she doesn't want to go to college, and her dad, being the terrible boomer of a character he is, basically says she won't amount to anything if she doesn't go to college, which, look, college is good. Or it can be if it's something you actually need it for. If you're planning to go into a career that doesn't require it, then it can be considered basically useless. It doesn't guarantee failure not to go, and it doesn't guarantee success if you go either. I went to college and I still ended up with a dumb retail job because the career I actually want, the one I'm actively working towards, and no, it's not YouTube, not really. Never needed a degree, and now I wish I could go back and get that time and money back. College can help, but only if you really truly need it for the career you intend to go down. Otherwise, it's just a waste. At least that's been my experience. Going back to this, her father says he'd knock out her teeth with a bat if he saw her selling her body, which shows ahead of time the kind of pressure Jekka will feel in the feet routes. Blech. Also, what a fucking hypocrite when he pays Nicole for feet stuff later on. I mean, seriously. Anyway, we cut back to the school, though this time it's not the usual backdrop. I can't tell exactly which, side, back, or front of the school it is, but we find Mr. Laurie, who says he wants to smoke as well. Also, to take a moment, what the hell is Jekka wearing? That looks more like a sports bra than an actual shirt, which should break dress codes, but, sure. In this timeline, they don't know who Laurie is, and even sort of question whether he's a real teacher or not. He says he only teaches the seniors, which explains why he was only in the second game and not the first. When Nicole realizes she forgot her cigarettes, she asks for Laurie's, and he says he'll sell it to her for $5, which is $7.52 today. Yes, we're doing it again! Here we go! Also,
Have them? No.
again, I love the way some of the guys just say no in this game. Jekka says that's too much for a half-open pack, unaware that in 2025, that would be an actual steal, both before and after inflation. Jekka hands it over, and he says he'll see them around. Now, this interaction, more than any of the other ones in the second game, felt off. I know we brought up before how he might be a pedophile, given that Jekka thinks he has a crush on Nicole, and while there's still no direct confirmation of that, this conversation is so weird and stilted on his end that I'm more willing to believe it now. Nicole says she can only hang out for one cigarette because she has to meet someone for a concert, but Jekka says she needs longer than that. Nicole calls Mr. Katz Roman Polanski, who is a real person, a Polish-French filmmaker and actor who won a bunch of awards. Jekka doesn't know who that is, though, and Nicole says it's just a name she thought was funny. Jekka says Katz has become more paranoid, and Nicole makes fun of the absurdity of the situation. Jekka says she only has to last 2 more months, which, if they're still in April, means their school year ends in June? I've only ever heard of American schools that end the year in May, not June, but maybe that's just a lack of knowledge. Nicole says he might be her teacher next year, too, which makes Jekka panic about whether she'll have to keep this up an entire other year. Nicole goes on saying she wants to stay and talk more, but she has to get going to her hostage friendships, which is another hint at what exactly is going to happen and what this is parallel to. But it still doesn't become blatantly obvious just yet. She says the cigarettes taste bad when usually they taste good, and Jekka wonders if she's depressed, which yes, she absolutely is. Depression can affect how things taste, and given this is Nicole's suicide route, she's definitely depressed. Also, a little note that Jekka says she hates white people, which I know is just a little joke, but reminds me of the idea that Jekka's just a little bit racist, which comes up again in this game. We cut to Katz and Jekka talking about bumping up one of her assignments by a few points, as she absentmindedly agrees. He asks her to wear an outfit he picked out for her, but she says it's far too much like a children's outfit. She talks back, and he asks why she's being sloppy, using the same exits as him, and asking why she changed his contact to something else. She tells him he's the one who asked her to do that, but he didn't want her to do something as obvious as teacher date, which makes me question, has he been looking at her phone? How does he know what she changed him to? She asks what she's supposed to do, and he says he can feel them closing in. He's freaking out, showing he really is growing super paranoid. Jekka reassures him by calling him Daddy, and it instantly seems to calm him down a bit. He reiterates he'll bump up the grade if she wears the shirt, although at first she says it has Dora on it, but eventually gives in. We cut back to Miss Ames, who says she's seen Jekka a few times by now. She asks how things are going, but Jekka says she doesn't think things are going to get any better, and that she's caught between the abusive relationship and her dad hating her. Miss Ames asks about that, and Jekka reiterates that she can't tell anyone what's being told here, and Miss Ames says yes. Even on a small scale, it's patient confidentiality, which, despite what you may think, I don't think it gets broken later. Jekka clarifies nothing is ever good enough for her father and describes how abusive he is, and how he gets angry so easily. She describes how he wants her to graduate and go to a good school, or else she'll end up a whore. Miss Ames asks what he would do if she found out about this relationship, and Jekka, without hesitation, says he'd beat her. Miss Ames says little things might not show the whole picture of how he cares for her, but Jekka isn't so sure, saying he'd probably encourage it instead of helping her out of the relationship. When Miss Ames asks why, Jekka lets it slip that she needs the relationship to pass history. Miss Ames questions this, and Jekka curses as she tells her she can't sneak answers in class because that can lead to expulsion, and Jekka finally comes clean that she's dating Mr. Katz. Miss Ames says that isn't good, shocker, and Jekka reiterates that she can't tell anyone. And then...
I have to keep dating him, because if I don't, he's gonna fail me. If I get him next year, he's gonna fail me again. And if I get held back, my GPA is gonna tank, then colleges aren't gonna want me, and my dad's gonna fucking hit me. So I need to do this. I need to act like a little girl for some daddy fetish weirdo, or I'm gonna end up a worthless whore on the side of the road.
I understand this can be very tough.
What the fuck do you understand about any of this?
This is only the first scene where Jekka starts rambling like this in the game, and it really goes a long way to show how good her VA, Kaylee Mills, is. She's always been great since the first game, but I feel like in Re-Up and Flipside she really shines. I'm also honestly surprised there isn't any of that one background noise that usually indicates something serious is happening. It shows up later, but surprisingly not here. Jekka says Miss Ames is going to go home and watch Ugly Betty, which her father also watched to calm down. Fed up, she leaves. She runs into Nicole in the foyer, where Megan is just leaving off screen. She doesn't have any lines in this game and only shows up briefly a few times, which makes sense given how this game mostly takes place at the mall after graduation. Jekka says she wants to hang out, clearly shaken and needing some form of comfort that she can get just by talking to Nicole. She asks Nicole how the concert was, Nicole says it went as expected, and Jekka asks for her to skip fourth period and buy cigarettes off the weirdo in front of the school, who we now know is Mr. Laurie, but... that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Nicole says she's lost the will to do anything, and Jekka pleads with her to go, and Nicole says if he kidnaps her, she won't be able to help with her noodle arms. Wait. Yes, this is the exact same conversation from the first game. It is here that even players who haven't been paying too much attention to the other clues will usually finally realize what this is. Dialogue from one of the routes of the first game, the Sxicide route. This reveal, having been hinted at several times throughout the route, is absolutely fantastic, and in my opinion, along with the actual ending, sells this route as one of the best in the series. In the first game, you might wonder why Jekka seems to be getting so upset that Nicole won't hang out with her, but now that we've finally been able to see everything that's been going on with Jekka, we can now fully understand why she got so upset with her. Not only that, but knowing what route this is and remembering how it ends immediately leaves you with this empty feeling in the bottom of your stomach. You know that eventually that shoe is going to drop, it's just a question of how and when now. Anyway, we've seen how this ends. Jekka says if she doesn't have an answer by fourth period, their friendship is over, and leaves. I find it interesting, though, that the moment she leaves, she regrets saying it. It's easy to see why she blames herself later and apologizes in her text to her in the first game. Before she can decide to go back, Miss Ames shows up and asks how she's doing, as well as asks her to come back and finish their talk. Jekka doesn't want to and seems to start hyperventilating. Random note, but I think it's crazy that at the exact same time that this is happening, the guys are ganging up on Nicole in the foyer. Miss Ames gets Jekka to calm down and asks for her to speak with someone. The cop appears and Jekka freaks out again. We hear the background noise again, the one that signals something extremely serious or terrible is happening. It only happened once or twice in the first game, a few times in the second, and this game has the most instances, with a twist. Let me play the clip for you.
Is this her?
What the fuck, you told someone?
You're not in trouble. The officer just has to file a report.
No, this ruins everything!
We need to talk about Mr. Katz.
You said you would tell me, buddy!
I had to.
Yeah, I guess you had to fuck my future up too, and I'm never passing that class!
Why don't you come with us back into the counseling room?
I'm not telling you shit!
Jekka!
I can see Miss Ames not having broken confidentiality by reporting Mr. Katz. He's not her patient, and since he committed the crime, he can be arrested and charged. It's a little shaky, but I think it works. As for the background noise, it happens multiple times and even sounds like a heartbeat, likely Jekka's. It's also far louder, showing just how panicked she is. Jekka runs away and the cop asks to go back to his car. Jekka runs home. She decides that if she tells her dad before they do, she'll be able to convince him they're liars. She tries to come up with an excuse and her dad comes in, the background noise playing once more as he asks what she's doing there. He says he got a phone call and Jekka tries to spin it into being a rumor, but he yells at her to shut up, saying he heard she fucked cats, the background noise sounding again on the word fucked. He asks if it's true and Jekka says she didn't actually fuck him. He says he's gonna beat her as we get another noise and goes to get the fire poker. Jekka decides to leave and head to Nicole's house, figuring she'd be home since she skips all the time, and she isn't technically wrong. When Jekka gets there, her home is dark, and it's now night. It doesn't really make sense for it to be, but it has to match the first game, I suppose. She gets nervous as she creeps inside, calling out for Nicole. When she doesn't answer, she assumes she might have headphones on. We get a series of CGs as Jekka slowly pushes the door open, quietly calling out Nicole's name until...
What the fuck? She did it. No.
It's the same CG as Nicole's suicide in the first game. Jekka walks up to the desk and finds a note, revealing that the ending monologue from the suicide ending was Nicole's suicide note. She figures out her mom caused all this, and she looks up at Nicole, asking aloud what she's gonna do. I have to once again question where Nicole's mom is during all of this. 1 month passes, and we see Jekka back with Miss Ames. We never get to see what happened with Katz or her dad. Given the fact she's still in school, I can only hope things were cleared up with her father, but knowing him, I doubt anything involved with it was pretty. Jekka seems to have gotten a new history teacher, though again we don't know what happened with Katz, but hopefully he was locked up, and that she's doing some stuff online now. Miss Ames asks her about her new classmates, but you can tell Jekka's completely depressed. Jekka snaps at her when she asks if she has problems making new friends, saying Miss Ames is asking if she replaced Nicole. Miss Ames isn't fazed, though, and asks if she thinks Nicole could even be replaced. Miss Ames says that entire day was full of problematic events, likely referring to Katz. Jekka says everything moved on for everyone but her. She's bitter that people barely mourned Nicole, and even when they did, it was only for a few days at the most. And once that was done, they moved on and started hitting on her again. Nicole wasn't popular. She was pretty, and guys and girls both fell for her, but she wasn't popular. Jekka was her only friend, so despite all the chaos and action that happened around her, nobody really cared when she was gone, except Jekka. She also states how no one cared about her, because after Nicole's death, nothing changed, and no one seems to consider how her life was going to be different forever. That also makes me think that the stuff with her dad got figured out in some way. Miss Ames says it won't be different forever, but Jekka says exactly. And the route ends there. The ending text is called Why, and is the only text in the series to come from Nicole, and reads, Why can't you help me? This paired with Jekka's text in the first game is absolutely amazing, adding even more to such a wonderful story told so simply through these 2 messages. It makes perfect sense why Jekka felt so guilty. It's also the only route in the entire series not to have an ending monologue, leaving it completely open-ended. To me, it seems like she might have also committed suicide. Maybe not immediately, but sometime after this. She became depressed after Nicole's death, and seeing no point anymore, followed after her. Of course, that's just my interpretation, and that's why I think this is the second or third best ending in the entire series. It builds off stuff established all the way back in the first game, shows the other side of the coin with conversations, makes Jekka's text from the first game, which already hit hard, hit even harder, and has such a unique, open-ended ending. I adore it so much, but unfortunately it's where the game peaks. And from here, things simply continue to go downhill until it completely crashes. Quite literally, in terms of the next route. For the second route, we start back at the choice with Nicole, and choose to pick her over her school. And surprisingly, this doesn't turn out as bad for Jekka later as you'd think. Jekka says she just wants to get high while she's there, and Nicole assures her she will, and says she can just apologize and compliment Katz later, which doesn't exactly work out. As they're talking, we suddenly hear a footstep as Ari runs into Jekka. Jekka curses her for it, and Nicole asks why she's in a rush, with Ari telling them she's late for her job working at Domino's, which is one of 3 jobs we get to see her at, 2 in this game and 1 in the anime. Also, it's ironic that Ari runs into Jekka here, but Jekka will return it later by running into her, in a far worse way. Nicole says being a delivery driver is stupid and dangerous, but Ari disagrees, saying that even the people who always get her multiple times are too overweight to do anything to her. Also, we have a typo here with Jekka's line of "someone's gonna actually kill you," with "actually" spelled wrong. It doesn't happen very often, so I like to point it out when it does. This conversation ends, and Ari calls them lazy bitches as she leaves, which is absolutely accurate, though more for Nicole than Jekka, since Jekka at least tries in school and stuff, even if it's only because of her father. Also, fun fact, Domino's rebranded in 2009, so they'd still be using the original name back then. Jekka wonders if maybe she's right, but Nicole says she's making the right decision going to the concert, and it's more work going to the concert because she'll be sweating from all the dancing while high. As Nicole leaves, Jekka slowly backs up before asking what she's doing with her life. Good question, and again, I love how you can picture exactly what's happening, even from the simple animation movements. We cut to the concert, which is the same place her and Crispin went in the first game, which makes sense, it's likely a general venue. Jekka wants Nicole to give her the drugs while the opening act is going on, so that they'll kick in by the time Manson comes on. Unfortunately, Nicole doesn't have them, and says she has a plan B, which Jekka at first thinks that means having sex with someone. She asks what happened to plan A, and Nicole says her dealer flaked on her because, wow, a drug dealer being unreliable? Shocker. Jekka asks what plan B is, and Nicole replies she just got Robitussin and Benadryl. Nicole then says they'll be bored for 2 hours if they don't get high, which is like, I don't fully get why you'd want to go to a concert at all if you can't have any enjoyment without being high. Like, I understand getting high can make things better, but if you don't even like it in the first place? Jekka drinks it and says it tastes nasty, sounding congested. I think the most disgusting medication I've ever taken was Pepto-Bismol. That shit is horrible. That's why I try not to take it as anything but a last resort. How come the stuff that's usually better for you usually tastes worse in terms of, like, medication? Suddenly, Emily comes up asking what they're doing and says they're wasting the tickets because they aren't true fans like her. That she bought all his albums, EPs, and singles. Do people really get this defensive about music? I mean, I don't, even with my favorite artists. Jekka says she came to the concert even while deathly sick, and that proves they're fans. Emily buys this and backs off, but says she'll be watching. I still love how this game uses people backing up and then turning around rather than turning around immediately. It portrays the movements way more. Random thought, but I wonder who the band playing in the background is. Jekka says she thought only guys do that to pick up girls, and Nicole says she's pretty sure Emily is gay, which she's correct, or rather she's probably bisexual, but still a good call-out. She says all white girls are either really gay or really racist. Jekka asks which one they are, and Nicole says it's to be determined, which I'm counting as a gay point for both. To be fair, Jekka has slight hints of racism throughout the series, but I wouldn't call her really racist. She's more gay. Time passes and Jekka goes home completely high. Her dad confronts her and she says she went to a concert. He asks why is she doing that when she's failing history since he got a call from Mr. Katz. Jekka says he just wanted to date, but he brushes past it and says she can't keep this up in the real world. He says in the real world, people like her get smacked around.
You think you can keep this shit up in the real world? You know what they do to girls like you in the real world?
What?
Smack the shit out of you!
No.
Beat you into the whorish pulp you are!
Despite the bad situation, this no is honestly really adorable. When Jekka doesn't even seem to be listening due to being high, her father decides to make her get a job. This is only the first time, but it won't be the last. Jekka says she isn't in a condition to work, but her father isn't having it and threatens to break her knees. She apologizes, finally sobered up a little and intimidated by his words, and he says he'll kick her out if she's unemployed by Monday. Imagine him doing this in today's day and age where it would be a miracle to get a job that fast. She goes up to her bedroom, which we get to see in full for the first time. It's way more pink and girly than I would have imagined for someone like Jekka, but it's not bad. She wants to go to sleep, but something flies across the screen and reveals itself to be the Hat Man. The Hat Man is a phenomenon where some people report seeing a shadowy man in a hat when suffering from sleep paralysis, waking up, or shared hallucinations from things like Benadryl, which is what Jekka is experiencing. He asked Jekka for Benadryl, actually, but she says she took it all, and he says he always shows up after it's all gone, which is admittedly a funny joke. She asks if he's gonna kill her, but he says he could if she wants him to, and then implies that he'd do it by making her kill herself, but then says it explicitly later. Obviously, it's a sort of metaphor for getting high and either overdosing or just killing yourself in the heat of the high, but Jekka says no. Somehow, the conversation turns to how McDonald's falsely advertised the 10-piece McNugget, which is funny because the Hat Man sounds like Crispin, but more competent and less stupid. Jekka asks for him to leave, and he does, though he says he's gonna steal the loose change in her car. Then we cut to presumably the next day, where Jekka's with Nicole at the mall, and back to her usual louder self. I know she was high and everything, but her voice was so cute, it's so jarring going right back to this afterward. She says the economy is bad because no one is hiring, and she complains about her dad forcing her to work. I wonder if she just remembered that he said that, or if he had to remind her in the morning. They bring up making fun of Ari for delivering Domino's, which becomes important for the ending, so they want to remind you. Jekka says she feels like a job is a pitfall everyone eventually falls into, which honestly doesn't feel that far off. She says she wanted to go to school to get a job that isn't shitty and hard like a doctor. Nicole points out how being a doctor is hard, but Jekka counters with how much money doctors make. Nicole says her mom told her doctors start at $60K a year, which is $90,284.67 today. And yeah, that's not as much as you'd think, but that's a starting job. Doctors can easily make over six figures if they spend enough time in the profession. Also another mention of Nicole's mom, even though we don't get to see her. Jekka says it feels like the world is set up to live with parents or future husbands, but Nicole says she doesn't want a husband, even though she's literally said before that she wants to marry a rich guy. I don't know, inconsistency. I also once again bring up that they also could just marry a rich woman, but whatever. Jekka decides to go check if Hot Topic will hire, but Nicole tells her they won't hire her unless she has pussy piercings, which feels weird to say. She goes anyway, and Nicole says she's going to get Benadryl from a bathroom vending machine. I didn't even know that was a thing before researching for this video. I knew some bathrooms have tampons, but I didn't know you could get prescriptions from some. There's even some you can get candy from, which feels gross. I wouldn't want candy from a public bathroom thing. We cut to Jekka explaining why she stole from here 2 years ago. Likely a reference to when they stole stuff in re-up. Truddy asks what other qualifications she has, which means that Jekka was using "I stole from here" as a qualification. Jekka says she gets good grades, is in an AP class, and will try at this job. He says there's only one issue, and she quickly says she was lying about not looking for a boyfriend. Truddy says that isn't it, and that she just doesn't look the part. He's gonna make her dye her hair, so I'll just say now that I wondered at first if Hot Topic does do this kind of thing, but no. Their dress code is actually really relaxed, which sounds nice, man. Jekka thinks he's talking about the piercings at first, though. She is right that this is workplace discrimination. She leaves in frustration, and Truddy says Hot Topic controls the courts, which might be a reference to something, but I'm not sure what. If it isn't a reference, it's just kind of funny and random. We cut to Dave & Buster's, where Emily and Nicole are hanging out, which is never a good combination, as we saw in Re-Up. They're apparently trying to find a sugar daddy since Emily thinks people who come here spend a lot of money, and if they're pretty enough, they'll want to spend that money on them instead. It's a really stupid plan. Jekka walks up, and Emily doesn't recognize her at first.
Half of them can barely run. They couldn't blow out a candle.
What about blowing? Do we know you?
Jekka, what the fuck?
Sorry, I know I said I'd stop doing those jokes.
No, what is your hair?
Oh shit, that is Jekka.
Now, I actually don't think the black hair looks that bad. It definitely looks better when she wears outfits that actually complement it, but even on its own, I don't think it's bad. Emily immediately guesses she's working at Hot Topic because she knows they make the employees do that. Which, again, unrealistic, but, you know, it's class of 09, so. Jekka says she gets hit on twice as much now because people think she's easier to approach than before. Emily says she looks like she gets off of being choked, and Jekka says it back, with Emily saying it takes one to know one. Not surprised. Kyle shows up, since we already know he's a regular here. Emily immediately asks if he has a lot of money, and he says he brings a lot to play. She asks if he has $10,000, and he says he doesn't even have that much in the bank, which is $15,047.44 today. Also, Emily, why would you possibly think someone going to Dave & Buster's has that much just spend? It's also fun seeing her going for someone with money now, because that's kind of foreshadowing for when she dates Jekka's dad. We cut back to Jekka's house, where now that she's wearing all black, the hair looks very good. Her dad is surprised to see her back from work, apparently not at all concerned that they made her literally dye her hair for a job because he's Father of the Year. He asks if work is going alright, and Jekka says no, but he says she needs to have a more positive attitude, contribute to that feeling that she is contributing to society with a fulfilling job, but like, retail is nowhere near fulfilling, nor contributing to society, get real. Not that he'd ever understand that. She says all she wants to do is get drunk, and he asks if that's where the liquor cabinet has been empty. He says that at least she's not causing trouble, so it's fine for her to be drinking heavily underage, so long as she's not causing trouble. What a shit father. I can see where Jekka gets her weird priorities from. He says he wants her to figure out how to work at this job in a non-destructive way, because that's part of being an adult. He does kind of have a point here, but I honestly think Jekka's kind of a lost cause, same with Nicole, as harsh as that feels. Neither of them seems fit or prepared to ever have a proper job, in my opinion. Eventually, he loses his temper and says if she doesn't do her job with a smile, he'll hit her. Again, father of the fucking year. We cut back to Hot Topic, where Ari is talking to Jekka. Yay! Jekka asks if she's going to buy anything, and Ari says she wants to feel different. She decides to buy a Hello Kitty stud belt, and Jekka says that at least she wasn't sexually harassed. To which Crispin decides to make his entrance.
Oh, come on.
On what?
5 seconds, new record.
Then Crispin makes a grave error and says she looks like Thursday Adams, when it's Wednesday, you plebeian! Jekka just wants to go to a party and get drunk. She leaves early. It's the kind of thing that makes me think maybe she just isn't cut out for a job at all. We cut to Kyler's house, which we last saw in the first game, and Emily and Jekka are talking. They apparently haven't been able to find the alcohol yet. This party sounds very loud and active, which feels somewhat surprising considering Kyler strikes me as someone who wouldn't actually be that popular. Though maybe everyone is just here for free booze, like Jekka and Emily. Kyler walks up asking if she's enjoying the party, and Jekka just asks again about the alcohol, but he says he can get her some special whiskey. She wants him to leave, and he says he'll come back when she's blacking out. Now that Jekka's getting drunk, I'd like to tell a fun story about myself. I don't like alcohol. I think it tastes disgusting, and so I don't drink. My addiction of choice is Pepsi instead. But it's funny how things work out, because my parents love testing and drinking different alcohol, and once when I was with them, they had me try a shot with them. I did. It was gross. But then later on, my mom asked me if I felt anything when I had it, and I said no. And she said that's surprising, because she had felt something. So, despite never drinking alcohol, I somehow have a higher tolerance than my own mom. Fascinating. Some time passes, and Crispin is talking to Jekka, and spouting off how government is mind control in Latin, which it literally isn't. Jekka is having a hard time telling him off or doing anything with how drunk she is, to the point she doesn't immediately say no when he asks to make out in the bathroom. Finally, she says the usual line.
No! Fuck off and kill yourself!
Well, I guess that's your choice.
And he walks off. Kyler makes his rounds and asks how she's doing.
What's up, you hot bitch?
That's me.
She can be a really adorable man, can't she? He asks to fuck, and she says it's getting harder to be angry at that. She doesn't say yes, though, so he says he'll circle back around. Jekka says she needs to leave, and Emily shows up. Jekka's split between driving home and trying to call her dad, and we get to choose. We get to see both either way, so first we choose to drink and drive. Emily decides to go with.
It should be okay. Do you feel like throwing up? Kinda, yeah. It should be okay.
The game does this joke a lot, where a character says the same thing twice, and to be honest, it's one of my favorite jokes. It just always hits for me. They decide to stop by McDonald's on the way back. We then go back and make the other choice, trying to call her dad. Emily says she can use the excuse that someone else got her drunk, but of course, Father of the Year doesn't pick up. She ends up driving home anyway. When she gets home, her dad immediately questions where she's been. Starts shouting at her about it, and about her driving home drunk, which, at least that's something he has in his favor. Just the one thing. She then says that maybe she should have stayed and been raped instead, and this motherfucker says, maybe that would teach you a lesson. What the actual fuck is this man? I genuinely want to take a metal baseball bat and beat him up the same way he keeps threatening to do to her. At least he would deserve it. He even asks if there were minorities at the party, for God's sake. She says that if he's going to make her work, she's going to have fun after, and for once he backs down and says he's just going to bed. We cut back to Hot Topic, where Crispin is once again talking with Jekka about something. I'm not quite sure what. Jekka tells him to leave because he comes in twice a week and never buys anything. She asks how one guy holds so much useless, and sometimes wrong, information. I can't say much on this because I was this kind of teenager. I always just knew random facts about the most random stuff. Nicole pops in, reminding us just how weird it feels not to have her around constantly and speaking. It's somewhat refreshing in a way, but you can't help but miss her too. She says Kelly's having a party and that there's going to be a lot to drink. It's funny how rarely they mention alcohol in the other two games, but then in this one it's just so prevalent, even on the route where they aren't adults yet. To be fair, this route barely even takes place at school, so... Crispin comes up, having overheard them, and says that people have been noticing them getting drunk a lot lately, and Crispin shows concern. I doubt it's genuine, and probably still just him wanting brownie points or something, but if it is genuine, then yay, he shows some humanity other than wanting to get laid. Jekka and Nicole aren't really that popular, though, at least from what we've seen, so I'm not fully sure people would be paying attention enough to say that. Nicole points out how it's hypocritical for him to sexually harass girls daily and then worry about their safety, which is kind of valid. He says he just wants to be their friend.
We don't fucking like you. Kill yourself.
Your suicide would be a breakthrough for women's rights.
I think this is the most drawn-out one they've had so far. Probably the most they've dug into him. Not that I'm complaining. He finally leaves and they talk bad about him, with Jekka saying she wants to leave early because it pissed her off. This is the second time we've seen, and this is alongside being constantly late in another upcoming route, shows us that she's just not equipped for a job. Like, trust me, I get it, retail is stressful, but this situation is nowhere near the kind of level of stuff I've been through, even when I was at her age. Maybe I just have tougher skin, but still, it's really disappointing to see when, to be honest, I think I'd rather work at a Hot Topic than Walmart. They go to Kelly's house, which looks nice on the outside, but considering they describe Kelly's parents as rich, it's not as big as I'd expect from that description. We see Hunter giving advice on how to get around a breathalyzer, because of course he has tips on that. Why am I not even surprised? They tell him to fuck off too, because they can't tolerate any man's presence for too long. He says he's gonna go punch holes in drywall, which feels more like something Kyler would do. Jekka says she should be good to drive now that she's approaching peak drunkenness. Nicole says that's a better idea than a designated driver, and I can't tell if she's being genuine or not, given her general tone.
I can have fun and independence at the same time.
Yeah, you're like George Washington, but less racist.
Bitch, I'm not racist at all.
Once again, she jumps to defend herself really quickly. It comes up again next route. They're small details, but something to note. Kelly walks up asking if they know who's been punching holes in the wall, but they say no. She walks off upset, and Nicole reminds us she's rich and can afford a few holes. Jekka uses this to transition that she can afford holes too and wants to buy some hose, which is a gay point. She asks if she's embarrassing Nicole, but Nicole says no, which I know it's her best friend, but that's still kind of surprising. Suddenly we hear the cops coming and people begin to panic. Colby even runs by saying he needs to leave. He barely shows up in this game, but I'm not even surprised he's here. Jekka asks if she should drive, and Nicole says they have to take the risk. We get a CG with these two, where they once again look gorgeous, especially with their matching hair shades. This is also the first time we've seen Jekka's car. We start with Nicole pointing out a stop sign Jekka drove past, which isn't a good sign. Jekka once again asks whether they should go to McDonald's, and suddenly everything lights up, showing both girls afraid for their lives as Jekka briefly drives on the wrong side of the road. I really like this version of the CG, mostly because it's nice seeing Nicole actually afraid of something for once, since that almost never happens. They manage to avoid dying, looking super relieved. Instead of McDonald's, she now wants Popeyes and starts whining about it not being open. You can really tell by her weird train of thought dialogue that she's drunk. Suddenly it lights up again, but they don't avoid it this time, and they crash. We get the ending.
You'll never guess who I crashed into. Ari, while she was driving for Domino's. Small world. It's actually kind of funny. I mean, she's dead, but it's at least a little funny. Yeah, it's sad, but this whole thing wasn't even my fault anyway. My dad forced me to get a job, which made me an alcoholic. I have to drive drunk or else I'll get fucking gang raped by every guy at the party. And I told Ari working for Domino's sucks in the first place. This is barely my fault, like 5% at most. Being white and pretty's a double-edged sword. On one hand, it forces you to drive home drunk because you're broke as shit. But on the other hand, it makes crying in court really effective. Because I'm a beautiful crier. Like I practice in the mirror. So they gave me a year's probation and took away my license. Plus, I liked Ari's funeral page on Facebook, so it's all good.
Mark this as the second death. Of course Ari was the one picked to die. I mean, it does make sense with the whole dominoes thing, but still, it feels cruel that she's the only one who suffered the consequences of Jekka's actions. Like, I don't even mean her dying. At least, like, kill Nicole. That would have at least made it fair, but no, this game doesn't do stuff like that. It's just mean. And Jekka completely refuses to take responsibility. I get why she might feel the need to get drunk to deal with the stress, but also, I don't excuse it at all. That's still your decision, and I highly doubt it's so bad you really need to drink to get through it. Maybe I'm being judgmental, but as someone who's done retail for 6 years and customer service in general for 8, ever since I was 16, I don't really care. The worst part of the CG is how detailed it is. I'm thankful we don't get to see her face, because as we see in the Overdose ending, that can be pretty horrific. Plus, Jekka finishes it up with an upside-down star, owing to the emo thing for Hot Topic. The whole ending feels more insensitive than some of Nicole's did. Fits the theme, I guess. The ending text is titled, "Can You Cover?" and reads, "This is Ron Stumford of Domino's Fairfax texting about the tragic passing of Ari. Now that she's dead, we don't really have anyone to do deliveries on NFL Thursdays anymore, so can you cover for her? We don't care that you killed her drunk driving, we just gotta move orders here. Between you and me, I am glad you killed her because I asked her on a date, she made up some fake excuse that she was gay. Fuck that bitch! But please come down and cover for her because the selfish bitch was too inconsiderate to have someone cover her in the event she died on the job. I told her parents that and they made it out like I'm the bad guy. If you can't drive for us, would you at least have any naked pictures of her or anything? I'm trying not to leave this deal empty-handed here. Not even her parents had naked picture of her to send me, like, what a ripoff." This honestly just feels like Ari bashing. It's so blatantly mean. To me, it doesn't even feel funny, just rude. I really hope Jekka took this and used it to report him for being a pedo, but knowing her, doubtful. Either way, this route is fun, but the ending is just really mean-spirited. For now, we move on to the next route, the one where we first see Jekka as an adult. For this route, we head back to the very beginning and choose to start at home. Here we see it's June of 2009, meaning Jekka, and everyone else, has graduated and are now full adults, though most of them certainly won't act like it. These 3 routes, despite how they are interesting in the way they uniquely show us how the characters act once out of high school. Jekka gets up and goes to see her dad. She asks why the family photos with her mom were smashed on the bathroom floor, and her father casually says he'll clean it up. She asks where her mom actually is, and her father reveals they got a divorce. This divorce is kind of implied in the other 2 routes because the mom just literally never shows up, but it's explicitly shown to have happened here. Also, there's this exchange.
I guess you're right. The news thinks women are worthless once they turn 30 anyway.
Well, Jesus Christ, they're not wrong.
What?
How does he continue to get worse and worse? He really seems like the type of father who would have just dressed his daughter up like a boy because he wanted a son. Like Robin's dad in How I Met Your Mother. If anyone gets that reference. We still never once get to see Jekka's mom despite all we hear about her, and her father recommends they get family counseling. Jekka cuts him off, but I mean, they probably need it anyway. No, not probably. Jekka is actually happy with the divorce since that means double Christmas presents and the like, which I'm not even surprised that's the first thought that comes to her mind. He asks if she'd want to visit her mom, who is now living with her grandmother, but Jekka says her grandma is a bitch. Her father seems happy, but says there'll be some changes around here now that her mom is gone. She'll have to start paying for stuff since the household income is lower now. We actually never learn if this man has a job or not. He never mentions it. We know he has money since he spends a ridiculous amount on Emily later, but we don't know what he does for a living. There isn't even a hint anywhere in Class of '09 or re-up to my collection because Jekka talks about her mom more than her dad. Finally, when she bites back, he loses his temper with her, as he usually does, which, if you chose home first, this would be the first time you'd see it. He calls Jekka's mom a lot of curses, both here and throughout the rest of the route. And the rest of the game, really. We never learn if she, did anything, because he treats her like she cheated or something, but there's no indication of that anywhere. With this man, though, I wouldn't be surprised if it was all him, especially since he gets with Emily later, very soon after the divorce. Also, fun fact, we learned Jekka had braces, which I struggle to even picture. She finally agrees, and he says he's happy she won't end up a freeloader like her mom. Even though I get the impression she was less of a freeloader than him, given he's forcing his own daughter to pay for stuff. I know she's an adult, but it still feels like it should be his responsibility as a parent. I mean, I suppose he's not a great parent anyway, so whatever.
Who's Daddy's girl?
I am...
After Mr. Katz, this just feels weird. Her father goes to answer a phone call and says he wants to donate to underprivileged youth, and Jekka says under her breath that he donates to charity, he can't abuse his daughter. Which is really sad because that's probably a real opinion someone has had, or sounds like something Jekka's dealt with before. We cut to the mall and find Nicole, where the two are discussing the job. She says she just needs a job until she goes to college in September. It's sad to know how close she was to freedom, and yet in this route and the next, things end up so horribly for her in that short time. Nicole says no one is hiring and blames the recession, though she doesn't actually know what that means. Then suddenly Jeffrey shows up, the first time he's done so since the very beginning of the game, which feels weird considering how pivotal he is to the last two routes, unfortunately. He asks if they're applying for jobs and says he has a job at a bookstore, which I'm almost positive is likely Barnes & Noble given the background they end up using for it. Jekka asks how it's possible he's old enough to have legal sex, but Jeffrey says he thinks sex is overrated, which should be the first hint of how his character is completely butchered in this game. Then Jekka makes that stupid face again and tries flirting with Jeffrey to get her a job recommendation for the bookstore. Though I think if she was struggling with Hot Topic, she'd probably just be bored to tears in a bookstore. Though at least that means she'd probably be more likely to avoid people like Crispin coming in to hit on her, since I doubt he'd ever go into a bookstore to do it, even with how desperate he is. He says no, though, citing the recession, which, to be honest, is a really funny joke, which is strange considering Jeffrey is the one who said it. He says he can't give her a handout just because she's a woman, and she says, "Obvi," which she also hasn't said since her introduction in the first game. It's kinda nice thinking back to a better game, isn't it? Jekka says yes, but Nicole says she doesn't want a job, which will bring up the question of how she gets money for everything, but we'll get there. And Jeffrey says,
You girls always pull that feminism card. Sorry, but your damsel in distress act ain't working here, tuts. Oh, I'm gonna be late, women.
okay, like, actually, what the fuck? Like, let me just say it now. He's always been a little subtly misogynistic, but it's so full-blown in this game that it feels almost out of character, right? It's not really. Maybe it's just a symptom of everything he went through in high school, exacerbating what was already there, but otherwise it just makes him more unbearable. I'm not sure if incel exactly applies to him, since I don't think his virginity is really celibate, but he seems like one, right? Nicole also thinks the not having sex turned into not liking women, which is the closest we get to any explanation. Jekka asks if he should turn gay, and Nicole says it doesn't work like that, and Jekka says she's going to Hot Topic next, wondering if she'll turn gay by working there. But I mean, she's already gay, so nothing will change. Nicole says it still doesn't work like that, and Jekka asks why she's so against it. Nicole explains that some Christian guy will insist he can turn her back if she does, and Jekka brushes this off, saying she wants to see if she can find a goth girlfriend, which I'll count as a definite gay point. Also based, goth is hot. When they get to Hot Topic, Nicole says she doesn't think it's hardcore enough, and that she'd want bloody, gory stuff playing on the TV if she was the manager. Jekka says she should be the manager, but Nicole shuts her down, saying the type of people you deal with here isn't worth it. To illustrate her point, Kyler comes up saying he can do whatever he wants since they can't squeal to Lynn anymore. Jekka says they can just call the police, and he says 50% of women don't report crimes, which is just untrue in any regard, and says he'll punch her in the neck before leaving. Nicole says he's off to his dad's dealership, which is a strange lore drop, and also, how and why does Nicole know or remember such a fact? Next up is Emily, who makes perfect sense for her to be here. Jekka asks if she works here and says she works at the diner we've seen before, which is apparently called the Chrome Diner. Not a very creative name, but I don't expect much from this game anymore. Emily says the strip club in Crystal City is hiring, and Crystal City comes up later on in this route, so it's cool that it's referenced beforehand. I didn't even notice that when we were taking notes, I just caught that when I was writing the script. At first, Nicole is actually interested, but turns it down when she learns it's only tips. Very interesting. Nicole doesn't ever seem to get a job other than the feet stuff later on, and since we don't see her mom, it's still implied she probably died, which means Nicole will be getting those monthly stipends, or whatever they were, from when her mom died in the last game. Although she couldn't access them right away last time, so who knows if that's how she seems to be getting money or not. I think she says later she steals stuff and sells it on eBay, but surely that's not enough to live off of, right? It's really unclear. Jekka asks how Emily got the cereal. What cereal? Does Hot Topic sell cereal? And she says she just steals it. Emily walks off, telling her to let her know she needs a job. Jekka asks Nicole she's too good to wait tables, but Nicole says she can't even wait for popcorn, and Jekka says she likes it medium well, which, as a popcorn lover, feels insulting. So we see Jekka going to apply at FYE, which is where Kelly works as a manager, as we saw on the escort route of Re-Up. Colby comes up, and Kelly immediately slips into her excellent customer service mode. He asks for the mild style stuff, but when Kelly doesn't know what that means, he walks off cursing. Jekka asks what's up with him, but Kelly brushes it off as old people being angry. Ouch, jab at Colby being old, though probably accurate. Kelly assures her it rarely happens, though, which is definitely a lie. She asks what other customers are like, and surprise, surprise, Crispin shows up, and that's enough for Jekka to say no. For now. We cut back to Jekka's house, where Nicole arrives and Jekka's father greets her. This is the first time we've seen Nicole in Jekka's house, but it won't be the last, sadly. He says his daughter is upstairs applying for jobs, but should be done shortly. He decides to ask how she's doing, but she isn't really even trying to respond. He asks what their plans are.
We're gonna go to Claire's and trick 12-year-olds into getting their eyelids pierced.
Oh, Claire's. Yeah, I've been there a few times.
He's just so awkward, and definitely flirting if he's not even batting an eye at 12-year-olds getting their eyelids pierced. He also calls her beautiful, which unfortunately seems to be common among adults who compliment her. Like, it's really a go-to for them, isn't it? Like Lori earlier, for example. He then says his last girlfriend before his wife was a brunette, which, is Nicole a brunette? I thought her hair was black, but I guess it's hard to tell? It's not as black as when Jekka dyes hers, so... Nicole does what she usually does, and is just really, really good at shutting down conversations. He even offers to take her out somewhere, but Nicole says she's gonna go on up. He tries to stop her, but she says it felt like forever talking to him, so if Jekka isn't done, he's failed as a parent, which I think he's done either way, so... It's also funny that she walks right when the stairs in the image are on the left. We see Jekka getting off the phone with Emily, and when Nicole questions this, Jekka says buying drugs can make you the most connected person in town, which we got to see with how popular Nicole got from selling crack and Re-Up. When Jekka asks how Nicole handled her dad, she drops any subtlety and says he wanted to fuck her. At first, Jekka denies it, once again using a voice. Nicole brings up him asking where she gets accessories, and Jekka says he's shopping for her birthday, but Nicole points out that's 10 months from now. If it's still June, that means her birthday is in April, which is the closest we get to any confirmed birthdays. Eventually, she hears something that makes her realize.
His last girlfriend was a brunette.
His what?
He told me his last girlfriend was a brunette.
Nicole.
Yeah?
My dad wants to fuck you.
I know.
I'm gonna kill myself. Help me kill myself.
Well, that wouldn't be technically killing yourself, now would it?
I can't go through with it alone. I'm too scared.
Work that job for a month, you'll get there.
Either way, we cut to the diner. Jekka asks why they don't have a uniform, and Emily says they make $2 an hour, which is $3.02 today. But that's before tips, not that that will add much, so she isn't going to wear anything. The manager doesn't seem to care anyway. Emily says you get a bonus if you wear open-toed shoes, which might be the first hint of the foot fetish stuff. Jekka says this job is better than being a whore, which feels really ironic considering how she sees herself later. Emily asks why she's working, and she explains her dad is making her pay for stuff. Emily says, fuck your dad, which is also really ironic. After this, we find Nicole and Jekka back at the bookstore. Jekka asks why people don't buy CDs at the bookstore, and Nicole tells her it's because no one buys CDs at all. Jekka says an ex-boyfriend hacked into her account, and once again, I question, who? Nicole asks if Jekka can use some of her money to buy her shoes, but Jekka says only if Nicole will let her be her girlfriend after, which is a gay point for Jekka, but Nicole says no. Suddenly, Jeffrey comes up explaining that he works here when Nicole asks if he's stalking them. Jekka says for him to fuck off, and then we get a sort of mini version of the final message conversation from the first game.
One day, you girls won't be so lucky and are gonna have to face life how it really is.
Is getting sexually assaulted every week lucky?
Be grateful somebody even wants you in the first place.
Oh, I want to kill you.
They ask to be rung up, and Jeffrey questions why they don't have books. He says they're the best part of this place, and among the stuff he mentions, he brings up trains. Given the whole stereotype of autistic people having obsession with trains as a kid, I would know as someone with likely some form of undiagnosed autism, I wouldn't be surprised if this statement is meant to imply Jeffrey is autistic in some way. He also brings up Harry Potter, which is referenced for, I believe, the 3rd time now. Jekka asks if that's why he wears the glasses, and he basically says yes, which is just an extra layer of pathetic. Nicole says nothing exciting happens in it, which, I mean, people die in it, like a lot, in the last book. Is that good enough for you? Probably not, high standards and all. Getting fed up, he leads them to the register, saying they're over-socialized, which I'm not fully sure what that means. Oh well. We then move to the diner, where Jekka and Emily are on their break outside. Jekka asks where Emily got her purple jeans, and Emily says she got them in Georgetown, which we saw on Nicole's suicide route, for $200, which is $302.02 today. Jekka asks how she has that money, and Emily says she has more than one job, though in reality she just sells cough medicine to middle schoolers and tells them it's hard drugs. Jekka says she wants in, but Emily warns her that her manager is getting upset with her coming in late. We do learn later how shitty this manager is, but this is something on Jekka's end. She shouldn't be coming in late so often, especially after just starting the job. Emily mentions her new boyfriend, who is also supplying her with money and who bought the pants for her. When Jekka asks about him, she says he's older, basically a sugar daddy. Jekka asks how much he spent on her, and she replies $1,000, which is $1,510.12 today. Jekka says men can't communicate with anything other than money, and Emily says she's the one who gushes over Ryan Schuckler for 50 hours. Apparently it's such a thing, she likes this man, that even Emily knows it. We then move to the mall, where Jekka runs into Jeffrey. He immediately launches into a conversation about cartoons, and Jekka asks him not to rape women. He says he wouldn't want that to happen to any women, unless they're mean to people. It's just really, really horrible. Like, his misogyny is just outrageous in this game. Jekka tries to leave, but Jeffrey says he needs to talk to her. She says she needs funny stories for Kelly's party, who always seems to be having parties, isn't she? So, sure. He explains he always had a crush on her, which feels weird since most of the time we see him kind of lusting after Nicole more than anyone, though maybe that's just because they spend more time together than him and Jekka. Probably for the best. She once again tries to leave, but he goes on how he likes everything about her, including her feet. Here we go. He notices her open-toed shoes, which she's wearing for the manager as mentioned before, and he asks if she steps on anyone, since as we found out in the first game, he has a foot fetish, and then says he'll pay $100 if she steps on him. Jekka questions this and says no, so he offers $200, which we've already seen the modern price of earlier. I work at Walmart, and that's almost double what I make in a single day. And that's in today's money. It's really easy to see why Jekka would want to take it and start getting deeper and deeper, especially as the money keeps increasing. We get a choice, but in this route, we choose not to go with it. For now. She curses Jeffrey for even asking. Jeffrey claims it's not sexual, but it most definitely is, even if he really doesn't think so, especially since he jerks off to it later. She points out that it's sexual because he only likes it with women, but he keeps arguing against her until he grows frustrated. He does the nice guy thing and says he tries to be nice, but they just throw it back in his face. What a fucking Redditor! Before that it was even a thing. He does realize that it's inappropriate to go up to people in public with personal stuff, which is what I kept saying in Re-Up. It's nice that he's learning, but it's like 1 step forward, 3 steps back, isn't it? The misogyny was just the worst thing that could have happened to his character. Jekka instead just says he's ugly, and he says there's more to people than that, but Jekka says that isn't good enough to make up for someone making her want to throw up during sex. Jeffrey says times like this make him wonder why he's alive, which feels like it harkens back to the school shooter ending somewhat, but unlike Nicole, Jekka tells him to just end it. He decides to end the argument, and then decides to try and segue into a new conversation, even though Jekka has made it clear she doesn't want to talk to him, and she finally leaves. Back at the diner, Emily asks what Jekka is doing there and tells her she was fired. She says the manager got upset she pulled away when he tried sniffing her hair because sexual harassment, yay! Also, Emily brings up he says it costs $1.50 in gas to drive to Chipotle to steal napkins, which is $2.25 today. Jekka leaves saying she has another job lined up, and it's not the feet one. Which brings us back to FYE. Jekka actually looks pretty good in the uniform, and Kelly says she's happy to work with her. I'm sure she says that to all new employees, but I still like to think she means it since Kelly and Jekka seemed like decent friends in high school. Jekka says she's pretty sure she got drunk and made out with Kelly at a party once, gay point, which makes it awkward. Kelly says she didn't know she was drunk, which confirms that not that it's all that surprising, given how Jekka wanted hoes when she got drunk in the previous route. Kelly quickly says she's not gay, which isn't true, and also makes me wonder if the cousin from the second game she mentioned might have been a girl. It would be an extra layer of humor if it were, and we never have confirmation one way or the other, so that's my headcanon now. Kelly gets them back on track and tells her what the job will be like, requiring patience. This is the start of a Kelly-centric route, which, given that she was one of the girl characters left out of having one in Re-Up, it's nice that she gets one here. Though that means Karen further gets left in the dust, which is unfortunate. Kelly says she needs to love the customer, and Jekka questions this. Kyler walks up, so Kelly decides to demonstrate. He asks for a specific DVD, and she says she can check the computer. He keeps calling her a bitch and trying to flirt, I think? But she does an excellent job continuously shutting him down, though when he directly calls her hot, her customer service voice does falter a bit.
You like that show too? Wow, you're really hot. Damn, I'm so funny.
It's probably the first time we've seen that happen. Kyler compliments himself for being funny, which he kind of is, but in my opinion, it's not anywhere near the level it was in the first two games. Maybe because of how separated it feels now that they're out of high school. She turns him down, and he leaves saying he wants her to get drugged and kidnapped. That doesn't happen to Kelly, she just ends up dying, but it is kind of what happens to Jekka, unfortunately. Jekka isn't impressed, and Kelly says you get a bad apple every now and then in retail, which can be worse depending on where you work, both location and position within that location. Trust me. The mall cop comes in, and I wonder if this is the same cop who shot Nicole in the second game. They're generic, and he's a bit violent, so we can just say yes, and you'll see later. He makes sure there's no shoplifting, but Kelly says everything's good, and he says good luck to Jekka. He then says he's looking for a certain product.
A little bit of that special spectacle?
Is that a band? Let me look it up.
No. You know about that mild style, that mild, code 15 UN?
Do you think we're undercover or something?
What? Yeah! You're not undercovers?
Nope, just regular FYE girls.
My mistake, girls.
This comes up a few times, but I still don't know what he or anyone else means by mild style. Like, I know what he's referring to, but why are they calling it mild? I don't get it. When he realizes this isn't the right place, he walks away muttering about somebody telling him the wrong shit, which feels like an associate messing with him by saying this was the porn FYE. Later, Jekka's leaving work when the cop comes up to her and says she doesn't need to worry about what happened before. She questions it, but he says she doesn't need to know. She thinks they're going to kill the president, and he says they don't have plans for that, with Jekka adding "yet" to the end of his sentence. He gets upset and says he'll throw her off the 3-story ledge if he raises his voice, so yeah, I think it's the same cop from Re-Up. Jekka comes home and her father asks if she's had a good day at work, and that he was just stepping out with a new friend. He even calls her Jekka's new stepmom, even though they're only dating and there's no talk of marriage. He also says Jekka's mom was a money pit, even though she had a job, and we're about to learn he's spending $1,000 on a fucking woman he barely knows, so fuck this guy. It's revealed to be Emily, and this is where I need to rant. This man is atrocious. He forces his daughter, who he's supposed to be providing for, to get a job to pay for stuff around the house, including stuff he doesn't need, all while he drops $1,000 on a woman he barely knows. Not only that, but given how he acts, and how he's basically a checklist of terrible shit, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries dating 18-year-olds like Emily and Nicole, because it's the closest he can get to an underage girl without actually being illegal. Fuck this man, he is worse than the counselor, or anyone else in this entire fucking series. Especially since making Jekka get that job is what leads to her becoming a slave in the end. I hope he was happy. No, actually, fuck him. He once again says she's her stepmom because he's rushing into things way too much. Emily says she didn't know since he calls her Jessica, and Jekka explains Jekka is short for that. Jekka's thankful he's at least not a pedophile, and then a really cringy, awkward exchange happens.
Now who's daddy's girl?
I am.
Oh, gay. You're gay and jealous.
We then move back to FYE, where, guess who? Crispin is here as usual. He's trying to start a conversation, but as usual, Jekka isn't being very receptive in the slightest, and tries her best not to engage. She asks about the DVD he wanted, and he says he doesn't want it anyway, because it was just an excuse. It's honestly getting kind of grating how pathetic he is. He leaves to go to Guitar Center. Kelly walks up asking about Master of Disguise, which has a typo. In hindsight, it makes sense that Kelly likes to bring up movies often whenever she's around, considering where she works. It's a nice little detail. She brings up a customer who comes in looking like one of the characters, and Jekka says she'll have to see him next week, which unfortunately won't happen. Really unfortunate irony. Jekka asks if her shift is over, and Kelly says she can go, but Jekka asks about her pay. Kelly says neither of them is getting paid because the system is down, which we later learn is because the cops shut everything down to hopefully get a lead. Jekka says to get a manager, and Kelly says that's her, and she has a lanyard, which I only mention because it kind of stupidly comes up again later. Jekka apologizes for cursing at her, and Kelly says she only doesn't like it when men do it. But, you know, she's totally not gay, you guys. They decide to check in the break room for any number they can call, and Jeffrey shows up, bringing up his giantess fetish again, because why the fuck not? At first they don't find anything in the back, but eventually Jekka finds a folder with contact forms for what she thinks is an older FYE. Kelly informs her that it isn't an older one, but one of the adult branch stores, which we heard about in Re-Up. Kelly wonders if they're having the same problem, while Jekka wonders who was buying porn in 2009. I mean, even in 2025, people still pay for it, even outside of stuff like OnlyFans. Jekka mentions RedTube again, so that's probably her site of choice, weirdly enough. They decide to go to the porn store, and something interesting happens. Usually the yellow text is only for the CGs, but it extends out to the normal sprites again, which doesn't happen at any other point in this series. We move to the porn FYE, where immediately it looks a bit fancier than their original place, which is probably the intention. They ask where the employees are, and the counselor of all people walks up to greet them. In this game, he has a different voice, and it ruins his character for me, I'll be completely honest. Not having that usual counselor voice makes all his usual statements feel way less funny. So, thankfully, he's not actually in this game all that much. He also still doesn't have a name, just counselor, even though that isn't what he is anymore. They talk about how he got fired, not arrested, for doing stuff related to the store. Even when arrested for sexual crimes at a fucking high school, you can still get a retail job. At least he finally got caught in some regard and probably spends way less time around kids now. They ask if his system is down, he says yes, and casually brags their store takes in a lot of revenue. Jekka once again brings up RedTube, like, geez, girl. And the counselor calls her naive. Counselor says they don't offer the same slop as on sites like RedTube.
I saw a bitch stretch her whole ass open on RedTube. What could you possibly have wilder than that?
Girl, are you intentionally searching for that stuff? Or... From here on, the counselor basically sounds like a D&D quest giver, which feels funny given how the rest of this route plays out. He tells them there's a warehouse with illegal porn, though he says it with more tact, but the two of them get upset because they just want their money. The counselor tells them people have tampered with the system and attacked them directly, someone with the resources to do so. Kelly asks where the warehouse is, and when the counselor asks why she wants to know, Jekka says they can find corporate there and ask for their money. He says he can't tell where it is for free, and Jekka suggests kissing in front of him, which might be a callback to when he wanted Nicole and Jekka to kiss. He asks for their ages, and when he gets assured they're adults, he loses interest, because of course. Also, I'm counting this as a gay point that Jekka has this in mind. Kelly says she'll tell her younger sister about the help wanted sign if he agrees. Some Kelly family lore, but also no, that poor girl. And he agrees. He gives them a cryptic clue.
All I can give you is this. The FYE secret inventory is a rarity much like a city of crystals. Not to be seen through, but seen under.
What the fuck does that mean?
Also notice that the background noise slowly amping up in the background that suddenly stops when Kelly talks again. Again, another nice little detail that something ominous is going to happen. Jekka says she has someone they can ask, and I'm surprised the counselor doesn't have something extra snarky to say as they leave. We find ourselves at Nicole's house, who we haven't actually seen for quite a while. She has absolutely no idea what that means, though. She asks why Kelly is in her house, and Jekka says they need their money, and Nicole wouldn't understand because she's never had a job. So that definitely confirms that even as an adult, she doesn't have a job, so the only way we know she gets money is by stealing stuff and selling it on eBay. This also further adds to the idea of the monthly stipend from her mother having likely passed. They want to leave, but Nicole says they have to hold up their end of the deal and drive her to the metro, even though she didn't actually do anything. She suggests it might be an antique shop and that they're wasting their lives at FYE. She says sucking dick is better than working there, which she literally demonstrates in the escort route, so at least she's consistent there. They decide to take her anyway, since it's on the way. They all get out and check the map, with Kelly noticing Crystal City. They decide to give it a try since they really just want their money. Jekka asks how much it is, and Nicole says she just hops the gate, because of course as soon as Nicole shows up, they start doing illegal stuff. She's just that bad of an influence. Kelly and Jekka complain about the train, and Nicole says that she can tell they've never ridden public transportation. But Nicole, that's because, unlike you, they put the effort into getting a car. At least Jekka did. We don't know about Kelly. Jekka says girls like them don't take a train, but Nicole says they'll take a day for a $50 paycheck, which is $75.51 today. Jekka clarifies it's $90 and Kelly's is $350, which is $135.91 and $528.54 today, respectively. Colby shows up and starts flirting with adult women, once again supporting my idea that he's more of an opportunist than solely a pedophile. It's honestly kind of funny how much relevance he lost after the first game. He thanks Kelly for her help in finding what he was looking for, and they figure out mild style was code for illegal porn, though I still don't get why. He leaves saying he needs to chat with airport bartenders. More adults. Wow. Jekka asks if they need to get off at the next stop after the speaker says Crystal City is next, and Nicole gets annoyed with them for not knowing how the metro works. Even as someone who's never ridden one myself, even I have to admit that's obvious. Kelly asks why she's Jekka's friend, which is really the question, isn't it? She says it's because Nicole is smarter than her, and Kelly doesn't dismiss it, weirdly enough. Nicole asks about the porn stash, and when Jekka tells her not to bring it up so loud, Nicole says nobody's gonna care. I just think of those videos where you'll have people literally screaming on a New York subway, and nobody cares because everyone is used to it. Nicole says she thinks there's a bunch of murder videos, and Kelly questions why that's on her mind. So, Nicole says they can talk about iCarly instead, which completes the references to this area of Nickelodeon. Funnily enough, Jekka says fuck iCarly because the girl's annoying, and it's funny to me because it's the most popular show from this era, and yet it's the only one Jekka doesn't like. It's also funny it's mentioned concerning the feet stuff in this game and an upcoming joke. Side note, but I'm enjoying all these new backgrounds as well. It's nice to see more of the world outside of just the high school. When they get off the metro, Kelly wonders how they're going to get back without Nicole, but Jekka says they can probably figure it out on their own, or call a cab back once they get their money. Another side note, but I actually really like how this route makes me appreciate just how much chemistry these two have. It's like, man, why couldn't she have been your go-to friend instead of Nicole? Your life would have been way better off. They discover Crystal City has a mall, which they see as a good sign and decide to explore. However, the mall they're in is large and seemingly almost empty. They even keep their voices lower because of how it would probably echo at such an empty space. All the stores are specific, and there aren't many brand name or chain stores in sight. Kelly describes everything as dated, which, given all of this, I'm wondering if maybe it's all just a front to hide the warehouse. That makes sense to me. Once they realize the riddle is pointing them here, they raise their voices again. The place is big, though, so they aren't sure how they're going to find it. They decide to simply start looking. Time passes, and we see them in a weird sort of hallway, which feels really liminal. Like, is this a real place? Every other one has been, so... Kelly says every pizza place has the same crust, every sandwich shop has a different line of off-brand chips, which only further makes me think it's all just a front for the warehouse. For what seems to be such a large operation, I wouldn't be surprised. This route is already absurd enough. Eventually, Kelly has had enough, and she starts ranting that the counselor lied to them, and that she quits FYE. I mean, she didn't need the money anyway, really. Her family is rich. Jekka says her emotions aren't worth $8 an hour, which is $12.08 today. The two of them turn to face a wall with graffiti that seems to say 3 AD, but they realize it looks like FYE upside down, with a slot in the wall. They wonder how to get inside, and Kelly realizes it looks like her lanyard. She slides it into place, and Jekka says this feels like Indiana Jones, which feels pretty accurate, to be honest. I kind of like how it does all this. It feels like a standard mystery adventure-esque story, but it's all for a fucking illegal porn warehouse. She turns the lock and it opens up, with them finally in the warehouse. And now we see the warehouse and just how expansive it is. Kelly says they're alphabetized, and Jekka warns to not go towards R, with Kelly saying they have specific child porn wings, which is even worse, with one even specifying it's from Dan Schneider. It's funnier given the probably intentional iCarly reference just a bit ago. This also would have been way before anyone knew the weird stuff about him. Jekka does surprisingly recognize the name, though, since she brings up the Amanda show. They initially decide to wait for corporate to show up to get their paychecks, because, remember, that's literally all they want. But Jekka says they should see if there's any loose money and steal it. Kelly brings up that she lives at home for free and probably got the job either because she wanted to or because it was a condition set by her parents. That's what mine did. They let me live at home for free until I moved out at 21, but that's because I had both a job and was in college. The counselor suddenly shows up asking why she's quitting now that she's come so far, and he's surprised they actually found the warehouse. He says this warehouse and its porn holds society together, and without it, chaos would ensue over half the country. Jekka questions who needs illegal porn to not go insane, and the counselor says basically everyone. He basically goes on a supervillain monologue that amounts to saying they keep the country together, and this is as big as the government itself. He then kills Kelly and is about to kill Jekka, but says she can choose to watch a movie before she dies. The background music amps up as he is about to shoot her, but the FBI shows up first and shoots him dead as well, seemingly saving her. Yay, the counselor finally died! They tell her they've been trying to get here all year. He's thankful that she led them to this gold mine, and at first, she thinks they're taking it as evidence, but in reality, he reveals that they're going to use it the same way FYE did, having been searching for it for decades. Once again, it sounds like a bad Indiana Jones movie. When he says she knows too much, she begs not to be killed, but he says he won't kill her. Just give her to the Taliban, and we get the ending.
I mean, if we were gonna steal the cash, we could have just done that at our store. We wouldn't have had to end up in an illegal porn warehouse. Kelly wouldn't have had to die. And I wouldn't have ended up in some Palestinian slave trade for the last 2 years. Or was it Pakistani? I don't know, I always get them mixed up. Is that racist? Well, I'm a slave, so it doesn't really matter that I'm racist. I haven't seen a map or daylight in general since the FBI sold me to the Taliban. Then I got sold to some oil tycoon with one of those headdresses. Sorry, I don't know the name for it. Again, I'm not racist. This is one of those really bad times for being an attractive white woman because people really want to buy you. And you're worth a lot, so then they want to sell you. One time I got auctioned off at a Lebanese steak and shake. I couldn't read the sign, but it was shaped like the logo just in whatever letters they read there. Human trafficking's kinda not ideal. I hope Nicole doesn't get a job at FYE or this could happen to her too. Or maybe that'd be good, because then I'd have a friend to be human trafficked with. And get fucked by guys that sound like Aladdin background characters. Again, I'm not racist.
What the fuck, man? First off, Jekka insisting she's not racist only further adds to that running idea that she is, at least slightly, and that her main priority in this is just trying to convince everyone she isn't. A mixture of her weird priorities and the mild racism. I do really wish that Nicole had gotten this instead, because Jekka absolutely didn't deserve it. Literally all she wanted was to be paid, but no, she got sold into slavery instead. I love this route. I think it's really cool the way they play into a fucked up mystery adventure movie idea, and Kelly and Jekka have good chemistry, but I hate this ending so much, it brings it all down so hard. The title for this text is Right Number, and reads, Heyo, this George W. Bush from the America White House. Not sure if those lesser camel jockeys let you have a phone as a slave, but personally wanted to let you know that Obama has sent a presidential pardon message to the Taliban to let you out. The Taliban ignores most of my messages and will make a grainy VHS tape telling me McDonald's is the Antichrist or Buddha or whatever the hell brown people worship, but you get the idea. American girls like you have a bright future, and we need to preserve that, ensuring all men are created equal in this race for equal opportunity. P.S. Kanye was right. Can't believe I read that. I mean, it's kind of funny, but it still just sucks. Feels so needlessly mean for Jekka, doesn't it? Like, I know Nicole went through shit too, but at least she got herself into those messes. This time, all she wanted was a paycheck, and instead stumbled into a massive conspiracy that fucked her over. At least they tried, I suppose. We finally arrive at the feet routes. Strap in, I'll do my best, but I will be describing these scenes. So keep that in mind if it makes you uncomfortable. We start off this one by going back to the choice with Jeffrey where, unfortunately, she says yes to his deal of $200 to step on him. At first, Jekka wants to go to Old Navy, but Jeffrey has a specific restroom he likes to use since he's done this before. He says the towels are smooth and soft, which... How? How are bathroom tiles soft and smooth? She asks if he'll at least buy her coffee since they're going to Starbucks in addition to the $200. He also says it's a great way to start a relationship. The feet stuff, which, potentially, but definitely not in this case.
Jeffrey, I wouldn't even consider you for a friendship.
Jeffrey, why did you hesitate? Please don't tell me. You're already terrible. Please don't go that far to be even more of a trash person. Either way, they head to the bathroom. We get an admittedly nice-looking CG, and thankfully we don't actually see her feet, or anybody else's throughout the game. She sips on the drink as he plays with her feet, calling them fleshy Play-Doh. Ugh. I'm not judging people for having a foot fetish, I'm specifically judging Jeffrey because fuck him. He asks to compliment the rest of her body too, but she says no, only for him to say she looks tall from this angle, once again bringing up his giantess fetish. She calls this traumatic, which, yeah, I can see why she would. He says he's snuggling his cheeks to them, so she's directly stepping on his face. It feels gross just imagining it, knowing Jeffrey probably doesn't have a very soft face. He says she's size 6, she says they're size 7, and Jeffrey has the gall to assume he knows better than her somehow. She says time is up, and someone knocks on the door asking if they're done. Jeffrey calls out that they're busy, and even though it's a male voice in a women's restroom, the person outside doesn't question it. When Jekka points out how aggressive it was, he says no one understands this community. Jekka then questions this, and Jeffrey tells her about an online forum called Feet Meet, and that he'll recommend her there. Finally, the scene ends, but when Jekka gets to the diner, it's the same thing as before, and she's fired for being late. Emily says to talk to the manager, but Jekka says he always puts a hand on her hip when he consults her, because more sexual harassment! Woo! Emily tells her good luck, and Jekka wonders how she's gonna pay bills now. Crispin comes up to talk to her, but as usual, is told to kill himself. We cut back to Jekka's house, where her dad is talking to himself about wanting to call someone and threaten her, probably Jekka's mom, but there is no service. He asks if she paid the phone bill, and she says money is tight right now. He asks if she's managing her money wisely. Says the man who spent $1,000 on a woman he barely knows. She says she's getting paid, but a majority comes from tips, which aren't consistent, but her father interprets that as making excuses because he's a boomer who doesn't fucking understand the world anymore. He brings up how united America was for the first few months after 9/11, which was true. It was probably the most united the country has literally ever been, but Jekka says he was pulling Arab guys out of cabs and beating them up because he's a racist who should drop dead. He dismisses it as we were having fun, which admittedly is a funny line, but still. He decides to give her some customer service advice. Smile and be friendly, and always show kindness because you don't know what the customer's been through. That is good advice. He also says to use small talk to build a connection with the customer so they will be more willing to spend money. That's also good advice. Third, the customer is always right, which is not true at all. For some history, the phrase, "the customer is always right," started as the full quote being, "the customer is always right in terms of taste," meaning that if the customer says they want a specific food or drink, you do not suggest for them to try something else. They know what they want. However, over time, the term shifted to apply to all customer service, though these days the phrase is slowly being phased out as more and more people are coming to their senses that the customer is in fact not always right. Jekka asks what she should do if someone says slavery should come back, and he says to grit your teeth and move on. I have experience with that. I think back to a time when during Pride Month I wore an LGBT pin, not sure which one, and some guy came up and asked me if I was the type to fuck other girls. I mean, I am, but, don't fucking say that. I just ignored him and checked him out even though he kept trying to bait me. It sucks, but it's part of service. Also, this turns out to be one of the only conversations with him where he doesn't end up yelling at her. We see Nicole and Jekka at the mall because that seems to be the only place they ever try looking for jobs. Nicole is tagging along because she wants to steal stuff while Jekka is asking for a job. Jekka says she could sell her stuff on eBay, and Nicole has the realization that you can make that a sort of career. Given that it came up last route, this seems to be when she got the idea, relatively speaking, which is kinda cool. Jekka says it's too much work, but Nicole says all jobs are work, with Jekka countering by saying it's turn your brain off work, which I get. My first real job was working at a restaurant, and before I discovered keeping an earbud in my ear, I would just sing songs to myself or think about my writing ideas. Jekka eventually runs into Kyle because he's the only other specific character we know is in love with Jekka. He asks where she wants to go to step on him, and she asks about the money first. I'm not sure if this is implying this is her second time doing it, and we see her being proactive immediately, or if she's done it more times than this already. She says they'll go to the Starbucks restroom. Kyle wants to go somewhere else, but Jekka insists on Starbucks so she can get a drink, when in reality I think it's just an excuse to use the same CGs as before. Kyle starts up small talk, but at first Jekka shuts it down before remembering her dad's advice, and she decides to actually engage him. They start up talking about their dads and how mean they can be. Kyle says his dad tells him to meet girls, and Jekka says this counts, helping his self-esteem, which is indeed good customer service. She asks how he got into feet, and he says he started to realize it after watching Kicking and Screaming. I don't judge. I mean, everyone has their own sexual awakenings, right? I didn't realize I had a crush on a girl for the first time until one of my friends joked about it when I was in, 5th grade. He says after high school all of his friends moved away for college, so he didn't have much to do, and he started doing this. He says her size 6 feet are nice enough to replace the void, and although she corrects it at first, she eventually uses the customer is always right and agrees with him. He's so happy with her, he offers to buy her shoes after this. He also offers an extra $20 to hold hands while they walk, bringing the total to $30.20 today. She says no, however. We then cut to Jekka trying on what seems to be expensive clothes. Nicole says they're $300, which is $453.04 today. Jekka says she got a job again, and when Nicole questions where, she says the anime store in Fair Oaks, and says Nicole can go there if she doesn't believe her, smartly knowing that Nicole would never step foot anywhere near such a store. She says she wants to die before she's 21, and wants to die young, to have a hot body when it goes to the morgue, which feels like heavy foreshadowing for this ending. At home, Jekka's dad mentions heart problems, which is similar to Nicole's mom having chest pains. And that might be so you later believe that he really is having heart problems, given Nicole's mom literally died from hers in rehab. When Jekka arrives, he turns to face her, and she almost reflexively backs away from him, asking not to be hit. Isn't that just awful? I know we've seen a lot of awful stuff so far, but for real, you have failed as a father if your daughter doesn't feel safe with you. He asks how she's doing so good at her job and making so much, being able to pay bills off early. She says she's using the steps he gave her, which is true. She is using them to great effect. He tells her she made his heart proud, and she interprets this as him saying he's gonna molest her, which fucking sucks. He explains he was told by a doctor to avoid stress because at his age, cardiac arrest is a possibility. This is awful because it ends up being one of Jekka's driving forces for continuing to do something so awful for her mental health, because she's literally afraid her dad will die if she doesn't. He asks her to cover the cable bill, but she says that wasn't part of her responsibility, and isn't the internet enough? But he says he upgraded to the Food Network. All without consulting her or asking if that's okay, if she has the budget. No, fuck this actual atrocity of a man who can't even provide for his fucking daughter properly. God, I fucking hate him. When he talks bad about her mother, she questions if he has to say that, and he loses his temper out of nowhere, then blames her when his heart hurts. What the fuck? God, I wish he died in this route, or any of them. Time passes and we find ourselves at Kmart.
It's kind of cool how you could just shit on the floor at Kmart and there'd be no change in aesthetic.
I genuinely question Nicole's brain, but at the same time, I can relate with having the most random thoughts sometimes. Kinda love her for it. Jekka picked out an entire cart of items to do some arts and crafts with shirts. Nicole asks if she can afford everything and asks what the anime place is paying her. Jekka slips up and asks what anime place, but quickly tries to recover. Nicole asks if she's blowing the manager, then switches to a sugar daddy when Jekka denies it. I'm honestly not surprised Nicole manages to sort of figure it out. She says it has to be the ugliest rich guy in the universe if she won't even tell Nicole about it, and she steals Jekka's phone. At first she thinks it's a foot model thing, but Jekka tells her to scroll up and explains it's a foot fetish thing. Also, they mention $100, but we covered that amount already. Nicole asks why they want to be stepped on, and Jekka says it's because they're submissive, and then Nicole struggles to say submissive. It seems like she's uncomfortable to say it, but given all the other stuff she said in this series, it feels surprising that's where her line is, don't you think? Either way, she says the whole thing sounds awesome and wants in. Jekka hesitates to split the money with her, and we get a choice here. And for this route, we choose now to bring her along. She says she needs the money because of her dad pressuring her, which is true, but only because he's such a shit person. Nicole says that's lame and she would have done it in high school, but Jekka says back then her parents weren't divorced and she didn't have to pay bills. Nicole gets upset and calls her gay, not even reaching for a good insult like she's known for. She puts on a sort of bitchy voice and tells her to have fun having someone jack off to her. Jekka says it isn't like that, but Nicole says it's impossible for it to be that weird without sexual gratification, though she specifies men when it could apply to any gender. She's right though, it is a sex thing demonstrated by Jeffrey paying her for jerking off later on. Nicole says she should get into this herself and calls her a whore, that what she's doing is basically the same thing, just with feet. I mean, again, she's kind of right. If you do see it as sexual, then that's basically what it is. Just you aren't really doing anything that actually harms you physically like sex does. It just might fuck you up mentally, which it does to Jekka. Jekka says she doesn't care because she can do whatever she wants with her body, which, while I agree with the sentiment, in this case it's mostly just a facade, since she breaks out eventually. She storms off to head to Jeffrey's. We get to see Jeffrey's home for the first time, which seems to be an apartment, and transition into a CG where, for some reason, the shelves of an anime fan are completely bare. That is completely unrealistic, but I mean, every house in the series is comedically empty, so it tracks, I guess. We still are blessed enough to not actually see the feet, but we do see Jeffrey's hair this time. He compliments her feet, and she just sounds tired. He asks suddenly if she lactates, and she says you have to have a baby for that. I'm honestly not even surprised that Jeffrey doesn't understand female anatomy and how something even as basic as that works. Then Jeffrey says he hopes she gets impregnated by an alpha male of her choosing, which is probably the most uncomfortable thing he's ever said, in my opinion. Just is so gross and weird and gives such bad vibes that I'd want to run away. Now, unfortunately, Jekka feels obligated to stay because money, and doesn't do that. He starts kissing her feet, and she says that's extra. $250, which is $377.53 today. Jeffrey reveals he also has a mommy fetish because of fucking course, and we sadly see more of that next route. He asks her to put a sock back on, and she says that's also extra. When he complains bare feet was extra, she clarifies any inconvenience is an extra. He says she's her first kiss, and she says she'd never kiss him for anything under $10,000, which is $15,101.17 today. He asks to tell her something personal, and given what he's already asked and told her, she tells him to go ahead. He says he's in love with her and says he tries not to think about her while jerking off, just like Nicole said. He asks if it's extra to think of her while masturbating, and she says sure, it's $50 a load, and he agrees, then gets back to it. We cut to Jekka heading home when, of all people, Burlade shows up, and for some reason feels like he's basically shouting as he asks her for her services. She asks how he found her address, and he says he just used the internet. He offers $300 to do it right now. She says no, and we already calculated this one, so. She says no, and he pushes it to $400, which is $604.05 today. When she still says no, he offers $800, which is $1,208.10 today. Goodness. Eventually, Jekka caves and goes with him. Somehow, this scene is the most relevance Burlade ever gets in the entire series. Really disappointing, huh? He even throws in an extra $100 to do weird roleplay. We then cut to Ari and Jekka in the bookstore, same location as usual. Apparently Jekka called her and Ari was surprised, thinking she'd only hang out with Nicole after they graduated, which is probably true, but I find it really cute that Ari is Jekka's second choice. She's using her soft voice, which I'm going to interpret as meaning she likes Jekka, especially given what she's going to say. Jekka says it's complicated like the Avril Lavigne song, another mention of her, and Ari interprets this as Jekka and Nicole dating, which comes up more often than you think, people in their lives thinking they were dating due to how close they were. Ari asks if they're technically dating, and Jekka asks what the difference between dating and hanging out is, with Ari replying, kissing. Jekka asks if she wants to kiss, and Ari says she absolutely does. Jekka wants a compliment first, and Ari calls her pretty, specifying she likes how she can't wash her body glitter all the way off. Whatever that means. That's enough for Jekka, and they kiss. This gives us the prettiest CG in the entire series, my absolute favorite, and gives Jekka a gay point. I almost want to give 2 for how blatant this is, with such little provocation. Ari asks about her getting fired from the diner, and Jekka says she got a new job at Foot Locker. Ari says she works at Finish Line, which means she's thankfully not working at Domino's anymore. Jekka complains about the customers, and Ari casually says hers is easier because they don't get customers, which is pretty funny. Jekka gets her first jerk-off payment from Jeffrey. Ari does say that her coworkers are homophobic, which sounds shitty, but her boss at Domino's was also homophobic and an insensitive pedophile, so... She says gay people shouldn't put up with this, and Jekka says she's gay for attention at best, but it still counts. Another gay point for her. Ari asks how it's different, and Jekka says if they're homophobic at her job, she'll live, but Ari has to pretend. And that's about the end of this interaction, and once again, Jekka has amazing chemistry with someone other than Nicole. Why didn't you get better friends, Jekka? At the hardware store, Jekka runs into Kyler, who, just like with Nicole on the escort route, has unfortunate timing and starts going on about how he hates whores. The two get into a very public argument, and it even sounds like they might be gathering a crowd, since you can hear gasps when Jekka says he fucks girls who are unconscious. Eventually, Kyler leaves, and Jekka gets another Jeffrey payment. Also, I just noticed Jeffrey's email. Come on, bro. Anyway, Jekka goes to community counseling, which is, of course, Miss Ames. Jekka asks if she has to pay, and Ames says no, and then gets confused when Jekka asks if a hug costs extra. Jekka now only having money stuff on her mind. Ames asks how things are going at home, and Jekka says her parents divorced a month ago, confirming a sort of timeline for how long it's been since the homicide started. She says the problem stems from her dad, and he threatens her every day. She tells Ames she has to pay the bills or else he'll get mad and have a heart attack, which is putting a lot of pressure on her. She also brings up that he wants to fuck her friends, which, given what we've seen with Nicole and Emily, it's unfortunately true. She says at the very least he has no interest in her because of the entire checklist, and at least he's not incestuous. Miss Ames decides wisely not to touch that, instead goes with the bills part, focusing on that. She actually does this multiple times, being told something kind of fucked up, so she just brushes past it into something else. Jekka tells her how she worked at the diner for a while, but that fell through because she discovered her new job. Ames asks if she likes the new job, and Jekka says she likes the pay. She asks what the job actually is, and Jekka makes sure that she can't tell anyone. Ames agrees, and Jekka admits about the foot fetish stuff. At first, Ames doesn't quite get it, but Jekka continues explaining it. The background noise begins to ramp up and become frantic as Jekka quickly loses it. She goes on that at first she only did it a little, but they kept offering more money, and it became more and more frequent, and the pressure kept mounting because she needed the money to pay her dad and keep him alive, even though she doesn't really deserve to be. Jekka goes through multiple breakdowns in this game, and every single time, her VA does a fantastic job. It's really impressive how well she gets across the complete shattering of her mental state. Ames says she sees why this is hard to talk about. She even cries out that her best friend doesn't want her. Ames asks how much money she's making, and we get several numbers here, so I'll run through them and give the amounts at the end. She says it's around $6,000 or $7,000 a month, and Miss Ames loses it, asking why she's going to free counseling when she can afford something so much more, since that's twice more than she makes. She storms off grumbling about Jekka making $80,000 a year, which is indeed a massive salary, and Jekka whines that he makes her pay for the Food Network. So those three numbers are $9,060.70, $10,570.82, and lastly, $120,809.37 today. Now, while you could interpret this scene as Jekka complaining about having a job that literally pays as well as a doctor without any physical drawback like what you get from actual sex, it's meant to demonstrate how even if that is the case, Jekka is absolutely fraying mentally. She feels stressed out by everything that's happened because of these decisions, so she doesn't want to keep doing it even if it does give her a massive, atrocious amount of money, because she's losing her mind in the process. She gets home saying she wants an eating disorder to die hotter, which is another foreshadowing thing. She gets a text saying that Ryan Sheckler is going to be in town, but she's so depressed and drained that she doesn't care, when normally such a thing would make her freak out. Suddenly, Kyle calls out to her as he runs up, asking for a session. Not only him, but Burleday does as well, with Lori seemingly jumping out of the fucking bushes and then getting joined by Jeffrey. Lori I'm not surprised by, considering he did pay for an escort in the previous game. They all start clamoring for her attention to have a session with her until Jeffrey reveals he pays to masturbate to her. When Kyle learns this, he goes to withdraw $1,400, which means he masturbated 28 times thinking of her. I don't know how he remembered the specific number, but that's $2,114.16 today. Jekka tells them all to basically fuck off as she rushes inside. Jekka decides to call the police, but her phone is dead, and she calls out for her dad. She hears groaning upstairs, and we start hearing a heartbeat. I'm not sure whether it's implied to be Jekka's because of her panicking or her dad's, since Jekka thinks he saw the crowd outside and is now having a heart attack. Once again, someone goes to the right, even though the stairs are on the left. Jekka goes into his room, but we find Nicole there sitting on top of him, shoving her feet in his face. The background noise ramps up as Jekka asks what she's doing. Nicole says she's doing what Jekka did because she's a broke bitch with no limits, and she needs the money. She throws Jekka's words in her face as Jekka starts hyperventilating, and she leaves. Now, this is probably the coldest Nicole ever acts towards Jekka. I know some people interpret this route and the next one as Nicole being meaner than usual, but the way I see it is that Nicole has just never done her usual Nicole thing to Jekka before. So since this is the first time we've seen her do something like this to her best friend, it can come across as meaner than usual. But in reality, it's perfectly in line with her character from what we've seen from the rest of the series. Like, think back to Megan. You could say this is comparable in scope to the severity of her action. Actually, this is probably not even as bad as that, but since it's something affecting her best friend instead of someone like Megan, it comes across as meaner, right? That's the point I'm making. Also, this ending makes me think, wow, it must have been weird for Elsie to go from voicing Nicole in this game to Carrara in 100 Line, right? We get the ending.
Is this perspective? Remember when you were like 12 and watching some shitty Law and Order ripoff show? There was always an episode where the cops interview a hooker from the scene of the crime, and she was like this bad neighborhood ornament. Like, had no story beyond, yeah, I was sucking dick and heard a gunshot, and then you barely think about her. You watch it like, that's just supposed to be this stupid horror character, like, that's her thing. It doesn't even come into your mind, you just passively think, oh, I'll never be her. But then you grow up to be gorgeous, get handouts for it, your parents get divorced, your friends move away, you need drugs and money for drugs, and... Are these excuses or justifications? You tell me. I told myself I was a sex worker. Not lazy, pathetic, desperate, a sex worker. Sex worker felt a lot better than whore, but it didn't change the reality. Reality is, I was just another stupid whore. I was a dumb, stupid, fucking foot whore. So laugh all you want. Forget about me all you want. But at least I'll be gorgeous forever.
This isn't actually the first time we see Jekka die, most likely. It's somewhat implied she got burned along with the school in the arson ending of the first game, and was potentially gunned down with everyone else in the school shooter ending. Neither of those is confirmed though, so this is her first confirmed death, and just like she kept wanting, she died beautiful, at least in her eyes. I do think it's excuses though. The way I see it, Jekka didn't have to do this. Yes, it's hard finding a job, and yes, she had pressure from her dad for it, but there was still stuff available, and from what we could tell, she barely even tried for jobs outside the mall. She could have probably found something, and then her being late so many times was her fault too. That was all on her. However, once she got into it, and then started feeling extra pressure from her dad's heart problems, and just having so much money, at that point I started to sympathize and understand how she couldn't leave, or she didn't feel that she could. She shouldn't have started, but I can see why she didn't stop. Have you noticed a pattern yet? That Jekka gets the short end of the stick while Nicole gets away scot-free? Sure, you could say that happened in the other games too, but no. Multiple times, Jekka got roped into the ending as well, got fucked over by Nicole's actions, such as the White Power endings or the school shooter ending. Sure, you could say Nicole's suicide, she was the one that got fucked, but that's just an extension of the suicide ending of the first game, less so than Jekka's actions. In the car crash, she didn't get a scratch. In Slave, Jekka says she's glad Nicole didn't become a slave too. In this ending, Jekka kills herself because of what Nicole did alongside everything else, and in the next one, Nicole literally kills someone and forces Jekka to help her get away with it, which we'll get to. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that feels almost like a bias. Nicole is just able to get away with little repercussions in this game, and while Jekka suffers. Maybe that's due to fewer endings, fewer chances for Nicole to get roped in enough to suffer too, but it's just something I noticed. Maybe it's nothing, or maybe it's not. We'll get to that later, won't we? The ending text is titled, "Greetings, my queen," and reads, "Hello there, I saw your FM listing and wanted to see if I could come to your house to be stepped on by your cute little piggies. My parents named me Frederick, but you can call me Freddy Footins. I am 34 years young and have been with the feet meat community for about 5 years now. Someone on the forum snapped a pic of your feet without your permission, and I pleasured myself to it roughly 9 times. With that icebreaker out of the way, I have saved up about $300 with my SSI checks and would like to hire your services. Not sure if you do any of the more erotic foot sessions, but just in case, let me list you some of my fetishes. Feet, choking, food play, face sitting, mommy incest, sister incest, twincest, simulated kidnapping, Women wearing the Taco Bell uniform. You pretending to be Mexican but then saying you are white after I point out how hot it is that you are Mexican. Covering my rent this month. That last one wasn't a kink, but would be pretty cool if you did that. Also, I am not a rapist by definition. Looked it up, so no need to Google anything about me. P.S. Haven't seen your face yet, but if you look roughly 12, I am so going to try moving out of my parents' house down the line one day, maybe, to date you. I know I shouldn't judge, but like, what the actual fuck is this person? How do you function as a human being like this? Maybe this adds some credence to the idea of the slave route where people need fucked up porn to stay sane, but good lord, this man needs to chill out. Though I will say having a fetish to pay rent on time is really funny, because very relatable. Everything else about this text is just uncomfortable, though. And with that, we have one more route to go. Second of the 2 feet routes. Brace yourself. We're getting there, even if we still have quite a bit to talk about after this. For the start of this route, we go back to the choice where we decide whether to bring Nicole with us or not. Jekka asks Nicole not to fuck it up for her, and Nicole promises. She does end up fucking it up in a way, but it turns out for the better for Jekka, so...
Alright, fine, just don't fuck it up for me.
No, totally. I won't fuck it down or left either, don't worry.
What about right?
I always fuck it right.
Nicole, have you even had sex? Or consensual sex, I mean? Nicole asks if there's any directions for stepping on people, and Jekka says no. That's literally just pressing your feet against their face. It takes a while for Jekka to finally get across to Nicole that there isn't anything technically sexual happening in the moment. No masturbation, no nudity, nothing. Though I find it funny that Nicole finds Jekka a close enough friend that she's okay with doing that kind of stuff with her. When Nicole learns it's Jeffrey, she doesn't want to do it at first, but Jekka says the client doesn't matter because the pay is good enough. Nicole wants to make fun of him, but she says they can't because then he won't want to hire again, harkening back to the customer service rules. Nicole says her therapist is going to have a field day, as if she ever actually has or ever would ever have a therapist. That's something I'll give to Jekka at least. She also gives Nicole Xanax to take and the two head out. We get the same CG as before, except Nicole is here now. Thankfully, still no actual feet, which means if there's one silver lining, we never have to see bare feet on either route. Jeffrey says he likes being spoiled. Nicole makes fun of him, but Jekka tells her to be quiet. Even so, Nicole keeps going and berates him, saying she thinks he likes it, and in fact he does, and starts calling her mommy. Nicole says his standards are low enough that he perceives any interaction from a girl as affection, which is entirely true given how he constantly tried to make friends with Nicole, or said she did something nice even when it was clearly for her own gain. Nicole is basically doing the exact opposite of Jekka, and yet it's also working, which I find to be kind of funny. I mean, it makes sense. With the whole submissive thing, plus the text from last route bringing up wanting to do a sort of mommy roleplay thing, makes sense Jeffrey would want it too. He says they'll be his first priority, and Nicole digs into him further and further, saying he always crawls back to his anime because he's a lonely loser. Nicole says if he wants to keep them, he has to take them to Olive Garden. Another go-to restaurant after the first round, huh? He falls for it hook, line, and sinker, even though she's directly telling him how trash he is and how he'll never fuck them. I just am surprised at how they made Jeffrey just 10 times more pathetic in this game than he already was. I know he's like in foot heaven right now, but even once he's out of it, he's still bending to her every whim. Feels almost out of character with how easily manipulated he is, even more than usual, right?
A little pornographic Japanese video game playing bug.
They have porn video games?
I love how Jekka's just now learning about this. Like, is that really all that surprising? I wonder if, given how much she seems to mention RedTube, if she decided to give one a try after this. I could kind of see it, weirdly enough. Jeffrey says his mom is going to get mad at him spending so much money, and Nicole asks who he'd rather fuck, his mom or them. And Jeffrey says it's a tough choice. Why the fuck is it a tough choice, Jeffrey? What the actual fuck? Nicole tries to brush it off and get them to go to Olive Garden, and Jeffrey says he'll go after 5 more minutes. Naturally, we cut to Olive Garden next, and the two are questioning why they came on a Friday when it's packed, giving them a 20-minute wait time. Jeffrey walks up and compliments them, but Nicole says not to do that when they're in public. They talk about the food and whether it's worth it. Nicole says it doesn't stand up to the Red Lobster cheesy biscuits, which she mentioned in a previous game, though I can't remember off the top of my head if it's the first or the second. Nicole says they can go, but she wants to break a window first. But after Jekka tells her she'll be caught on camera, she tells Jeffrey to do it. It takes some convincing, but eventually his hoarding brain takes over and he does it, calling her mommy again. Nicole says she didn't think he would, and they decide to go to Red Lobster. But when Jeffrey asks what else she wants, she says she wants him to steal stuff for her. Jekka decides to nope out, which is very smart. Nicole and Jeffrey decide to go to the mall to steal cough medicine and then make him take the entire bottle. It's very clear how much Nicole is enjoying this. Back home, her dad asks Jekka about an unpaid bill, and she explains something changed at work that messed with her income. Explaining her hours got split with a bitch who listens to Evanescence, which I find funny because I think that was like a goth stereotype back in the aughts. And then we get this.
But so, how's the day-to-day of your diner job? I'm sure you're up to your knees in hungry customers.
Usually just the toes, sometimes ankles.
And do they tip well?
Yeah, but not always in money. One time a guy gave me a pair of shoes.
I didn't know people would tip like that. Just don't let them get away with that next time. Cash only.
Yeah, cash. Smaller footprint, too.
You know the saying, give them an inch and they take a mile.
Or a foot.
The restaurant business can be so tricky. Just stay on your toes.
Oh, I have been.
Still glad to hear you're applying other places. Just gotta get that foot in the door in the right business.
Totally. My foot's been in a lot of places.
Just don't spread yourself too thin, though. Quantity can be the Achilles heel of quality.
They usually call it mommy's heel.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about the penguins and Happy Feet.
This is annoyingly comedic. I usually love these kinds of unintentional, ironic, rapid-fire jokes, but this time it just feels kind of wrong. Maybe because the feet stuff, or because it's the dad, or some combination of the two, I'm not quite sure. And of course this ends with him shouting at her. No heart thing this time, but I still hope he fucking died of a heart attack. He shouts he'll shove his foot down her throat, and she almost seems to reflexively scream. For how much? We cut to Nicole and Jekka buying alcohol. I brought it up before, but I love just how many new backgrounds this game uses. I know that's because of being out for school for over half of it, but still, you can tell the slightly higher budget with this in the CGs. It's nice. They kind of talk about whatever for a while. Not much to comment on other than Nicole mentioning Krusty Cormac proposing to her, someone we'll get to see later. Jekka realizes Nicole is seeing guys without her, and that means she's losing money. She wants to be included since she got her into it, but Nicole isn't budging, and Jekka says even Jeffrey doesn't pay her as much. Nicole says he's fun, and when Jekka asks how, there's a pause before Nicole says she got him to suck off a homeless guy.
Who, what, where, when, and why the fuck did you do that?
Great line, but imagining that is absolutely horrifying. Nicole says she told him she'd kill herself if he didn't do it, so he did, and they gave the homeless guy $10, which is $15.10 today. Jekka's worried about Jeffrey potentially getting AIDS from that, and Nicole says he spends all day in his room, so he won't be spreading it to anyone else anyway. Nicole says she doesn't care what happens to Jeffrey because he's a terrible human being, which, I mean, I have to agree, and since he's supposedly based on the creator, that's pretty rough. But we'll get to that later. Nicole goes further and says he told her he fantasizes about a world where women are milked like cows and forced to have sex with any guy who wants them. God damn, I hated typing that, and I'm sure I'll just hate reading it too. Yes, I did. Ugh. Yeah, it's probably a good thing he dies in the end. We don't need someone like this in the world. Nicole says she just wants to buy and leave, and Jekka asks about her fake ID. Nicole says it's the Pakistani guy working today, which they brought up in the second game as the one who doesn't card. We cut to a parking lot where Jekka is stepping on Cormac, and he tells her she's been reviewed to 9.6 out of 10. Probably both for the actual feat, but also excellent customer service, and she's top 20. However, someone new showed up that's rapidly climbing the ranks. Feels weird to say about feat stuff, and now she's number 3. I suppose that makes sense if she makes fun of all clients like that because, like I mentioned before, these kinds of people probably like being degraded. And to Nicole, who has almost no morals or the same mental trouble with it Jekka would have, she'd want to do it all the time because to her it's easy money. Apparently she's a 9.89 out of 10. Cormac says it's not only about the feat but the girl too, which, again, customer service stuff. Jekka decides to call her, and guys, her contact name for Nicole on her phone is literally Hot Bitch. How the fuck is that not super gay? It's a gay point for Jekka, for sure. However, it goes to voicemail. She figures if she's at a party like she said, then Jeffrey should be available, but he doesn't pick up either. Also, his voicemail is cringe. Jekka figures out that Nicole must have been lying and runs off, with Cormac crying out that it's so cold without her. At Jeffrey's house, they're playing music as they sit on Jeffrey's bed, I assume. And I actually really like his bedsheets design, but fake fan, if he was a true nerd, his wall would have been even more covered with anime characters and games and stuff than this. He says he feels weird and woozy, and that's because Nicole has been making him drink the alcohol she bought. On top of that, she's made him take 3 Ambien because, again, she doesn't care about him and just wants to see what happens when you mix drugs and alcohol. She says she drank it, so it's like kissing her, and he says he's never kissed a girl, and honestly, he doesn't really deserve it. He drinks up and says it burns his throat because alcohol fucking sucks. He tries to tell her he's fine when she says he's sick, and she yells at him not to talk back. It says he'll be a virgin forever at this rate. Jeffrey takes this to mean Nicole would fuck him, and here I have a funny story to tell. When I was going into Flipside, I had seen 2 CGs ahead of time. One of them was the Nicole CG with Jekka's dad, but because you can't see the dad in the picture, I thought when I got to this scene, since we got it first in our playthrough, that maybe that CG was Nicole actually fucking Jeffrey. I know that sounds improbable, but I've never put anything past this series. And he did end up a virgin forever, in a way. With how much Nicole is pushing this, I genuinely can't tell if she was intending to kill him or not. From the way she sort of freaks out about Jekka calling the police, I assume no, but with her it's kinda hard to tell sometimes. Outside, we see Jekka coming up to the house hearing the music. She says the Chick-fil-A drive-thru took a while, so of course she stopped to get food on the way. It seems like Jekka gets fast food a lot, doesn't she? And yet she stays skinny and pretty. Maybe it just goes to her boobs instead. I wish. When she comes in, she finds Jeffrey on the floor, his face sort of desiccated. Yeah, Jeffrey's dead. Jekka's freaking out, and Nicole seems to drop her dismissive act for a moment. Jekka finds out what all she gave him and asks if she was trying to kill him, and Nicole says she just wanted him to mellow out, so up to judgment, I guess? Nicole asks why she's upset, and Jekka says that he was her best client, and she's missing out on $800 a month now. The background noise also plays during this too, unsurprisingly. Jekka decides to call 911, but Nicole tells her if they resuscitate him, he'll be able to tell them what happened, and Nicole will be fucked. Nicole says they can say they found him like this, so he'll die and they won't get in trouble because they'll think it's suicide. Jekka questions how both of them would get in trouble, and Nicole says it was her Xanax prescription. Jekka whimpers, but Nicole tells her to close her phone, so she does, and Jeffrey stays dead. The ending plays.
What would you do? No, actually, what the fuck would you do? Do you just usually stand over dying bodies where it's either you or them? The weirdest part was that it didn't feel that weird. Like I'd been there a million times before. You ever go to a party where someone ODs and you immediately learn every kid's economic background? The rich kids want to call 911 and the hood kids scream for them to stop. The hood kids' parents don't have money for lawyers, so they're the only ones that worry if the police show up. They'd rather watch someone die than risk going to jail for a drug charge. It seems crazy when you're from the other side of town, but on their side, it's just doing what you gotta do. At first, I thought what Nicole did was fucked up, like she seriously used me. But when I look at where I'm at now, and where I was, does the end justify the means? After that night, I never took another client again. I was meeting strangers on the internet and renting my body out. Yeah, Jeffrey died, but how soon was it gonna be before I fucking died? In a weird, emo Lizzie McGuire miracle twist, Nicole killing Jeffrey basically saved my life. Was that her intention? Fuck no. But as much as people hate her, she's kinda necessary. Don't act like you're not glad he's dead.
Funnily enough, this is probably the best ending in the series. Not by content, but by seeing the most favorable scenario. Jeffrey is dead, but if anyone has to die, it's best to be him, isn't it? And this convinced Jekka to stop with the foot stuff, so that probably alleviates a lot of stress and agony, even if it's unclear how she'll deal with her dad. This wasn't evil for Nicole to do, though, as with most stuff she does, but in the end I see more of a positive than a negative. I don't see her as necessary, though. In most cases, she actively makes the lives of people she interacts with worse, So no matter what good she does comes across as, well, it's going to still be better to not have her around, basically. It's an interesting ending, and after everything Jeffrey has done, and how the first game revolved around him in some ways, it feels fitting to end the series, for now, with his death. But yeah, fuck him. The text for this is titled, Right Number? And reads, Hi, I'm not sure if I have the right person, but this is Jeffrey's mother. Was just texting to thank you for finding his body and alerting the authorities when you did. Unfortunately, they were too late, but you can't blame yourself for that. A part of me is devastated, but another part of me is relieved, which is horrible to say. Jeffrey has never quite fit in with the other children, never had the best grades, and maybe this was the only avenue for him, sadly enough. Every day I wondered in the back of my head if I had failed as a mother by raising someone so awkward. By middle school, I eventually gave up on him to compartmentalize my insecurities as a parent, letting him play with toys and masturbate to what I assume is animated pornography that I found on his computer. I was worried he would be hopelessly going through adulthood, so this might have been the best outcome for him. He would tell me he was going to work on video games for a job when he was an adult. Then it was comic books. Then it was making YouTube reviews of action figures. All these things he said he wanted to do and never pursued. My fear was he just wanted to be a child playing with toys forever. My son's suicide is bittersweet. On one hand, he is gone, but on the other, he realized himself that life wouldn't work out, and ended things before they got worse. I knew there was a smart boy somewhere inside of Jeffrey. I also know we have never spoken before, but I need to tell someone who would not have any preconceived notions about my pain. They can understand my blunt honesty now. When Jeffrey was alive, I was insecure. Now that he's gone, I can feel free. My mother is always worried that she might have failed as a parent or didn't do good enough, even when she has no reason to, so this kind of hits hard for me. You could say it's bad for her to say all this, but think about it. When your son is Jeffrey, how can you not feel you've failed in some way? I can understand why part of her might be happy he's gone. She wanted the best for him, but given how it seemed like he wasn't even trying to be better, I'm not surprised she gave up. It's really tragic. He had so much potential, he really did. Maybe if she had tried to do more, tried to restrict him more, things could have been different. But on the other hand, too much of that can lead to Jekka being forced to go to college when she wants to do anything but. He was smart, valedictorian, so I don't know why she says he didn't have good grades, but he did nothing with it, instead focusing on all the stuff that didn't matter. He had a job, but wasn't making an effort to do something with his life. Sure, that might have made him happy in the moment, but it probably would screw him over in the long run. This is probably one of my favorite texts for just how real it feels. A lot of these can feel ridiculous or weird or absurd or even mean, but this feels real. And that's what makes it hit so hard for me. Jeffrey's the final death of this game, completing the pattern of someone dying in each one. Nicole's suicide had Nicole, obviously. Car Crash had Ari. Slave had Kelly, and the counselor, I suppose. Overdose had Jekka, and this one had Jeffrey. It honestly is a really fascinating game despite how bad it is, and a really cool series in general despite some blunders. We aren't fully through yet, though, of course, so we still have some stuff to discuss, such as the video messages and final message, and more beyond that. So let's go ahead and jump on in, shall we? Throughout the game, the player can periodically receive up to 3 video messages, then get the final message as usual after getting all 5 endings. They aren't very long, so we should be able to blade through them somewhat quickly, so here we go. In order, these videos are titled, We're Watching, Stop Playing, and It Ends With You. All 3 are cryptic and weird, much like the re-up final message, so let's take it one at a time. First one seems to show someone either eating from a bag of chips or a box or something else, it's hard to tell. Either way, there's a sudden bang and the camera goes flying, eventually landing on the ground. They're shouting, then another bang as it cuts to a black screen with white text reading, God is watching. There is then a voice that says, but who is God? It seems to me to be very clearly a video taken by someone during the school shooting from the first game. The God stuff might sound familiar, considering it's been a somewhat subtle theme throughout the entire series, mentioned here and there a few times. Primarily, it's come up with Nicole saying she hopes God isn't watching two 16-year-olds, and Jekka saying maybe God is the reason they have such eventful lives. The final message will end up being the culmination of those ideas. The second video starts with text reading, "Where's our God now?" Nicole followed the leader and look where it got her. The person holding the camera is breathing heavily, as if they are hiding in a dark hallway or behind something. The text continues saying, "You think Jekka will be any different? 27 tragedies. Why does this matter?" The 27 tragedies is referring to how many endings the series has. 15 in the first game, 7 in the second, 5 in the third. 27 different outcomes, and yet why does it matter? The text asks, "Why do you care? You have your own life to worry about." The person holding the camera looks up, and it almost looks like we can see someone before there's another bang as he tries to speak, ending the video. The video seems to be pointing out how no matter what ending you get, it's always considered a tragedy. Even in a relatively good one like Nicole graduating, she talks about where her life seems to be going, and the way she talks about it doesn't necessarily seem entirely good. So why do we care about these fictional characters when we have our own real lives to worry about? It's also right that Jekka didn't avoid tragedy either, despite being a different person than Nicole. A better person, arguably. But why are these harkening back to the school shooter ending? This third one I'm going to play for you, since it's sort of a long monologue played through a voicemail.
You have one new message. Message 1, Wednesday, 6:19 p.m.
Hello? I just wanted to ask you something. If God isn't watching, who is? You've wanted to know, haven't you? The answer might leave you hollow. Every atrocity, every mishap, every injustice you pretend to care about, but you don't. We merely want attention for all we can't control. If you controlled it all, would you want people to know? Gods were not imagined to heap praise, but to deflect blame. Who made all those choices resulting in death, destruction, addiction, and despair? Why are you lonely, out of shape, unfulfilled? The answer is you. Now what are you gonna do about it? Goodbye, God. I need to go now.
We don't know who this is, but given the mention of God and what we read in the final message, this is likely meant to be SBN3, or just God speaking. The caller asks who's been watching, if not God, taunting us that we've wanted to know the whole time, ever since it was brought up in re-up. He says it doesn't matter, that we are the ones who made every decision, every choice, and that God is simply someone to deflect blame onto when we make mistakes. But then, at the end, after saying that everything has been because of us, the caller calls us God. Sure, we didn't make the game, but we are the God deciding which endings the characters get. We could simply choose to do nothing, get maybe a single ending or two, or do them all. It's our choice. We do what we want with these characters because we are also their God. Once he leaves, we hear someone screaming. We can't make everything out, but it sounds like someone saying, "Oh my God," and "call the cops." And then we see someone's feet as they quickly walk away, which is reminiscent of the final message in re-up. This makes me think that it's also during the school shooter ending, but this one is far less obvious than the others. With that, however, we go back to the main menu, leaving us with only the final message remaining. As for the final message, here's what it reads in full. The title is, "Thanks for playing," and reads, "Thank you for playing the Class of 09 visual novel series to completion. This project set out to bring real, relatable experiences back to the current lexicon of entertainment through the medium of comedy. Originally, it was thought a bunch of people in their early 30s would play these games for a laugh, but it turned out people who were barely alive for 2009 gravitated towards it in larger numbers. Many of the social issues featured in this game were not exclusive to the late 2000s, and the teenage portion of our fans led me to believe times haven't changed. I also learned that two-line throwaway jokes qualify as lore for people who need employment. Through these games, presenting the dynamic reality I'd witnessed came second to only writing dialogue that would entertain a wide array of people. From FPS streamer frat boy assholes who love Kyler to purple-haired gender-neutral girls who love Ari, Class of 09 has succeeded in being a crossroads of internet culture, regardless of whether those two parties are even aware that the other side plays the game. This was not by accident. This is just what happens when you aren't afraid to exit your comfort zone and explore other circles, other cultures, and most importantly, other levels of hardship. Representation in media is important. However, mainstream media cannot represent those they are disconnected from. If you're suicidal, homeless, bulimic, addicted, a sex worker, or in an abusive relationship, Class of 09 is not shock humor to you. It merely displays a reality the comfortable can't comprehend. I cannot necessarily write how real which stories were or were not, but I can guarantee the answers will surprise you. Lives had been lost, and many futures were squandered along the journey which influenced the stories in these games. Those who experienced some events of Class of 09 in their own lives would understand. Your funny stories and your sad stories are all you need to create media that resonates. Now, while the game contained a plethora of anti-pedophilia messagery, you just can't avoid psychos who latch onto media just because it's popular. I would like to warn our fans that child predators who infiltrated the Class of 09 fanbase have been using the following phrases to secretly identify each other. The writing in Class of 09 isn't very good. I hate SBN3. I hate Wrath Club. Class of 09 was good by mistake. I love Class of 09 but hate the creator. No, the game just made that up. Make sure to report anyone using this or similar secret pedo rhetoric to your local authorities. Thank you, SBN3, aka God. I find this funny because my YouTube analytics tell me that my main demographic is 18 to 24-year-olds, same age range as me, and people who would have been too young in 2009 to barely even remember what happened. And that's exactly what he's describing. I also do think that even if the undercover pedophile thing is meant to be insulting to haters, I actually find it kind of funny, all things considered. Though, screw you, SBN3, I'll analyze your shit all I want to, because I do have a job, sucker. I don't have purple hair, and I'm not gender neutral, but I am bisexual and have dyed my hair a dozen times throughout my life, so that's somewhat accurate at least. This text basically encapsulates what I've said since the beginning. Everything in this series could have and did happen to people. It's just turned up to such a degree of exaggeration that it doesn't feel real to anyone except those who might have actually experienced it. It's a wild ride all the way through, even for people who can't relate to every or even any of these experiences, however. I had a lovely time with this series, even with its low points. Cough. Feet. Jeffrey. Sorry. Must be something in my throat. SBN3 being God basically harkens back to those moments of mentioning God, how he's the nerd sitting in a computer chair at a desk creating their world, who suffers and who succeeds. Yet we are God as well, also sitting in our chairs deciding as well, but he is the creator, the one watching over Nicole and Jekka, and as Jekka said, making their lives interesting. He is the God who created, and we are the God who decides and watches. I think that's pretty interesting, all things considered. Anyway, I'll gush more about my love for the series in the outro. For now, we still have some more non-game stuff to cover, such as the anime pilot and the short Kicked Out. We start in May 2009, right before this class graduated. Still can't believe Nicole managed it, by the way. The first character we get to see is Karen, who sadly gets basically as much attention in this pilot as in the rest of the series, which is almost nothing. No, actually, it is nothing in this pilot. In my opinion, she also looks bad in animation. Megan, however, the next character we see, looks adorable in this. I'm not sure exactly why. I think it's the hair. Just looks really nice to me. Then we shift to Nicole, who is doing stuff on her phone. The paper is slammed on her desk as she's told she got an F. She asks if he's assuming her cup size, which, if I had to guess, maybe a double D? I don't know, I'm really bad at telling sizes. I will say the animation of Nicole falling back into her seat is really well done, looks pretty good. We get the opening logo and some music that I can't decide whether I love or hate. Then it cuts to the cafeteria, where we can see Kyler, as indicated by the back of his jersey. This is the only time the school really appears in this pilot, since most of it takes place at the mall. It's weird finally seeing other students in the cafeteria alongside Jekka and Nicole as they talk. Nicole is trying to make money, as usual, though this time it's for a specific reason. Jekka's wearing a simple but nice-looking bracelet as she tells Nicole off. Jekka asks why she wants to buy a collectible, and Nicole says it's a really cool belt, Avril Lavigne's fuck belt. Another mention of Avril Lavigne, another go-to person. At first, Jekka thinks she means a strap-on before Nicole says it's a belt that literally says fuck. Side note, but it's funny seeing Nicole hyper-fixating on things throughout the series, like when in the Ari Rouse she got locked onto coming up with a game show for a while. It doesn't happen often, but it's funny when it does, since Nicole will literally be on this for the entire pilot. Jekka asks how Emily got it, and Nicole says she met her at a party or something. Knowing how ridiculous this world is, I can buy it, but Jekka says she thinks she's lying, which also is in character. Jekka brings up that she said she hooked up with Kurt Cobain even though he died when she was 3. Nicole says he might have been a really bad person, which, again in this world, I could buy him being a horrific pedophile because why not? They decide to ask her, and Jekka wants to buy pills. They find Emily smacking the vending machine hoping it'll drop something. Emily shows her the picture and also a pic of Kelly's boobs that she got from some guy apparently. Don't know why she'd keep it, but it ends up almost benefiting Jekka later, and Nicole says her nipples are fucked up. Whatever that means. Jekka tries to buy Xanax, and when Emily dumps out her bottle full of random stuff, we see a few Skittles. Piss candy, by the way. There's also a gumdrop, like a Dots. Jekka turns it down and says she'll fill the void with something else, which happens to be Chipotle. Megan is standing in front of the store protesting it and saying it's owned by McDonald's, who is evil, I guess? Ari comes out complaining that the guy took forever, and it reminds me of her and Jekka talking about how the people at Chipotle somehow mess up the order despite doing it in front of the customer, in the same scene that they kissed. Also, speaking of, Megan gets right up in her face about McDonald's, during which I get a fun screenshot, and I think they should kiss. Just go ahead, you know. Megan doesn't actually say why McDonald's is bad, at least, you know, here, so Ari moves on. She tries to do the same to Nicole and Jekka, but Jekka just tells her to fuck off. The line is very long, and surprisingly the two girls are able to wait it out and be patient enough to get to the girl.
Burrito?
Yeah, burrito.
Black or brown beans?
Brown beans?
What kind of meat?
Extra chicken.
Extra chicken?
Yeah, extila chicken.
I didn't know you spoke Spanish.
Why does she say it like that? Why does she seem so surprised by extra chicken? This character became a meme when this first came out to my knowledge, and it's not that hard to see why, admittedly. They sit down and Jekka says she's starving, only to show her having taken a single bite before saying she's full, which makes me irrationally angry. Like, actually. She says she'll finish it later, at least. We cut to the mall where Colby is telling the worker about a pedophilic experience he had, and the guy, being a true customer service worker, ignores what he says and tries to push the purchase. Though it's a fucking gun, so maybe he shouldn't. Just a thought. Jekka and Nicole go into Hot Topic where Ari is working, making this her third job. She sees the two enter and walks up, saying Jekka can't have the food in here, and Jekka gets upset because she says she can't eat it all in one sitting, which is just atrocious. Nicole says she knew they wouldn't let her bring the food in and tries to smoke a cigarette, but Ari tells her she can't do that either. So Nicole gets upset and the two girls leave. Ari laments that her manager is never in, and I just feel so bad for her in this pilot, like, for real. Across the aisle, Emily tries selling Percocet to the guy at the counter. He says deal, but specifies it's only because she's really pretty.
Okay, deal, but only because you're really pretty.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why she says it like that, but it's honestly really funny. Then Jeffrey walks up asking if they have any Japanese Pokemon cards because he's that kind of nerd. Also, fucking rude. He was literally dealing with someone else. At least, like, try to get his attention or say, like, can I talk to you, please? Even the guy says he was in the middle of something, but Jeffrey just asks again because he's a rude snot. We cut to Nicole's bedroom, reminding us that Nicole's mom isn't in this pilot either. So I wonder if maybe her VA dropped from the series or something? I mean, he replaced the counselor, but maybe SBN3 felt that character was more important? Who knows? I suppose Lynn and the counselor aren't in this short either. Thank God. And Lynn is barely in Flipside, so... Nicole is looking at Craigslist ads to get money for the belt, lamenting why she's even doing this. Meanwhile, Ari is being told she needs to come in tomorrow on her day off, so she uses razor blades to cut herself on her upper thigh, just like she said she did in her routes. Then when her mom calls out to her, she hides under her blanket like a 10-year-old trying to pretend they weren't playing video games in bed. We cut to Jekka and Nicole at a new store, where Nicole is still pitching ideas to raise money really fast because she's still hyper-fixated on that belt. Nicole then comes up with the idea to draw characters, and then says she could learn to draw. Fuck off, Nicole. Then what was everything you said in the escort route about drawing for, you hypocrite? Also, here at 5:43, the paintbrushes aren't in the stand. What a weird animation error to make.
Bring that up for me.
She has Tourette's.
Ari comes in to work to see Jekka protesting outside the Hot Topic, and Ari asks if she's really doing this, and Jekka says she shouldn't have messed with her. Jekka says the Chipotle was $7, which is $10.57 today, and Ari points out the materials for the protest was more than the Chipotle costed, but Jekka isn't thinking very rationally in this pilot, so... In front of another store, Nicole is trying to sell really bad clay figures to Kelly, saying they're from Italy. When she picks one up and it breaks, however, Kelly questions if they're really from Italy, and that they're actually made from dough balls. Nicole says no before someone comes out pointing that it is their dough. Back at Hot Topic, Jeffrey had a huge pile of plushies sitting on the desk as Ari scans everything, a massive line forming behind him. We hear everyone complaining, including someone shouting, "God damn it!" in a way that sounds like something Hunter would say, though it's not him. The line diminishes until it's just Jeffrey, and when she's finally done scanning, it comes out to $483.57, which is about $725.96 today. Jeffrey runs off, and Ari calls out for the next person, only for everyone else to be gone. Jeffrey runs over to Jekka asking if he did a good job, and receives a boob pic in return, which is Kelly's, though Jekka passes it off as her own. Either way, it's probably the only boob pic he'll ever get. We then go back to Jekka's house, where thank God her father isn't around. They're lying on the couch and like, oh my god, I know Nicole was like skinny and big boobs and all that in the way, but these anime shorts and pilot really make her look just so much curvier, don't they? I know it's probably just the animation, but still. Nicole says she could sell crushed up aspirin and call it cocaine, and Jekka tells her to just get a job. Nicole says protesting isn't a job, and Jekka says she has plans. We then move to Nicole talking to Emily while doing her usual pose, asking if the belt is really worth $1,000, and then Emily says tons of people want it. Nicole offers to try pills for her to work off the money, but Emily says she has customers for that. She says she does have something Nicole could do for a guy she knows, but Nicole says she isn't going to suck dick. At least in this timeline. And she says it's for the guy's business. We then move back to Ari, who gets confronted by Colby, who very unfortunately says she's a hot 16-year-old. Ugh. Once again, not available, twice over, to you. He says he's there for a minors welcome speed dating event, with Jekka having put up a sign and advertising that they do this weekly. Kelly walks by saying she'll never shop there again, but I can't tell if Jekka asked her to do that or if she just did it naturally. Jekka then looks up to see her grand plan. 200 water balloons filled with syrup. I'll be honest, none of this feels in character for Jekka. If it was Nicole doing it, I'd get it, but Jekka, it doesn't feel like she'd put in any work past that first protesting sign. Ari has asked to come in again, and then we move to Emily still trying to sell those drugs. The guy behind the counter asks if the Percocet was good, clarifying that he wanted to make sure it was actually Percocet. He asks if beating the shit out of your daughter with a meat mallet is a side effect of that, because we love casual murder here. Emily says she doesn't have a daughter, so she wouldn't know. Jekka passes by, so we focus on her now where she moves to the side, pulling on a rope, only to look up and see all of her syrup balloons are gone. She then gets nabbed by mall security, and Ari and Nicole walk out, Nicole having sold out Jekka to get the manager's money for the belt. Later on, Jekka is waiting outside the mall as Nicole comes up to her. I like how most of the short takes place at the mall like Flipside did, and it makes me wonder if this does continue, how much of the school side would we see? Nicole asks if she actually has to do something to fix this, and offers to let Jekka wear the belt every other weekend, but Jekka says that's only a start. Suddenly Jeffrey comes walking up, like an actual loser, and demands to see Jekka's actual boobs, having found out the ones she sent were fake. I wonder how he found out, and I don't even have a single real guess. Nicole walks up while he's shouting and smacks his head against the railing, and Jekka says she forgives her. The credits play as they walk away, and over the next half a minute, Jeffrey continues to bleed an outrageous amount, more than any human being, much less one his size, would ever have in their body. So that was the Class of '09 pilot. Several characters didn't make any appearances. The counselor, Miss Ames, Crispin, Kyler, sort of, Nicole's mom and brother, and Jekka's dad. Some of these characters had little presence in Flipside, so perhaps that's the reason why, especially since most of this pilot takes place at the mall. My favorite part of it is that the snippets we get to see of the characters' daily lives can lead to really snappy, good humor, like with Emily selling that guy drugs. It has a lot of potential, and I hope it continues in the future, though admittedly the future of Class of '09 isn't all that pretty right now. The Kicked Out short, however, is much shorter and much cheaper. We start Chipotle with someone shouting that it's the last time they jerk off in a Starbucks bathroom, and Jekka asks why he'd scream that in public. Jekka and Nicole discuss how the man's words imply he's done it in multiple Starbucks restrooms before. We then learn the reason for the title, as Jekka says they got kicked out of Chipotle because Nicole shouted at the woman for not giving them enough chicken. She says her English wasn't good, so it's likely the same woman as the pilot. Nicole says the louder you speak English, the better foreigners can understand, because of course she's that kind of person. Nicole mentions Indian guys trying to get her mom's credit card info, the only mention of her mom in these animated videos. Jekka says that makes her sound racist, and Nicole defends herself by saying anyone can learn English, and that you shouldn't live here if you can't speak good English. She says it's better for citizenship to know English than to know who the president is. Which, yeah, I can agree with. Although, admittedly, English is one of the hardest languages to learn, so... Why do Nicole's arms look so skinny but her chest so big? The proportions seem a bit off to me. They finally head off to a vending machine, the same one from the pilot, and after losing a bet, Nicole says Jekka needs to get kicked out of Denny's by not being racist. And they walk away. You can tell from the background footage that this one is way cheaper, as there's barely any animation. It's just Jekka and Nicole, and Colby's voice as he says the janitor's closet is way better. It's funny for what it is, but doesn't stand up to the anime short, and definitely not the pilot. With that, all the main content is done. We've discussed all 3 games, the anime short, the anime pilot, and the kicked out short. We still have a few topics to cover, however, so let's barrel on to the character analysis next, though this one will be the shortest of the 3. We'll begin with the characters that were considerably less important and move up to those who were, starting with Kyler. He doesn't have much of a presence in this game beyond being a comedic relief character. He's still his usual self, which means an absolute jackass toward women, though he thinks that because they're out of school, he can basically do whatever he wants now, which thankfully isn't the case. Even so, he still hates anyone who sells their body for money, even though he basically treats women like objects only meant for sex anyway. He's not as funny as he has been in the past, but he still does get a chuckle out of me every now and then. Crispin is also about the same as usual, seemingly making rounds around the mall to hit up as many stores as he can, talking to girls and never actually buying anything. Despite being told to fuck off and die a dozen times, he always comes back for more to try and start mundane conversations no one wants to be a part of. He doesn't really have any relevance at all this time, simply appearing to flirt, get yelled at, and leave. What an existence. Burleday has somehow more relevance and lines in this game than he's ever had, but that isn't saying much. He mainly acts as one of Jekka's very clingy and desperate customers, his gimmick being that he likes really weird, nonsensical roleplay like people from weird commercials. He's also really proud of his car. Yes, there's that little to say. Laurie is much of the same, although we get a little extra. He only teaches the seniors, which was why he wasn't around in the first game, and he's the weird guy they buy cigarettes off of in the Sxicide routes. It also makes sense he ends up being one of Jekka's customers, since we already know he's willing to pay for an escort. He might be even worse though, since he waits by Jekka's house for her to come out, and then jumps out to talk to her, which is really creepy. Not much to say here either. The counselor is the first character in this list that feels like an actual character we can talk about. He doesn't work for the school anymore, thank God. He instead works at an adult entertainment store, but is unfortunately still a pedophile. He still does his usual thing, and when Jekka and Kelly come to see him, he basically acts like a D&D quest giver. And given how reverent he is about the porn stash when they find it, I wouldn't be surprised if he genuinely feels like it's some mystical, magical quest he's bestowing onto these girls. It sucks that he kills Kelly, though. It does feel slightly out of character, but you could say that since he's not at school anymore and doesn't need to maintain his image nearly as well, he's willing to be far more outwardly insane, especially since he thinks he'll get away with it. He loses a lot of his charm for me in this game, both because of his new role, the bad taste from killing Kelly, and the voice actor change. All in all, it makes him a far less enjoyable character to me because he loses a lot of his humor. It's kind of sad, really, as now he's just left off as a really shitty, unenjoyable person. Miss Ames in this game loses a lot of her personality, in my opinion. She acts as a therapist or counselor in 2 of the 5 routes. She has basically had her racism completely removed or unacknowledged, and while that makes her a better person, it makes her less interesting as well. She's just kind of there to push along the plot in Nicole's Sxicide route, and doesn't really do much in the Overdose route. In fact, in that route, she simply wants to make things worse for Jekka, yelling at her for getting free counseling when she learns she makes double her wage from feet stuff. In Nicole's Sxicide, it's nice seeing her do the right thing and call the police on Mr. Katz, implying he got arrested after the suicide took place, even if it probably didn't help much with what Jekka was experiencing, and pushes Jekka to run back to her house, getting her in trouble with her dad after he learns, probably from her, what happened. In the end, she's a better person in these routes, except for yelling at Jekka, but less interesting. Emily is another case of being less interesting than in Re-Up, but her interactions with Jekka are still very enjoyable. We learn that she works at the diner, but also gets money from either selling drugs or getting a sugar daddy, which unfortunately in this game ends up being Jekka's dad. Her dad even calls her a new stepmom, even though marriage is never directly discussed, either before or after the slave ending. I doubt they stay together now, knowing Emily and given how badly the dad seems at managing his money. Other than that, she's still generally very irresponsible, enabling Jekka when she wants to drive drunk, and contributing to Ari's death in that ending because of it, and also enables the manager committing sexual harassment on a seemingly daily basis. And unfortunately, there isn't much more she does beyond that. She does have a role in some routes, but it ultimately isn't as important as you'd think. So Mr. Katz has technically been around since the beginning, and although he has prevalence in the second game, he shows up a lot in one route of this game as well, though in this case, much as with a lot of other characters in this game, it only serves to make him worse. Not only is he a drug addict, but we learn he's also a pedophile, and a really terrible one at that. Given how he wants to treat Jekka like a little girl, it's likely he'd be a pedophile for someone very, very young, even younger than high school. He's highly abusive, manipulative, and controlling despite him saying otherwise, and becomes paranoid the further along he and Jekka go, almost yelling at her like her father does. They never seem to go so far as to even kiss, but that doesn't excuse any of his actions, as I'm sure he would have liked to if things had continued. He does seem to be arrested by the end, but even so, it sucks that he's one of the characters that Flipside did nothing to but make him a worse person. Kelly gets to finally get her own sort of route in this game after being skipped over in Re-Up. She still works as a manager for FYE and builds extremely good chemistry with Jekka, despite Jekka not wanting to acknowledge her as a friend, and a better one than Nicole. She's still one of the more normal people in the series, and thanks to her job, which she's likely had for a while, she has an interest in movies and loves to talk about them whenever she can. She's excellent at customer service and is respectable, since even though she doesn't need a job due to her parents being rich and letting her live at home for free, she does so anyway, either because she wants to, or just to make her own money. Whatever the case, it's something to look up to. It's also because she's rich that she throws a lot of parties, so she's one of the more well-liked characters too amongst the girls. She's a far better, more reliable friend to Jekka than Nicole could ever be, and far more rational, even if she is very poorly denying that she's gay, when we've had so much evidence to the contrary. She bounces off Jekka's jokes extremely well, and I wish we got to see more of them together, especially since it's pretty sad that she dies at the end of the slave ending just because she wanted her money. Ah, Jeffrey. Poor Jeffrey. Poor, misogynistic, not actually feel bad for him, Jeffrey. He was never a good person, but Flipside takes all of his worst traits and cranks them up even more. While his misogyny was hinted at more subtly in the first 2 games, this one far and away pushes it as far as it can. He wants women to be forced to have sex with men whenever men want it, wants them to be impregnated by alpha males, and so much more. It seems since leaving high school, his lack of a girlfriend or much social interaction at all has led to a hatred for women, even if he's still desperate for their attention to the point he'll kill himself because a pretty girl asked him to. He still doesn't understand social cues and blurts out seemingly whatever he's thinking about, despite everyone telling him not to. He is pathetically submissive to the point of not even being funny, and leaving him completely stupid to manipulation and suicide. This game is him at his absolute worst, despite already being a bad person, and even his mom considered him a failure by the time he was in middle school. It's possible he could recover, but as he's now an adult, that window is rapidly closing, and given the way things turn out in the series, it's unlikely he'll put in the work to be better. It's so bad that him dying is the best outcome of all the endings in the game, and one of the best in the series. While before he had reasons to feel bad for him, in this game he is absolutely inexcusable, and I don't care if it sounds mean, but I am indeed happy he dies. The world and women around this version of him are probably better off. For once, Nicole isn't at the top. She isn't even second to last. With her no longer being the protagonist, she isn't anywhere near as relevant in this game, but she still affects the plot of several routes rather heavily. Obviously, her suicide route affects Jekka deeply, being her one and only friend, and leaving her after she was going through everything else at the same time with their dad and Mr. Katz, their texts intertwining in such a beautiful way. Not to say Nicole wasn't actually going through stuff as well, but we only really get to see how the suicide affects Jekka, since for everyone else, it barely affected anything. We've discussed it before, but Nicole wasn't popular. When she dies, everyone moves on after only a few days, a week at most. But for Jekka, things will never be the same. The world feels emptier to her because she seems to struggle to make other friends, and Nicole was the only real one she has, as terrible of one as she is. It's nice to see real proof of what I've said in the past, even if the situation itself is sad. In the Overdose ending, she becomes harsh and cold towards Jekka when she doesn't include her in what she's doing. As I said before, some fans interpret her as meaner than usual in this game, primarily due to this and the feed ending, but I think that Nicole is still in character. It's just that this is the first time she's ever directed this coldness towards Jekka, climaxing in her doing foot stuff with Jekka's dad. In reality, that's arguably about on the same level as what she did with Megan and Re-Up. It's just that Jekka was going through far worse things at the time, so it came across as worse to her. And in the feet route, as mentioned, she ends up causing Jeffrey's death, though she claims it wasn't intentional, especially given by the way she freaks out when Jekka wants to call the cops. Even if it was accidental, it's clear she doesn't care at all, and I'm sure even if her reason for it was not wanting to get in trouble, she likely wanted him dead anyway for all the terrible shit he says and does. Even before that, however, she reveled in the control she had over him, just like how she had control over Ari, and didn't care that she was taking income from Jekka because it was easy, and I wouldn't be surprised if she kept doing it even after Jeffrey died. She is just as terrible of a person as usual. As for my final verdict on her sexuality, I say she's an aromantic lesbian. She doesn't seem to like romance of any kind in the slightest, no matter what, and she seems to show more sexual attraction to women than men. In fact, she doesn't really seem to show any at all to men, whereas we know she had sex with Ari in some way. There's vague mentions of boyfriends here and there, but that gets contradictory with other statements, and again, we never learn of anything physical, unlike with girls. I could be completely wrong with my interpretation, but that's the way I see it. I shall tell you the final gay point amounts in the outro. Jekka's dad is, without a doubt, the worst character in the series. He's literally a checklist of terrible personality traits. He is racist, misogynistic, a hypocrite, a manipulator, mentally, emotionally, and physically abusive, irresponsible with money, and a terrible father, as well as a borderline pedophile who wants to date all of Jekka's friends despite how creepy that is. He is the main motivator behind most of the plot in the game, forcing Jekka to get a job in almost every route, and pressuring her both intentionally and unintentionally to keep good grades, and keep paying for bills, even leveraging his heart condition against her and blaming her when he lets himself get upset at her. This is bad enough, but he forces his daughter to pay for stuff that shouldn't be her responsibility, and then turns around and blows $1,000 on a woman he barely knows, and will likely leave him within a month. He is atrocious at parenting, and he should be the one supporting his daughter. Finding another woman is fine, but spending so much money on someone you barely know is outrageous and unforgivable, especially when he basically threatens to kill her if she doesn't keep paying up. The fact Jekka thinks he'd want her to keep dating Katz for a good grade, and that I can even believe that, says a lot about his character. Or that she flinches just from him entering the room. He doesn't understand how modern customer service and jobs work, or that going to college doesn't guarantee a good career, or that you don't need to go to college to get a good career, and would never make an effort to do anything but blame his daughter. His standards are far too high, and he wants to control every aspect of his daughter's life, despite him not doing his best to provide for her. He's one of the worst fictional fathers I've ever seen, and in my opinion, the worst character in this entire series. And that's comparing him to people like the Counselor, for God's sake. Jekka being the protagonist of this game is the worst thing that could have happened to her. You'd think with her being a far better person than Nicole, she'd be able to avoid the kind of evil and bad luck Nicole suffers, but no, she falls into the same traps of this twisted world. She overdoses because her father pressured her into paying bills she didn't need to. She got sold into slavery because she wanted to get paid for her job. Or someone died because she introduced her friend to a way to make relatively easy money. You could argue who had it worse, and while I think Nicole did overall, what we see with Jekka is just as horrible as many endings from the first game. She tries her hardest to do what she can for her future and her father, but it's never enough. She always comes up short in the eyes of everyone around her, and barely has any friends to support her. And the one friend she does have is Nicole, which isn't really saying much. She struggles to tell people her problems because she doesn't have anyone to talk to, and like Miss Ames says, she struggles to even make friends, having gotten so comfortable with Nicole that once she was gone, she felt lost and empty, like the whole world didn't care that she was suffering. Then when she does start to make a new friend, like she arguably did with Kelly, Kelly dies and she goes into slavery. No matter what happens in Flipside, someone ends up dying, whether fairly or not. She's not perfect, but she doesn't really deserve what happened to her in some of these routes. She didn't deserve to be stuck with a friend like Nicole, or a father like him. She could have done so much more, been so much more, but she wasn't, and that's the most tragic thing. She was screwed from the start, and I doubt things will get much better, even in the routes where she survives. To try and wrap this up on a more positive note, here's my final verdict on her sexuality. I think she's straight up just a bisexual. I think she leans more towards women, such as the many times she wants to or says she kissed another woman, which we've never seen with men. However, unlike Nicole, she shows a desire to get a husband one day, or date a man if they fit her desires well enough, like Ryan Schuckler, for example. She strikes me as someone who would want that romantic side as well, would want someone who treats her well, not just someone to have sex with, and I hope she's able to get that, at least in the ending she can. With that, we now move on to the next section, which will be quite a bit different from everything else I've talked about in the series. I hope you enjoy all the same. In this section, we're going to discuss the creator himself, SPN3, or Max. A lot of my information is going to be coming from an AMA Reddit post by someone who supposedly knows Max. Now, while he seems to have verified his identity, I still want to preface that everything I'm about to say is alleged, not 100% confirmed. According to this person, who I'll refer to as F because I don't believe we know their name, Max made the series, or at least the first game, as a sort of wish fulfillment, or a version of reality that he wishes had been true. That he wanted to be the bully, but didn't really have the means to do so, and so instead bullied easier people online, such as autistic people, which sounds really bad, but at the same time, if he was a high schooler at the time, it's a little more forgivable because high schoolers are still in that age of people that are dumb. Once he got into college, he says he still did it, which becomes far, far less forgivable. Ev says that usually Max doesn't like putting that much of himself into games, so this was either unintentional or something he experimented with, only for it to blow up. He also apparently likes calling people pedophiles for the smallest things, which unfortunately checks out, given I feel like that word is used over 100 times in the series. That seems like it might just be a projection, though. When asked what a game about Nicole being an adult would be like, F said it would never happen, because Max would consider her no longer cool at that point. In this message, he elaborates more on the wish fulfillment by saying Nicole was essentially the person, the bully he wanted to be. Whenever she screws people over and acts insane and evil, that's him portraying what he wished he could have been like, in all the worst ways. In contrast, deep down, while he wants to be Nicole, he shares more traits with Jeffrey than he realizes. Though, as mentioned in a different post, when it came to anime, he seemed to think anything outside of mainstream stuff like Dragon Ball was bad or wrong. Jeffrey is his true self, Nicole is the projected self he wants to be. It would be no surprise then that he's typically very confrontational and mean. Being given any sort of criticism or pushback tends to lead to him losing his shit, and he would not only bully autistic people, as we mentioned, but would also use the N-word in calls, to the point people wondered if he was black, something he was apparently proud of since he almost never liked to show his face, which honestly might be one of the smartest things he's done considering everything coming out about him. Further down in another message, F describes how some of the anti-pedophilia shouting all the time might actually be a sort of projection, since he's heard stories of all sorts of girls Max is hooked up with, one of which being one he met in person that looked far too young. F was too scared to bring anything up, however, due to, again, Max being a bully. He even once made a message describing how people past their mid-20s dating 18 and 19-year-olds makes them a pedophile, only for him to turn around and do just that. And when it came to LGBT stuff, even F wasn't quite able to pin down his stances, his best guess being that he was supportive so long as it didn't clash against his own biases or misconception about queer people, which would explain a lot of the ways LGBT stuff was dealt with in the series. I shudder to think how he would have portrayed someone transgender, given how F says, as a trans person, they felt they were sort of tokenized for simply being trans. Another belief might be he wanted to include those themes because he knew it would get some people angry, which feels in line with what we've seen so far. According to F, Max made Flipside to intentionally alienate fans. He doesn't like his fans in any project, and typically when something starts to get an audience he doesn't approve of, he'll self-sabotage and say the most wild things he can, which in this case is believed to be the pedophile thing from the final message, and then use that to start from scratch. However, since this series has gotten so popular and Flipside so hated, that's not going to work so easily this time, leaving it really up in the air where the series will go from here, if it will even continue at all. He can't pretend it doesn't exist, because now it's going to follow him forever, even if he deleted the games themselves. There's more here, but I'll save some of the finer details for you to explore on your own. This is more of just an introduction to everything, I suppose. I'll leave the link to the post in the description. From what I've gathered here, Max isn't the most stable person. He's a mean person who thrives on bullying everyone and anyone he can. Projects his own insecurities and problems onto other people, and wishes he could have been even worse than he already was when he was younger. Saying he wishes he was like Nicole already says plenty about him. F says they believe you can still enjoy the game and its jokes. There's nothing wrong with that. Just keep in mind that the person who made them is someone like this. Someone unwell and, frankly, probably undeserving of the success he got. I'd understand if you don't want to support someone like that. I love this series regardless, and want to continue engaging with it, so I will, since I'm a firm believer of separating art from artist. But for those who can't, probably stick to experiencing the game online if you don't want to give the creator any money at all. Sorry if this comes off as a little disorganized. It's a lot to sift through and piece together into something coherent. I want to specify again as well that even if the post comes from what seems to be a reliable source, none of this is truly 100% confirmed. It's all supposed information. I implore you to check out the posts and make your own conclusions. As we begin to round out this video and approach the tier list sections, I have one final, shorter thing I'd like to discuss before then to sort of raise the mood a little. I hope you can all enjoy despite what we just learned. SBN3 once stated that he wishes to continue the series, but that future games wouldn't be a visual novel like the first three were. Because of that, I'd like to present 3 different ideas for potential games you could create. Now, one of these ideas is going to be really insensitive, so keep that in mind, though with this series, such a thing wouldn't be out of place, I think. So why don't we start with the insensitive one first? A first-person shooter game of Jeffrey during the school shooter ending. Now, while many games have unfortunately been made in the past about real school shootings, I'm hoping one made with the humor of Class of 09 and being about a fake one would perhaps help get this one past more restrictions and allow it to come to be. Not that I think the world absolutely needs it, but again, with this series, I wouldn't be surprised. It's really just a suggestion. I imagine the dark comedy of the series could work well with a concept like this, like the joke I made about Emily finding Jeffrey hot during the school shooter ending, only for him to gun her down the hallway. Admittedly, I don't have much experience with shooter games, so I can't give you a lot of tidbits about gameplay and how the game itself would work. These ideas are mostly just base concepts made for a relatively shorter section of this video. For fun, you know. My second idea is a take on the game Kindergarten. For those who haven't played it, you essentially play through a time loop over and over where you go through the same day, talking to different people and completing different tasks in order to finish each character's story, employing time management and trying to avoid dying. I think a Class of 09 take of this concept would be great, with Nicole having to play through a day of school, walking around and talking to everyone to complete tasks and finish smaller storylines. You could even have characters like Emily stand in as Monty, the character known for selling items, which is perfect for Emily since she basically does the same thing. I think it could work well since dark humor is something Kindergarten does well too, and dealing with frequent death is a staple of the game. This idea is the one I find the most feasible, personally. My last idea is a murder mystery. Once again, if you use the dark comedy of Class of 09, I think it could work really well for something like this. kind of like what I imagined for that one Sonic murder mystery game. I don't know if Nicole would be the best protagonist to use, but I also don't know anyone else that would work. Maybe Jekka wants to take up the role of detective for fun, but gets in over her head. Or maybe if you want to use Nicole, you could say whoever finds the culprit gets money. Maybe that would be better, because we've seen how it goes when Jekka's the protagonist, and I'm not sure I want that anymore. This also feels like a really fun concept that could work with more of a humor, and a mystery plot hasn't been done in this series yet. I think it has a lot of potential. Those are the 3 basic ideas I had for their Class of 09 game. I probably could come up with more, but I think that's a nice general place to end this little section on. Any one of these I would love to see, but the kindergarten-style game is my personal favorite, though I know it'll most likely never get made. With all that done, it's finally time to move on to the tier lists, and then join me in the outro for a special message and the final gay point tally. Thanks for watching this far. Hello everybody and welcome to the tier list portion of the video. Now before we start, I apologize for the ads. The tier maker does not let you use the site with an ad blocker. So you gotta work with it. This is the first section of the tier list. Bits, we are going to do tier list of the endings. Now, this is my tier list from the re-up video, and this is Ark's tier list. So, as you can see, ours is a little bit different, and I'll be going first with mine, because I think I'm typically less descriptive about my opinions than Ark is. So, we'll be doing his first, or mine first. So, before we do start proper, though, there is one change that I do want to make. I actually think I like Escort a little bit more than the Revenge ending. Honestly, I think that's the only change that I want to make to this, though. I still think that this kind of represents my general, like, vibe and feelings. So, now, we're going to... Thankfully, this section will not be very long, because there's only 5 endings. But we're going to be going in the order of the ones that we covered, which means starting with Nicole's suicide. And the thing is, I honestly don't know if I should put it... I like it more than Nicole's suicide, but the thing is that it's definitely, like... The only reason that it's as good as it is because you have the backdrop context of her suicide. So I want to say it is better, but it's only as good as it is because you have the context of this one. So it feels unfair to put it higher, but it is, like, definitely up there. But however, I still do not think it is better than the school shooter ending, simply because all of the text from the first game, you know, building up to this ending, it still leaves a bigger impact, in my opinion. So for the second one, which is Ari's death, and as you can see, I am typically fairly positive with my reviews of these endings. A little bit more on the positive side. This one, not so much. It's just a question of, do I think it's a low C or a high D? That's the real question for me.
What even entails to be playing in F tier of the white power? I'm going to play which is my tier.
I don't know. I might be shifting some of these down. Well, the thing is, because... That's a good question. I think it's probably in D. It feels like the longer we go on, the worse the white power endings feel, you know? No, okay. I think I am going to keep it like this. The white power endings here. Just because, like, I think they have at least some merit to them. They're not a lot, but I don't think they're, like, outright terrible for the most part. It's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to say. What was the third one? This was the third one, right? Slave was third.
Slave was third, yes.
Okay. The thing about this route is the ending is terrible, but everything before that is good. in my opinion. I love everything about this route except for the ending. Like, I love Kelly and Jekka's interactions. I like they kind of go on, like, a weird little quest. I get to see a lot of new backgrounds and everything. And I like this route. It's just that the ending is bad. So I'm going to put it there. As for these two...
What a god, I'm gonna throw him like A or something.
No, they're definitely going lower down. It's just like, I hesitate to put them in F because, like, it's like, they are bad, but it's like, I don't know if they're... I don't know. It's hard for me to say. Everything that happened in... Okay, no. I think this is probably the only one that I would put in F. Just because I feel like this is the route where the dad is the most frustrating. And that's, I think, the thing that kills it for me.
He's bad at everything, though.
Well, I know, but he's like... No, okay, the thing that annoys him the most about me in our second... When we were going through and taking notes for everything, the thing that pissed me off the most was him making Jekka pay for stuff when he was spending thousands of dollars on Emily. That's, like, the thing that frustrated me the most about him. This one, the thing is, I don't think this one is as bad as this one is, so I'm gonna put this one here. I think it's better. I think
it's really showing these.
I think it's better. Well, I think it's better than the White Power endings, but I mostly because, again, it's the thing of, like, it's surprisingly, like, one of the best endings in that game, like, in terms of, like, it's like a somewhat of a good ending, or, like, the best ending, you know? Even if the path to getting there was really rough. I don't know. This is like, the endings in this game, to me, every ending except for the Nicole Sxicide ending is so contentious and hard to, like, compare to the rest for me. Because it's like, most of the time, it's like, I like a lot of what the route does, it's just that the ending drops the ball. Like, these two especially. This one, again, I love basically everything about this route except the ending. The ending is terrible. This one, I think it's a decent idea. Really, really bad ending. It would have been better if Nicole had also died. If Nicole had also died, it'd probably be in, like, B. These two are, like, really weird, because it's like, yeah, the feet stuff is really obnoxious sometimes, but at the same time, this one is just bad because the father pisses me off so much in this one. This one has a little bit more merit because it's a somewhat happy ending. In a weird, twisted, messed up way, it's a happy ending. And I think it's a very good showing of Nicole and Jekka's personality, or not their personalities, their relationship. I think that it also gives it some, it's just, they're so hard for me to rank a little bit. But, I don't know. I wonder if once I hear your opinions, if it's gonna change. So I wanna hear your opinions.
Okay, sure.
Starting with Nicole's Sxicide.
Right. So, to preface before I begin my tier list, I hate this game. As if you've watched the first two Class 19 videos, you will know that I am a Jekka fan. And this game treats Jekka like shit. Okay, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. The real reason is the content of the game, which I'll get into now. Nicole's Sxicide. This route is the best one of the 5. And that's not saying much. But you know why? Fucking Mr. Katz. You could say Jekka got herself into the mess at the start of the route by flirting with him, but that doesn't excuse the advancement the way it did. Every scene the two made me want to throw up, especially with the daddy shit, Not to mention the entire reason Nicole and Jacob fought because Nicole said next Friday, and not this one, next on the current week. The end is tragic and emotional, but it doesn't get resolved. What happened to Jekka? How does she process it? Does she recover? Or does it end?
Honestly,
But compared to the other,
to me, the open-endedness of it helps it. I think it's the only open-ended route in the entire series. It's the only one where they do not explicitly tell you what happens. And honestly, I think that makes it so fascinating because you can kind of interpret it however you want. And I think that makes it better.
But I mean, compared to the other four, this is the least bad of all of them. It does tie back to the first game, and that does give it some credit. But the whole Mr. Cat shit, the whole introduction to Jack is dead, the whole like argument, the reason why Jack and Nicole argued, like some dumb Nicole's like saying next Friday of this one just pisses me the hell off. And no, sorry. If you can't tell, I'm getting like really fired up because I do not like some of these well. Okay, I'm gonna try to contain myself. Anyway, I do like that it ties back to the first game for them to give it a little bit of credit, but the whole Mr. Cat shit, the whole daddy shit, it just made me want to throw up. It made me like genuinely uncomfortable, and this route, funnily enough, is like the one that made me the least uncomfortable. Yeah, tie back to the first. Yes, it's open-ended. But everything else about before that does not save it for me. I'm going to put it in the top of C.
Top of C. Very top?
Yes. Yes.
Alright. So, second one.
Ari's crash, or Ari's death, rather.
This ending,
As someone who
this ending, it doesn't really have like a great name because it's like I think the name on the wiki is like car crash, which I feel like the better name for the route would be like the drunk driving route, but I don't know. The endings are more named off the ending rather than the entire story.
As someone who likes Ari, this ending sucks. Could someone please answer me? Why did Ari have to die? Please answer that in something as irresponsible as drinking and driving, instead of Jack and Nicole dying it, paying for the actions, instead of even one of them dying, which is crashing into some random other car, and crashing into a lamp or a street light, it's having to be Ari. Because, hey, guess what? She showed up in the middle of a round to say, hey, I'm walking Dynamos, and that's dumb. Yeah. And apparently that's the entire justification, quote unquote, for like why she died. The ending is abrupt. There's no reflection. There's no resolution. The speech Jessica gives at the end makes it act completely insensitive to the entire ordeal. She probably went out drinking and driving even after this happened. It's so bad. God. I will say that Jekka, it's the first time we get to see like Jekka have like a new look, and in the all black outfit, she does make it work, but the ending just, my God, just drops the ball hard. It's not bottom of the bill F tier, but it's definitely the bottom D tier. Slave ending. As someone who likes Jack and Kelly, this ending sucks. This is the ending where Jack tried to be a member of society, tried to work with Kelly, and it blows up in both their faces, all because they want their paychecks. I do like that you get to see more backgrounds in this. I do like that it's more Kelly focused in a series where she was left on the wayside, though I wish she hadn't gotten time at all if this is what it turned out to be. But that's about it. The ending is disturbing. It's over the top. It's abusive toward the player's investment. This is a route that feels like it just only to fuck Jekka over, which the game is great at doing. Surprise! The ending sucks, but I will agree with Red that everything leading up to it was fine at best. but the ending is just terrible. Top of F tier. Okay. Feet route. This ending fucking sucks.
Well, the first one is the overdose route. This is the feet route.
Well, I mean, only both. Like,
well, yes, but the distinction, I'm pretty sure on the wiki, this one is called overdose. This one's called feet.
Okay, okay. Then overdose ending. This ending sucks. I can't even bring myself. Okay. Let's talk about some good. For what little credit I can give it, it's unsettling, and it's extremely bold. It's also extremely real, because some people, unfortunately, can fall into exploitative circumstances when they feel like they have no other options, which I was absolutely forced into in this route. And it's absolutely portraying this route, and it's why this happened. But on the other hand, it's righteously called a fetish route, because that's what this shit is. This route focuses on Jeffrey and Jeffrey's kinks. And hey, you want to know a fun fact? That's who the creator was based on. Wow, so cool, and simultaneously insane to put. Sorry, I'm desperately trying to restrain myself to put your not even barely disguised fetish, just fetish on full display. This route has very little agency. Yes, it depicts trauma, but it instead guides the player towards like a visceral discomfort that, in my opinion, is not felt anywhere else. Just because, I don't know, but we needed to talk with Jeffrey, even though we got a full in the first game for God knows whatever reason.
That's just this route actively makes whatever enjoyable parts Jeffrey had in the first two games are completely trash in this route.
I don't know. We need to indulge in Jeffrey's kinks because instead of doing literally money, it completely undercuts a game that revolves around Jekka, but instead Jeffrey. Like an itch, you can't reach on the back of it. You can't reach on the back. You just blunt the fuck in. So bond of that deal. It's the worst thing in the entire series. And then finally the feet route. Jeffrey is fanarized, meaning his personality and behavior is exaggerated far beyond what is shown in the prior routes, or even in the prior games.
Maybe to be fair, I think you could write it off as being, now that he's like an adult, now that he's out of high school, his personality is different than what we've seen before, because we've only ever seen him in high school, but now we're seeing him as an adult technically, so he's a little bit different. It's an explanation, but it's not an excuse.
That's an explanation, but that's a very, very poor one in my opinion. If he's an adult, like that just put him like output him maturely, not like to the bottom of the barrel, and maybe checking Nicole's feet fucking hypnotize him or something. For many, Red Knight included, the fact that he died in this route could be seen as poetic justice for being how he is. And I do like that after this, Jack never took another client again, so it could be. I mean, it could be seen as a happy ending, quote unquote.
It is the happiest ending of the game.
So it could be seen as, but like, yeah, did Jack know she was doing her a favor when he was like killing Jeffrey? Like, hell no. So I mean, it's the best ending, like for Jekka, I guess. Depending on how you want to interpret Nicole's suicide, but even still, it's not anything to like write home about. Given that the overdose ending is like the very bottom of the tier list, like the better version of this, if the overdose ending was like any better, this probably would have landed a bit higher. But as it stands, it can only be pushed up so high, and I liked the slave leading up to the ending more than whatever went on to this shit. So between slave and the white power um, everyone goes to prison.
I'm surprised you don't have it in D. That's what I was expecting.
I was considering that, but I mean, so I know I got very emotional in it, but Jesus Christ,
I mean, no, it makes sense. I was fully expecting it. It shows that you, honestly, it shows that you're, to me, it shows that you're invested.
Mm-hmm. Does my thoughts make you have any second thoughts about any of yours?
Honestly, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think I'm still pretty firm in my opinions on these. Yeah, I think I'm good where I'm at. So, this is my, as of right now, Flipside is the final game in the series, so this is the final tier list until another game comes out. Honestly, but I mean, even if another game comes out, it's not going to be a visual novel, so it might be different, so we don't know. So this might be the final tier list of this kind of thing. And this one's mine, and this one is Ark's.
Very, I do really like that the score shooter instinct alone was very top. I really like that. But I do like how mine, like, you distribute again, like yours is like clumped up towards the top.
Final words for this section?
I know it was a very short part to the video, but we still hope you enjoyed it. Enjoyed hearing our thoughts.
And next up will be how important we find the characters in this game. Hello, and welcome to the portion of the video where we talk about how important we find the characters to the story of this game. As you can see, we have the tier list from the previous one, slightly edited from, like, the first one like we had in the second. So the categories are main character, major character in multiple routes, a major character in one route, minor character in multiple routes, a major side character, minor side character, and barely a character. And while in the first two games, I feel like it was way more evenly spread out, I think in this one specifically, it's going to be a lot more kind of skewed down.
Yeah.
Because there's only a few characters in this one that are, like, actually important.
Right.
So, how do we want to do it? Do we want to go in the list that it gives us here? Oh, and also, as you can see, this is a different tier list from the one that we used last time because I found a much better one. Obviously, some of the characters are not in this game, so we're not going to even count them, like Mr. White or the lawyer. We're just going to keep them down here because they're not even important at all. So, do you just want to go in order that it gives us here?
Do you want to go from bottom to top or top to bottom? Because I feel like no, we can just do top to bottom. Yeah, we'll start with Nicole.
And as a twist this time, she is not a main character. She is a major character in multiple routes instead.
Indeed.
Because I think the only routes that she is really important, she's barely, like, even in the route that's Nicole's Sxicide, she's not even, like, really all that important in that route. She's just there for, like, the gut punch at the end.
To be honest, there's a part of me that almost wanted to slip a minor character in multiple routes because, like, she barely, I think she didn't even show up for one of the 5 routes, and then the other ones, like, she just, like,
because she's important in 2 routes. She's important in the 2 feet routes. If she was only in one, she'd be down here, but since she's important in both of those, she's up here. Plus she has, she helps Jekka and Kelly find Crystal City, in the slave route. Yeah, I think it's mainly those 3. But she is not a main character for the first time. Because that is only Jekka.
Jekka.
The true main character.
And I wish that Nicole was the main character of Flipside. I can't believe I'm saying that, but let her get what Jagger got.
Yeah, honestly. Okay, Emily. I think she's obviously not like a major character in this one.
I think she's a minor character on multiple routes because she is at a place where Jekka worked. She fucking dates Jekka's dad.
Even in the route where she dates Jekka's dad, she's not even that like a major character. So I wouldn't put her at side character because I think minor character in multiple routes fits better.
And then she's at a party, Carlos party. So
yeah. Jeffrey, he is a major character in multiple routes.
Unfortunately.
Not much really needed to say. It's basically the same as Nicole. He's really only important in the 2 feet routes. Kyler, he's definitely a side character. Would you say he's a major side character or a minor side character? I want to say minor because I think even Crispin shows up more often than he does.
He's definitely minor. He doesn't really do. He appears periodically, just like Crispin in like the first 2 games, but he just says like the usual color shit and just leaves.
Kelly, major character in 1 route.
It's only the slave route, which
you could say she has a minor role in the drunk driving one because I think they go to Kelly's party twice. But, this fits better, major character in 1 route. Ari
is also major. Well, she died, but like that's about no. Wait, well, she did kiss Jekka, but what like the
yeah, but she's not like involved in the route, really.
Yeah, that's true. She only pops in the car crash, and then she pops in the overdose route. So I think she's just a minor side character, unfortunately.
Yeah. Her when she does show up, it's memorable, but it is a minor side character, I'd say. Principal Lynn is also minor side character in this game, to be honest.
Does she show up at all? I don't.
She only shows up in the school sections. She gives she gives the little assembly thing on bullying at the beginning.
Oh, right. And that's really it.
That's pretty much it. Counselor, he is a major character in 1 route, and that is basically it.
Kills Kelly, that's it.
Well, he directs them to Crystal City, and then he kills Kelly. But, I said that's enough to be a major character. Crispin, I'm going to put him as a major side character because he shows up, like, I think in basically every route. Or I guess he could be minor character in multiple routes, honestly. Maybe that would actually fit better.
He shows up to one, because he's in Nicole Sxicide, to my recollection, of course.
Yep.
He is an FYE and warns Nicole and Jekka about, having fun or whatever.
And Hot Topic.
And a Hot Topic. I mean, he's still the same old Crispin. He doesn't really. But I mean, I guess, yeah, he does pretty much show up in every single round.
Jekka's dad, major character in multiple routes. He basically pushes. He's basically the reason the entire game happens. He is constantly pushing the plot forward. Always like the pressure in the background. So he is probably honestly probably the second most important character in the game besides Jekka. Miss Ames, I think she's an interesting one because She had a major role in the Nicole Sxicide route, and then kind of a more minor one in the Overdose route.
So I wouldn't call that a minor one, the Overdose, but Jenna ran her like twice, and she, and like only the second time.
I don't know, because she didn't really, because in this in Nicole's Sxicide, she like she like actually influenced the plot of that route. In the Overdose one, she doesn't really like do anything.
I guess she had like the direct involvement, like maybe Jagger's death, because she kind of like left her alone when like she needed her.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't think it's substantial enough. That honestly, I think it's major character in one route, and that's it.
Okay.
Cole's mom is not in the game at all, so we're gonna keep her down here. Mr. Katz, major character in one route. Unfortunately.
And that is the Coastal side, unfortunately.
It's always, you always add the unfortunately.
Can't believe you put the route with this character in it in ST.
Megan. I don't think she has a single line of dialogue in the game. So we're gonna put her in barely a character, which is really unfortunate, to be honest. Hunter is also the same. He has a couple lines, but he's barely a character.
Kobe is also the same. He
honestly,
shows
no,
up.
I put him as minor side character because he does show up a couple times in the slave route, and that's it. But he actually has like more of a presence than these two. Karen, is Karen? Oh yeah, she has like, she's barely a character because she has a couple lines, but that's it. Brother is a minor side character as well.
Fucking cops sold Jugga to Taliban.
I think this was the one that was looking for the porn. This is the one that arrested her, or not arrested her, yeah, the one that sold her.
Kill the counselor.
I want to say major side character. I feel like that's the most you can get him. Yeah, minor side character for Mr. Laurie. The only thing that he does is show up, sell cigarettes to Jekka and Nicole, and then shows up in the feet route.
And it's stalking Jekka's bushes.
Right, is that one route the Hot Topic? Which one was that? Was that the slave route? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was slave route. I think he's a minor side character. Yeah?
The one scene I remember him in, I almost want to say he's barely a character.
Honestly, you know what? Yeah, I can buy that. Well, no, because he's basically the same as like Mr. Laurie. He has the one scene in there, and then he's also one of the people that's talking to Jekka in the Overdose route. So it's basically the same level as Laurie. So is Burleday. Mr. White's not in the game. Trudy is barely a character. Braxton is also barely a character. As usual.
As usual.
Mall Cop is just a minor side character because he talks about the porn stuff. He tries to get porn just like Colby. And then that's it. And that's basically all he does. These two are not in the game. This one also minor side character because he only has one scene. To be fair, it is a fairly memorable scene, but it is only one scene. And I think I think that's it.
Can't believe Ari's in the same queue as the rest of those guys, and then Megan's like down there. Jesus Christ!
I know, right? This game is like atrocious with the characters. The game's just Flipside, you know?
Funny how I say that considering your endings again.
Well, it's like you have to me, it's like the one gold moment, and then bronze, and then spit at the bottom of the barrel. And that's it. Yeah, I think this is fairly accurate. Yeah. Hello, and welcome to the final tier list section of the video, where we will be ranking characters and putting them in a tier list according to how much we like them. So, this is purely, like, personal taste, taking into account basically everything. Appearance, personality, voice, role in the story, everything. Like, just how we personally feel about the characters. This is where I had everybody for the re-up video. And since we are now at the Flipside video, we're just going to be doing an overall ranking for the entire series. Before, we did just re-up, but now that we're on the final game, again, for now, we're just going to do the entire series overall, because I felt that'd be better. So, this one is mine, so I'm going to be adjusting it to how I like it, and then, I'm like giving some comments about why I have characters where they are, and then, Ark will be doing it, will be shifting around mine to make it his. And looking at this now, I still think that I like these top three. Honestly, I think Nicole and Jekka are kind of, like, interchangeable for second for me. I don't think I really like one of them more than the other or not. Counselor is definitely going down. I don't know if no, I think probably here. Because I still think he's very funny in the first two games, but then in the third one, he's just annoying. I don't like his voice. I think it makes him worse. I think he becomes not nearly as funny. He kills Kelly, and Kelly is great, so that sucks. He's great in the first two games when he has an actual good voice actor and an actual, like, funny position. But in the third game, he has none of that. So it really tears him down a lot for me. Reladay's just kind of there after in the third one. The third one, they make him... In the second one, he's really funny because I think he has some really funny lines. But even so, he was kind of barely there to begin with. And then in the third one, he just is in the Overdose ending, and it gets really annoying, honestly. Kind of like everybody else in that route. Cats is pretty terrible. I still don't... I'm reserving this tier for kind of characters that are, like, barely characters. So, he's, like, the bottom of the barrel for, like, the actual characters that actually, like, do stuff. But, he still, like, has a presence. I think I like how involved he is in the second game. But in the third one, like, he's one of those characters that just goes down so hard. More than, like, anybody else. Still like Megan and Crispin here. I think Colby is fine here. Kyle's fine here. Jeffrey sucks. He's down here. Again, he's very, very good in the first game. He has the whole thing, basically the entire, like, story with the text and stuff revolves around him. It's very, very fascinating. I think he's a very interesting character. He can be very funny, but in the second game, he has very little presence compared to the first, and then the third one, he has too much of a presence. And his character becomes very annoying and twisted and misogynistic. Well, he already was, but it becomes even worse. But he's just atrocious. And him dying literally is the best ending. Lynn kind of loses a little bit of relevance, especially in the third game, but I still think that she's fine. I do wish we get to see more of her. I understand why we don't, obviously, because half of Flipside takes place outside of school. So I get why she doesn't show up as much, but I wish she did. Miss Ames is good in the second game. She's one of the better teachers. In the third game, though, she's just... It feels like a lot of her personality is kind of stripped away from her. And what's left is not very good. So... And, like... She's a very terrible... She's kind of bad counselor.
Would you say she was worse than the actual counselor in the first two games?
I don't know, because again, the thing about the counselor is that if he just, like, calmed down a little bit, he is a good counselor. He has good advice. It's just that he always gets dragged down. She doesn't have anything like that, and she's still bad at it.
She was patient with Jekka when, like, until the very end.
Yeah, and I was just saying that's just, I think that's really, really bad to say to somebody, and when someone is very clearly, like, I don't know. That scene just annoys me enough to put her down there for me. See, is there anybody else? I think everybody else up here is fine. Yeah. Although, I am going to add a row below. Should I be normal or should I be dramatic?
It's up to you. It's your list right now.
I'm gonna be dramatic. He sucks. Atrocious. Terrible. He is annoying without being funny. And I think that's the worst part, is that he genuinely got me frustrated. I forgot how bad he was until we were going over these for the notes. He is so unbelievably frustrating in every possible way. And it's not even, like, funny. Like, the counselor is like, yeah, the counselor's a terrible person, but at least to me, he has humor to, like, back him up and, like, bring out for me. Jekka's dad has none of that. He's not funny. He's just frustrating. And I hate him a lot. Blair's, kind of barely there, so I don't really care that much. No, I'll put him here. I like the little dynamic he has with Nicole. It's kind of funny, but minor character. Mr. White is... I don't remember where I had put him for the first game, but thinking back on it as of, like, right now, probably, like, right here. He's... Again, it's that kind of thing where it's like, he's kind of funny, but it's, like, still not enough to really make him, like, a great character. Like, I would like him more if he didn't have multiple endings attached to him. Like, it's kind of frustrating that he gets multiple endings. He should just have the one, and that was it. Plus, he brings out the absolute worst in Jekka, which makes him terrible as well. It's barely a thing. Funny for, like, that one scene, one joke. And that's basically it. I think that's about it. I realized with my screen cropping you can't see Mr. Katz is over there. Yeah, I think that's mine. I'm not seeing anything like there could be some nuance and some shifting here and there, but overall, I think it's fine as it is. No, I think honestly, I think I like Kelly a little bit more after Flipside than Emily. Just a little bit though. Okay, I think that's good for mine.
My turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, let's start. Ari gets to say what she is. Ari does not have much of a role in the third game of him dying, unfortunately, but she appears for for a couple of scenes, rather. She calls Nicole and Jekka lazy bitches, what they absolutely are. She kisses Jekka in the Overdose ending, which in my opinion is one of the best CGs in the entire game. The first two games really skyrocketed Ari to S for me, and I think her not acting out when Nicole rejected her is kind of frowned upon. I will fully admit that, but I also think that her house burning down elevated for that is like retribution, which unfortunately Nicole, despite being a whole lot worse, does not get like more than half the time, which says a lot. So I think that's slide for Ari. So Ari gets to stay there. Nicole gets dropped 2 tiers, in fact. In my re-up video, she was in A, the top of A. In after Flipside, she goes right now top of B. I might shift that around a little bit when we get to B. But there is debate about whether or not Nicole was out of character acting meaner in this game. In my opinion, she was. Because yes, we don't see her act much of an asshole towards Jekka, but a lot of what she did in this did still feel like wrong to me. Like the whole Jekka find Nicole having sex quote unquote with Jekka's dad makes you want to like punch her. The whole
most of what she does makes you want to punch her though.
True. The whole close your phone before I fucking break it in the feet ending makes me want to like punch her. She did kill Jeffrey, which I guess that's a positive. But she see what else. It's primarily those two scenes. And then I guess she had involvement with why Jekka and why Jekka got sold into slavery and Kelly died, because like she kind of let them there, but even though the counter kind of guided them. I'm not a fan of Nicole in this game, and then the more the series goes on, as you can probably tell, the more she goes down and down for me. So I really hope if there is the next installment that she picks it back up, but I'm not holding my breath. Jekka gets to move above Ari after Flipside. She does. I feel bad for her. She does not deserve to be treated that way. Don't get me wrong. She is not a good person. From everything in the first, second, and third games, I think that's pretty objective. That she is unfortunately not a good person. But compared to like who she spent time with, like Nicole, she's kind of like make do with like the shit she gets, and most of the time she pays a price for it. I'm thinking of like the White Power endings, which I guess she was like one of the biggest supporters of that, one if not the biggest supporter, but she still died because Nicole reported. There are a lot of endings where Jekka gets to pay the price for Nicole's actions, and in the flip side, she just gets to pay the price no matter what she does. Nicole dies, it's left open-ended. She overdoses when she tries to defeat stuff. I guess it was fine in the car crash and like the feet ending, but I mean, even still, I just feel bad for her. But I've always been a Jekka fan regardless. The one thing I don't like about her is that how much of an advocate she was for the White Power endings, but I'm gonna rip into Mr. Katz, not Mr. Katz, Mr. White for that later. But now Jekka gets to move above Ari because I just sympathize with her after Flipside.
Pity points.
Pity points, exactly. Kelly, Kieran, Kieran and Kelly both get to say what they are. Kieran, Kieran gets to stay there because, again, I've mentioned this in my previous tier list, but the fact she doesn't get around is both a blessing and curse in disguise. If she ever got around, I wish it was in the same game, because if she got one in the third game, she probably would have died alongside Jekka too. We got some terrible shitty ending. But the fact remains that she is the most morally like good killer in like the entire school. And in a school full of pedophiles, bigots, murderers, rapists, all the shit you can think of, like being morally good is already like such an outstanding quality. And I just really like her. She doesn't get around, and we don't get learn more about her, which is again both a blessing and curse. But just because that she is just like a good girl,
she didn't have an opportunity to become worse.
But just because like she's basically a good girl, she gets to stay there. Kelly gets to Kelly wasn't A in my re-up tier list, and she gets to stay there. I'm gonna put her above Karen actually. Because she does get more of a presence in Flipside. We do see more of her character. She has some really funny moments. I'm thinking of the scene where she argues with Ari. I'm thinking of the scene where she tells herself, "Please, like it's not love, it's just lust," which for some was really stupid. And initially I thought so too, but when I rewatched that, it was pretty funny. And she gets a role in Flipside finally, where she goes on a small Indiana Jones adventure with Jekka and then gets shot and died because the 200 paychecks, which still makes me makes me burning furious. Okay. Emily gets dropped hard. Emily was in the top of B in my re-up tier list. In this game, she got substantially worse, and it's for one reason alone. Besides the fact that she's leading like a whole bunch of boyfriends around, which we already know in the first few games, and the fact that we know that she's a huge bitch like already in the same game, she keeps that bitchy attitude, and on top of that, she ends up dating Jekka's dad, which Jekka's dad gets to spend like over $1,000 on her, and then
still demand money from Jekka.
In a way, you could say like that was Emily had involvement in that, like why the overdose ending happened, and that if Emily never like put her shit in like the business, then maybe it could have turned out fine, but I mean still, and the whole thing, like the whole argument the two had when Jekka found out, and like Emily was like, I don't know what Jessica stands for. It was obviously Jekka bitch. I'm like, no, like the two, like the quote when Jekka first found that still makes me furious. I'm sorry. I am not a Emily fan. If you like Emily, good on you. But for me, she gets dropped all the way down to the top of D tier.
Wow, that's quite something.
She was already CM. Well, she was already no.
The thing about her for me is that I like her insanity. I like the suicide pact ending in the second one is one of my favorites personally. I think it's a really good examination into like like you think Nicole is bad, well, there's someone worse. And I just really like that kind of idea that like when you put her up against Emily, Nicole is somehow the better of the two. And it's like that doesn't really happen with anybody else, and I think that's a really fascinating dynamic.
That's just a huge negative for Emily for me.
But the unfortunate thing is that everything else that she has is just either like kind of one-off jokes here and there, or it's just kind of negative. Like that route is like all she gets, and while to me that's enough for me to like her, it's definitely pretty weak just on its own, admittedly. And then yeah, in Flipside, obviously in that situation, the Jekka's dad is the worst one worst one in that situation, but Emily is like, part of the problem.
Mall Cop, this is the one who like was going off about the mild, which is code for porn, with like in the what's it?
I still don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Like, what the hell are you talking about? The mild shit.
If anything, because when I think of intense porn, I don't think mild.
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't get it. In my re-up to this killer was in like the towards the middle of C. Was this a cop who shot Nicole in like the school? No, not the school. The mall's parking lot, or was that the other one? I keep getting them mixed up.
It's the mall cop, so it's the one that shot. It's the one that shot Nicole and then gave Jekka trauma.
Okay, gave Jekka trauma, shot Nicole.
A good and a negative.
And the whole. I mean, he does have, in my opinion, he does have a funny scene and like some mild shit. Even though it's like nonsensical, the thing he says when he leaves, like, damn, my socials lied to me. Honestly, that was pretty funny. It is a really good and really good that he, Nicole shot at him, and then like, obviously terrible that he gave Jekka trauma. Although I really hope like after that, Jekka stopped shoplifting, which in my opinion she does, but obviously Nicole probably wouldn't. But
no, because remember, Nicole says it herself. She's immune to consequences.
Yeah, exactly.
She somehow gets shot in the leg 5 times and somehow is able to walk a week later.
For now, I'm gonna put him just throw him anywhere and see. It really doesn't matter. I'm probably gonna shift all those characters around in a bit. But compared to my re-up tier list, he does move a little bit up, but not quite enough to push him up to B. Megan gets no presence in Flipside. She shows up for like the scene in the classroom with Mr. Katz, and I don't think she ever even says a line, which means that the only rating the only criteria like I can rate her in is her route in the first and second games. Which in the first game,
and her route in the second game, and then her 2 amazing lines in the first one.
Everyone's seen a micro-peak. Again, for those who need a reminder for the re-up video, that is, in our opinion, one of the funniest like line reviews of like the entire first game, and obviously of the 2 Megan lines, that's definitely the one that stands out the most. In my re-up killers, she was in the middle of B. Right now she I mean, yeah. For now, she gets to stay here. She basically doesn't move at all because the end of re-up is basically all she's getting for the rest because she doesn't do anything at Flipside. So we'll just move on. The counselor. Now, this is a character that, again, unfortunately, to my lovely red here, I do not find funny.
I don't think we have ever disagreed on a character more.
Yeah, right. Look, for context, Red and I usually have very similar. Even if we disagree on something, we can usually see each other's side of things. For this character, we just can't. Unfortunately.
No, it's like I understand why you don't like him. I'm just saying that I find him really funny in the first 2 games. In the last game, he sucks.
So the thing is, if I squint hard enough, I can see the humor in him because his voice actor does do a really good job in the first 10 games. And I do really like how he like.
What is this?
what is this? Yeah. It's really fitting that he's like right beside Megan when you say that line. But I do see the humor. His voice actor does do a really good job, and I do find the humor in that. After every single piece of good advice he gives, he drops a ball by dropping some kind of like bombshell pedophilic remark. Uh, um, now, unfortunately, that's me actively trying to ignore everything else, my own feelings about this killer, and try to look for the positives. If I'm just basing not if I'm just looking at this killer in like in terms of the game and not trying to change my perspective, not trying to look for the positives, this killer would not be anywhere up here. In fact, in my re-up kill list, he was in the very bottom of C. In it was in the very bottom of C. In Flipside, his voice had to change. Although in my opinion, I think his voice sounds better in the Flipside, which is another point we disagree on. And he leads Jekka and Kelly to the legal warehouse. He kills Kelly for nearly no reason. Just like, and then he dies. That's good riddance. He's just terrible. Just like his status, by the end of Flipside, he goes in death.
Above or below?
Obviously above. There's no. Oh, don't worry. Well, I'm gonna. I have a lot to say about Jekka's dad. Crispin. Crispin exists only to be bullied. Basically, he shows up. He says the most bland piece of dialogue of anyone. And then he basically had no role in like the first and second games. He basically is just a kid like there's like Vale who like wants to be late, wants to like hook up. It just never succeeds. The fact that I will say the fact that he never speaks up when like everyone was like piling on Nicole's suicide in the first game was truly a shitty thing to do. Even if no one would have believed him. And he does have a pretty substantial role in the third game. Although a lot of that comes out from humor, especially from Jekka. Which by the way, that's another point for Jekka. She's really, really funny in the third game. Like she trips Crispin, and then Crispin's like lying on the floor. She's like, nice SpongeBob impression, like twice, and then for 2 or 3 times, anytime Crispin's on screen and Jekka is too, she's like shouts, "Fuck off! Go on, just kill yourself!" I don't know. That's honestly. Again, that delivery is like always hilarious. He does move up but just by proxy of him having more of a presence in the third game. But in the re-up tier list, he was a very bottom of B tier, right? And now he gets to stay here. He gets to stay there. I still don't think I like him more than Megan nor Nicole. Coach Colby. Coach Colby, I'm not a fan of Coach Colby either, unfortunately. He's an opportunist, as Red mentioned multiple times. Which, given that he flirts with adults by the time the third game rolls around, in the slave route where he flirts with Nicole, Jekka, and Kelly, while traveling to the warehouse, I think that's substantial evidence. But even still, the fact is that in the first 2 games he still hits the minors. The fact that choked out ending still happens, and the implications of what happened afterwards. Nicole probably got to fight after that. I'm not a fan of him. In my re-up tier, he was in the very top of D tier. In this one, he I mean, he flirts with adults in this one, and he shows up a few times. He doesn't really get better or worse. He just stays how he is. So I'm gonna put him below Emily, but just barely. Yeah, he gets to stay where he is.
Which one was that?
Were you listening? I said, oh, it's before Emily in D.
Before, as in here?
No, like sorry, after then.
Okay.
Kyle. Kyle is another Kyoto who we can really only base off the second game, because the second game is where he stands out the most, when he kills his mom for a woman he just met, which is definitely interesting. In the third game, he shows up for a scene or two, but even those scenes, he doesn't really have much involvement. Kyle gets to say what he is. He's interesting in that how he kills him up for cool, but again he doesn't really lose points in like the third game because he doesn't really have like any positive or negative moments. To my recollection anyway. Miss Lin gets dropped because in my re-up tier list she was in the middle of B tier. In this game she shows up for like one scene or like one or two scenes, and that's literally about it. While we were taking notes for Flipside, I remembered that Miss Lin had a line of, "If you're pretty like me, you get to like bang or like hook up with however many guys you want in the first game." Which again, that just like pisses me like that makes me so angry. I can't like fully express it without getting into too much detail without trying to cut up a storm. But I'm gonna try to restrain myself. But tier list again, he was in the middle of B, but just by the fact that she lets like Coach Kobe get away with his bigotry in like, the middle of the school hallway. The fact that I imagine many students had probably. We haven't seen on screen, but I imagine that multiple students have probably come up. I want to think that multiple students came up to the principal to talk about the council, and like she probably just like brushed them off, like she did for Coach Kobe. She is not a good principal. She gets dropped to C. And
top of C.
Yeah, let's put her in the top of C. Contrarily, I like Miss Ames. She in the same game she was introduced. She's one of the most patient teachers, one of the best teachers, in my opinion. In the school full of people like Coach Kobe, the counselor, Miss Lin, as I just mentioned before. She is a racist, which again I've given my reasosoning, but in my opinion, given a school of like pedophiles, like rapists and murderers, I don't think being racist is like.
And she's not even the worst racist.
Right. So she's just I am in contrary to what Red believes. I think she's a pretty good counselor. She had a really, really bad moment at the very end when like she found out how much Jekka was making. But at the same time, I'm maybe it's just because of my bias for Miss Lin, but I think in my opinion it's rather justified that you go to free counseling and you accidentally like slip up like how much you're making, which is like gets really angry. Like why are you going to free counseling? You make more than me. So to me that makes sense. But she replaced the actual counselor from the first and second games, and in my opinion she did like a substantially better job. She no longer makes like pedophile remarks, so that's always a plus. And she actually did like help out Jekka for the most part. She gives him really good advice without like screwing up until the very end, because she appears like 2 rounds, I believe. So, in my re-up tier list, she was in the now that Nicole's not there, she was at the top of A tier. I'm not gonna put her in S, but I will just keep her at the top of A.
Top of A?
Yes.
Wow. A for Ames.
Aim for Ames. Let's see. Mr. Bulletin. Mr. Bulletin unfortunately gets dropped. He was healed by the end of the re-up tier list, but the thing is, taking into account Flipside, his only involvement is the Overdose route, where he harasses Jekka in like 11 p.m. to do feed stuff, and then when Jekka like tells him to leave, he just like the office gets higher and higher. I really don't like that, and the humor he has about, oh, I love being a pedophile, being like the same game, does not hold up, unfortunately. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Bulletin was actually in like in B tier in like the re-up, but now no, it's fine. I'm gonna keep him too. Yeah, the harassment sucked, but I mean, whatever. Hunter has some really good really funny line deliveries in the same game. Like oh fuck, but at the same time, he had something that is pretty very very unforgivable to me, which is being naive enough such that he doesn't realize that he's cheating on his girlfriend. Which, I mean, to be fair, Megan is not like a very good girlfriend, like not at all. Like by no stretch is like an abusive girlfriend who treats the partner like a piece of trash, deserve like any respect. But at the same time, just break up. Like you don't like why again? Why are you staying? Like is it for attention? Is it for like a sense of affection? Even though you're not receiving any. But again, the fact that Megan eventually has a full down meltdown on the stage, hundreds of shrugs, and then when that's over, he texts Nicole, "Hey, do you want to become official?" That's just disgusting. In my re-up tier list, he was in the very bottom of C tier. In Flipside, he had basically like zero presence whatsoever. So he moves to the very bottom of C. But don't worry, because again, we're gonna be shifting around. See more of these characters. Mr. Laurie, not Lori. Laurie. Laurie, yes. See what roles did he have? He in the beginning of the game he flirts with Jekka, which again might prove that he is pedophilic.
He does?
With like awfully. Yes, he does. Like don't you remember like he offered to sell, I think it was Jekka and Nicole, some stuff, and like he was said something pretty, some pretty line.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, and then he basically like bargained the price just because like they asked for it, which I'm pretty sure is against teacher student policy. I mean, what is in this game, but even still. And then like Mr. Boladay, he harasses Jekka in the Overdose route in the middle of the night again. So he also loses points. He for both of those, he gets dropped to above Hunter. I'm not gonna say below, but yeah. Yeah, there we go. Kylo, in the first two games, I mean, Kylo is always just kind of there, kind of like a person who's really stupid. And at least in the first two games, he had the merit of being somewhat funny. In the third game, anytime he just shows up, we collectively just kind of like roll our eyes or like groan or like, oh, what is it this time? Although maybe that's just because like how much exposure we had to like Class 4-9s until this point, since we played these in a row, that his humor, quote unquote, kind of just faded away. But even then, even if like Flipside was the first game, I feel like his humor still wouldn't have worked. So Flipside, in my opinion, definitely made him worse. And so he too gets dropped. Just like his mom probably dropped him as a kid.
True.
He moves to. I'm gonna. No, I'm gonna move him between Mr. Lori and Hunter. Okay. Nicole's mom doesn't show up at all in this game. I am pretty sure she's dead in this, which is, I mean, she maybe she should have shown up because in Nicole's suicide, because we know from Nicole's suicide that she was still alive. Because in Nicole's point of view, if you choose like run home to Nicole's mom, she's there and she's what gives Nicole that final push for that event to happen. But when Jekka goes to visit her, she's like nowhere to be seen. Like the entire she goes inside, the lights are all off. She calls out, "Is nobody home?" So I really wonder. I wonder if like she's asleep or she's dead by that point for whatever reason. But either way,
it's always been kind of ambiguous what her mom was doing in that ending in the first game.
So the fact that she doesn't show up at all on the flip side doesn't really change her rating at all. She basically just stays here. Jeffrey on the other well, does she? Yeah, sure. Because again, she's not a good mom. She's a hypocrite, very hard to call. I mean, she does have a really bad history of husbands. She really does have a terrible son, terrible daughter, but even so, she's still a hypocrite. Like she going based off her traits, given the hand she's dealt with, I wouldn't consider her good. Jeffrey is terrible. Jeffrey gets a very notable role in the first game. I would say he's a main character, or like one of the main characters in the first game, because me and Red both agree like he's the person who sends the call or text, and he gives us one of the best endings in the entire game, in the entire series rather, in the school shooter ending. But as the series went on, the worse and worse and worse he got. And so we arrive at Flipside, where in a game that's focused on Jekka, we instead have to shoehorn the creator's representation in OC into this mess of a game where in this one he gets too much of a presence, and he gives us one of the most uncomfortable routes in the entire series.
Two
rather. His misogynist gets turned up to 11. His personality, as I talked about in the ending section, got flanderized to the point that in high school, he didn't even seem like he was naive enough to be manipulated by Nicole so much. But in this one, he just does with whatever mommy does. Jesus,
he becomes an idiot basically. Like he was socially like in the first two games, he's just socially awkward, socially ignorant. In this one, he becomes like stupid. Submissive to the point of stupidity.
In my re-up list, he was in the middle of B. Like Emily, he takes a huge, massive tumble all the way down Well, the fact that he gave us like the two of the worst routes in the entire game, I'm gonna put him like in the very bottom of D tier. I'm not gonna throw him in death because like those two are just hard flaming garbage. But I mean Jeffrey is too, but I mean not to the same extent. Mr. White. Mr. White, on the other hand, does land in the very bottom tier because motherfucker, he gave us like the entire White Power endings, and the White Power endings is dog water, is complete trash. If you again, okay, look, this is my opinion. If you like the White Power endings, by all means, don't let me stop you. I can't judge, and obviously can't stop you, but his look pisses me off. His voice pisses me off. He gave us three of the in this entire game. He's a terrorist. He's responsible for everyone getting arrested twice, or the entire school burning down.
He brings out the absolute worst in Jekka.
And like I'm not going to give a semantics about which one's like worse, but Jekka's dad is definitely the worst of these three. Anyway, moving on. Let's see. The cop. This is the cop that killed the counselor, which is a positive. But on the other hand, sold Jekka to slavery. Woo! We. Oh, what? I can't even bring myself put the energy into this. And that's basically it. That's basically his entire involvement. Aside from always arresting her brother, which is again another positive in the entire series.
Oh, I didn't know that's how you felt.
No, sorry, I misspoke.
Keep going.
Please don't clip. Yeah. He does get props for killing the counselor in the Flipside. Up until re-up, his placement in the end of re-up. Up until the end of re-up, where he landed in the bottom of B, for always arresting the brother. In Flipside, he shoots a counselor with a positive, which makes him move up, but at the same time, he shows Check the Taliban, which. Yikes. And I'm not gonna put him down too much for that. Like they did wander into somewhere that they're not supposed to, but even still, he still gets moved down to C from B. Well, I mean, he always is in C. I'm gonna for always arresting Nicole's brother, he definitely is above the mall cop, but yeah, I'm gonna put him between Missability and the mall cop. Mr. Katz fucking sucks. He's the fourth person that goes in death because motherfucker, he actively makes Nicole's suicide one of the gold mines, the only gold mine of Flipside into something unbearable. Just throw him anywhere in the top top three because he just not before Checkers death. Because as mentioned in my intersection, anytime he pulls the daddy shit, it makes me physically uncomfortable. And the fact that he gave Jekka, like, tied Jekka's hands into, like, hey, do you date me or, like, finish history? Which is disgusting. And yes, Jekka kind of got herself into that mess by flirting with him in the beginning, but still, I gave most of my thoughts about him when I was talking about Nicole's suicide, but I've never been a fan of Mr. Katz. The fact that he went out to buy drugs from Nicole in the second game, and then in the third game, got worse, and he just got worse, and so he lands here. Next is the Loyal, which he never shows up on Flipside, so we can't talk about him. The Hat Man, he does have a memorable scene. He only gets one scene, but it is memorable. The one scene he does get is pretty funny, but that's about it. Aside from that, he doesn't really have much of a presence. He's just something that Jacob hallucinates, and that's about it. I'm gonna leave him. Braxton and Trolley is, as usual, have this there. Yeah. Hey, they exist. And the EMP doesn't show up in Flipside. So this is my tier list.
Okay. I see you skew more negative. This is the only time this ever happens.
Got it Flipside? Absolutely.
Alright, and to finish it off, I know it's only 3 games. Where would you tier each game on a tier list between A or S to F?
Well, F for Flipside. I don't need to think about that. I mean, it gave Jekka more of a role. It gave Jekka the main killer in the spotlight, but for what we got with her, she does not. I'd rather she didn't. It was a game that was made to alienate the fan base because, from what I've seen, the creator Max thought his community got too popular, decided he wanted tear it apart for whatever ungodly reason. Just yeah. It did give us, again, the best CG in the tag game in the series, in my opinion. In Jekka and Ari cases, which casing was again fittingly the only 2 in S tier for me. But I can. Nicole's Sxicide is a diamond in the rough, but unfortunately, it's also tied to Mr. Katz, which really pulls it back down. The fact that it ties to the first game and seeing Jekka's repeated breakdowns throughout the entire game does not push it any higher than an F for me. Re-Up is, in my opinion, the best of the 3, contrary, and I'm going to put it in S because in the first game we get to see all these kiddos: Ari, Kelly, Megan, Emily, and we get to, oh, that's cool. Wish we get to learn more about them. And we do. In the same game, it gave a lot of them a ton more screen time. It gave a lot of them a lot more spotlight. It gave a better look at Jekka in the coach dynamics. It made Jekka actually have a spine in talking back to Nicole. After the get dumped and the prison ending, it's cathartic to see Nicole get imprisoned for everything. It made me appreciate all of these killers a lot more, which I'm sure can be said about the entire community. So yeah, definitely S tier. And then the first Class 9 game. The first Class 9 game just focused on a small handful of killers. Nicole, Jekka, the counselor, Jeffrey, Coach Colby. I will dog at some points in that, again, you get to see so many killers in school hallways, and they have such little presence. They're only 1 or 2 liners, and that's about it. Ari's entire involvement in the first game is just running in when Nicole's getting harassed by Coach Colby, and that's it. That's literally it.
Literally.
Megan's whole involvement is today just dropping 2 lines, albeit funny 2 lines. Kelly gets nothing. Emily, again, it's just there. I don't even know if she got a line or 2 in the first game. So I'm gonna put, but overall, it did give Jeffy. I do for the first game. What was the only game that, in my opinion, Jeffy was remotely bearable, and it gave a lot of. It gave us the entire series. It was the first of the entire trio, and it gave us some really good endings, like the School Shooter, Graduation, Valedictorian, among others. The LA 500K Dream one and Homeless Route was really good. But even still, I'm gonna. The fact that you get to see all these killers, but they never get utilized until the second game makes me put it in B. So in summary, Re-Up S First game B, Flipside, F for Flipside.
Mine's slightly more positive, as it usually is. Re-Up, I think, has the best writing and the best routes, and it does the most for the characters, so I think I also agree that it's like an S. For me, Class, the first game, although it definitely has its flaws and definitely doesn't explore some of the characters as well as it could, it does a fantastic job introducing you to this world, showing you the characters' interactions, giving you a really branching path to choose from, the endings are fascinating. I really like how everything's connected with the text, and I think it's really good, so I put it in A. And then in Flipside, I wouldn't give it F, simply because the Sxicide ending, I think, is just good enough to pull it out of F, so I'd put it in D. I think that's where I would stand on it. Any final thoughts?
As usual, I hope you enjoyed us rambling about like the characters and the endings. I'm sorry that for me, I went like much of a negative tangent. I'm not usually like this, but okay, Flipside. I'm not a fan of Flipside. I'm sure you know after all this.
Thank you for so much for the help, Ark.
Yeah, no problem.
And this is I know we forgot to mention before, this is my editor and lovely boyfriend, Ark. He has been a great help. And I always like I like bringing him into the tier list because he's way better, like, descriptions than I am when it comes to off-script stuff like this.
No, you've gotten much better, in my opinion.
Okay.
Sometimes I have like rack my brain, like trying to remember, trying to like think about what to say, but you're just so good at describing things now.
Well, I hope you enjoyed. You are now coming close to the end of the video. We will be going into the outro, which has some very special stuff for you to please keep in mind and consider. So don't click away just yet, because there's still a little bit more left. But thank you for watching this portion of the video, and the video as a whole. Thank you to everyone who's made it this far in the video. I know it was a rough one, given it's about a game like Flipside, but we made it! Class of 09 is finished. For now. And it's finally time to move on to other series, other franchises, and pick them apart until we find all the flaws and fun details. Next up should be Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, but I'm also working on a little trivia fun fact video for Danganronpa. I'll take the time now to announce that I've activated memberships. Some of you have already noticed, but if you want to support me and see some extra content, such as bonus videos, shorts, polls, or the notes that my editor and I take for these videos.
I fucked the shit out of the Columbine shooters.
Excuse me?
They killed
What?
people. That's cool. All Jeffrey does is bring toys to lunch.
They're not.
Well,
So wait, is Emily
you
saying
died,
that she'd have sex with Jeffrey in the school shooter?
I'm pretty sure that's what she's saying. Yes, which is really funny because apparently she's the dead in the hallway, the only one we're gonna see.
That's kind of
Maybe she died.
That's honestly kind of imagining that is really funny, actually. Just like
Imagine like Emily approaches Jeffrey like, "Oh hey, you cool? Want to have sex?" Just guns are down.
No, I absolutely believe that is what happened. That is.
If you quote like that, would quote me in the video about that.
I am writing that down.
Shit, my leg! Ow!
God damn it! I was about to say that. I was really about to because I forgot she made the joke.
You could have like Jekka say it, and you and Jekka say this simultaneously. So like, play the clip using a line too alongside Jekka.
Get mad at me for spending so much of my money in one day.
I mean, you don't have to care what she thinks.
Yeah, who would you rather fuck, us or your mom?
Tough choice.
Oh
What?
God! Why is it tough choice?
Tough choice, huh?
How do you kidding. Oh my god.
God, I'm starving. I'm full.
You only took like 3 bites.
So?
You're not even at the part where it's a fistful of lettuce crammed to one side.
I'll just save it for later.
I don't know why, but that makes me irrationally angry.
Hey man, I can't help she was 15, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you want to buy this gun?
This guy is a true customer service worker. He just ignores everything that he says and just gives up. Just like, okay, you want to buy this stuff or not? Then please consider becoming a member to see all that. I've also uploaded some custom badges that may be hinting at a future retrospective series I plan to do, and some emojis, though I haven't decided all on what I'm going to do yet. The series has been a blast, and I love it to bits despite, well, everything about it. It's such a unique sense of humor and enjoyable, but also hateable characters, a simple but well-executed premise, and interesting storylines. This last game was rough, but I had a fun time the entire way through making these videos for you all. The series has many faults, but through it all I think they're great, or in Flipside's case, good enough games. I can't wait to cover everything I want to in the future, and if more stuff comes out for this series, I'll talk about that too. Now, I'm going to take this moment to shout out my current members. I won't do this every time in the future, if the list gets long enough, but Catherine Crosette, sorry if I mispronounce any of these, Hellgums, Turtle Soup, Mariah Bielski, Hanomaki, and Nut Luigi. Excellent names. I hope I said all those right, since those are the first members who, even without me marketing, already signed up for the channel, which is amazing. And I appreciate your support immensely, more than I can properly express. Here's to growing the channel with your guys' help. Please check out my second channel linked in the description. Any game that goes up there has a chance of being covered in one of these retrospective videos in the future, such as Catherine Full Body, which we finished a little while ago. I know it's not as edited or polished as this channel, but I hope you enjoyed anyway. I'd also like to thank my lovely boyfriend and editor Art for all his help. Without him, these videos wouldn't be nearly as good, and I cherish every single day he spends helping me out, and every single comment he leaves to help me make a better video. I love you, darling. And finally, the final gay points are 21 for Nicole and 17 for Jekka. To celebrate, here is a picture of my Nicole and Jekka plushies holding hands, and here's one of them kissing, like they should be. Thank you all so much for watching. Please leave a like if you enjoy, comment any criticisms you had, any advice, or just something fun, and subscribe to see more in the future. Love, love.